The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey.
What?
Let's go!
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers.
You pink!
Stutter! Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to our humble abode, the Thunderdome. On this magical, Wednesday, November 6, 2024, this program starts now.
Football
Is magical. Sports are the greatest because sports make people be this more than anything else on earth. You know, we all live in this one here, America, and it all depends what S we're in, the state, but this one right here, especially on this glorious day, and this was going to be the costume day after Election Day regardless, we need to be united. We need to understand that no political party is going to be able to take us down or tear us apart or ruin our lives. The sun came up today for some people who are incredibly pissed. For other people, the sun came up and it's the dawning of a new day and a new era. All we know is we need to be this. We need to be this. You know why? Because we live here. Now, there's some people that said they were going to move out of the country if Trump was to win the election, both in the sports world and in the celebrity world. We'll be excited. We'll keep our eyes peeled for if anybody's moving out of the country. But what we expect to happen is the same thing that happens every other presidential election whenever people say these things, is they end up staying, and then we got to realize, hey, we got to live together. We all got to live together. I hope that happens. The internet was obviously on fire last night and this morning. I think there's some people maybe taking shots and everything like that. And last year, our last election, what happened on A.J. Hawk's birthday obviously became a big thing. We need to be together. We need to be united. We need to move forward. We need to understand the sports are the greatest thing on earth, and we're lucky to talk about them every single day. Last night, I know there was a lot taking place in every single state, and I was watching that election coverage. God damn, you guys are fucking boring. I don't know how political people do that. If that's what your shows are every single night, you guys need to sort it out. That was a pregame kickoff show, all of them, right? We got the desks, we got the people, we got the gimmicks, the whole thing. Boy, that was boring. I mean, that was, can we get a little sauce in there? You know, we got the whole world watching. We need a little bit of sauce. Felt like there were some journalistic standards questions happening across the board, but nonetheless, I appreciate the night alongside all of them. And now we get back to what the world really cares about. Sports. First college football playoff ranking was put out last night.
Huge.
Big deal. This is what the bracket would look like if it was to happen right now. We would definitely talk about this in a matter of moments with a man who's an author of college football stuff. There's also news happening around the NFL. There's more fallout from trade talks. We got a lot of magical stuff because, ladies and gentlemen, 12-year NFL vet, Super Bowl champion, Jackie Moon of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, player-coach champion. Ladies and gentlemen, AQ Shipley is here.
AQ.
Can't wait to hear you in the trenches. 9-year NFL vet, Darius J. Butler's here looking incredibly cool. Can't wait to hear everything DB,
yes,
good
sir.
D, bad D. The Talks at Tables here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Boys, it feels like sports are the thing that are going to bring everybody together.
Oh, yeah.
Have to. There's a lot of internet jokes being thrown out there.
Some good ones.
There's a lot of, you remembers happening. There's a lot of, this is the worst thing to ever happen in the world. This is, do you know what it would have been like? There's a lot. Sports, though, do this, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
And I think what people need to realize is college football is the greatest it's ever been.
Thriving.
People thought it was going to be ruined. They were calling for its demise this offseason as there was conference realignment, transfer portal chaos.
You can say that?
Always.
And then NIL with no rules, no comps, no salaries, no deal. It's just the wild, wild west. Everybody thought college football was going to go like this, but instead we have a 12-team playoff. We have more teams that are still holding on hope that they could be national champions than ever before, and the games themselves have all been electrifying. Joining us now live from Hammer, Dahn is AP Tone. AP Tone, first college football playoff rankings put out last night, 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Yep.
Reese, Boog, Greg, Joey Galloway, phenomenal show.
Crushed.
It was great to watch. What are the big takeaways from this, Tone? And what do we need to be talking about college ball-wise on this glorious Wednesday, pal?
Yeah, there are a few takeaways, and let's start with the teams that feel, let's say, disrespected. And we'll start right here in the state that we live in, Indiana. Ranked 8th. The closest win that they've had this year is by 14 points. They've been absolutely blowing teams out. Now, their strength of schedule isn't what the rest of the teams in the college football playoff currently are, but you can only play your schedule, and they've been absolutely dominant throughout. And there's teams ahead of them who have not been dominant throughout, just like Indiana has. And there's a lot of like, hey, if Indiana had a different name next to their resume, they would 100% be higher in that situation. Like I personally, I would have put them at 5 or 6.
Hell yeah.
With BYU, like Miami at 4, they're undefeated and they have a better resume than Indiana. So I wouldn't put IU ahead of Miami. But like Miami, BYU, Indiana at 4, 5, 6, I think would have been a situation because BYU has 2 top 25 wins. Tennessee, Penn State, Texas, Ohio State, they all have 1 top 25 win. So are we going resume or are we going eye test? Like that, I think that was the big takeaway from last night.
Yeah, big takeaway last night of the rankings. And Ward Manuel, who's the athletic director from Michigan, who's currently serving as the chair of the board of the College Football Playoff Committee, not to be confused with Lieutenant General, who is running the College Football Playoff Committee. That is a position that kind of rotates. And the people that are in the College Football Playoff Selection Committee is 3-year stints, I believe. They rotate them. So last night, Reese Davis talked about, amongst other things, the IU, the BYU, the rankings. Vandy also a part of the AP vote, top 25, but not a part of the College Football Playoff top 25. So there's a lot of conversations. And Reese Davis was talking to Ward Manuel, who's going to be serving as the mouthpiece, I think, all year on that College Football Playoff reveal show. And he said that, like, hey, the football eye test matters. And they said, obviously, Indiana has the 103rd ranked strength of schedule. I mean, it's the only one that's triple digits in the top 10 by a wide margin. I mean, it is like 57. Somebody has a 57 strength of schedule up there, and then the 103 looks like alarming. But I think also people understand, there it is. There's a 75th, 59th there, and then 103rd. I mean, it looks worse than everybody else.
Yeah.
But Ward Manuel, for some people that are disrespected by where Indiana's ranked. I am not actually. I am not disrespected by Indiana being ranked. I think a lot of Indiana people were pumped they're top 10. Okay, this is a big deal.
Yeah.
And also, Indiana needs to know, and same with BYU, where you are right now with where this college football playoff is. If you win,
agreed,
you're in this thing. Even if they got Ohio State in 2 weeks or whatever. They got Michigan this week where Indiana is 14-point favorites, which I don't think it's ever happened before in history. And then they got Ohio State or whatever. If they lose to Ohio State, and if Ohio State remains up where they are, it's like Indiana's in. And I think that's the big conversation as opposed to should they be 6, should they be 5, should they be 7. It's like right now they're in there. Got to get a win over Michigan, obviously, as you go forward. BYU has the Utah game, obviously, which is a massive ordeal. That's going to potentially give them a strength of schedule boost because of the game. But what Ward Manuel said is a lot of football eye tests this year. And that's strictly because of the combo that's been happening. How many losses is an SEC team allowed to have versus like a Big 12 team? Are we going to put 2 Big 12 teams in because we're going to leave out one SEC team that has 2 losses or 3 losses? Or are we going to do something with the Big 10? And obviously this first one doesn't matter. It's the last one that matters, but this one kind of paves the path for what they're looking at. Ward Manuel said football eye test or like football ability or watching the games is a big piece of it. So Indiana being dominant, by the way he talked, is like, we watch the games, we think Indiana's really good. They weren't talking as if Indiana was screwed at all. They were like 103rd strength of schedule, but watching them play football, they look really good.
Unreal.
So it wasn't like the take that drop it. So congrats to IU.
I agree with you 100%, Pat. And I think there is some math, and the math was mathing a little bit last night. Let's say Notre Dame wins out. Okay, if Notre Dame wins out based off of last night's rankings, they are in. Okay, so Notre Dame is 1. Boise is probably going to be the other. That's 2. Big 12. Based off of last night's rankings, I think the Big 12 is only going to get one. It's going to be the champion because you see BYU there, and then the next ranked is much farther down. I think the Big 12 is going to get one, so that's 3. ACC, based on where SMU is ranked. SMU ranked number 13, being the first one out. I think that said a lot last night, so I think ACC, based on Miami or SMU, I think they're only going to get one.
Clemson losing to Louisville is a big deal. And I know that people don't want to hear this, and people weren't, they were kind of bringing it up about Indiana last night. And I heard Greg McElroy, and we got mad respect for Greg.
Love Greg.
GMAC,
Yeah, GMAC loves college ball. He hammers beer.
Yeah,
Loves
he gets
IPAs.
after it.
I mean, he hammers beers. I don't think I've ever seen.
Like chestnut.
I guess it was an incredible feat. Like, I am
Oh, yeah.
impressive force.
Yeah, deleting beers.
Yeah, see you later.
Can't just spin it.
Came up to me one time and said, "Hey, how you doing? Are you drinking a beer or not?" And it's like, Greg McElroy, I'm drinking a beer with Greg McElroy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then we had a night, and it's like, Greg is a dog. And I respect his brain. But he went on a big pitch about how just because their brand isn't one that's supposed to be up there, it feels like they're getting punished. And I think everybody in Indiana respects and appreciates somebody like Greg McElroy going to bat for him.
Yeah.
But it definitely matters. Your preseason ranking definitely matters. Going into the season, being Indiana, as opposed to Indiana hasn't been, known in the football world for, 50? They won the Holiday Bowl in 1979.
That's right.
Never. Just
huge win.
1979, huge win. They won that thing. And Penix had to run during the COVID there, but nobody really paid attention because everybody left immediately afterwards. So it's like what you were ranked going into the season, especially in this first ranking, definitely matters. Definitely surprised. That's why for the ACC, if Clemson would have been able to continue to go preseason, they were supposed to. They lose to Georgia, then they figure it out. They lose to Louisville. Now the entire ACC is kind of like being judged about that, I think, Tone. I think that is clearly how the CFP committee kind of looked at it.
I agree 100%. And if SMU and Miami play in the ACC championship game, if SMU wins, maybe Miami still gets in. But if Miami wins, it's definitely going to be a one bid league. And then I think based on last night, if the Big Ten does what it's supposed to, like if Indiana takes care of business against Michigan, whatever happens against Ohio State, and then they have Purdue, Penn State takes care of business, Oregon, Ohio State, I think they're going to get 4 no matter what. And then that would leave the SEC with 3 and everyone else getting 1 if I'm reading the polls how I think they was last night.
Well, that's what's crazy about this game this weekend with LSU Bama. Like Bama being at 11, if they do lose, and LSU, who knows how they are judged after that type of game. But like then we're talking about SMU being on the fringe, and if they go all the way to the ACC championship, it becomes like a Georgia Bama last year, where if SMU their loss is to the ACC champion Miami, and they're ranked before that game at like 11, do they drop out and then does like an LSU with a bunch of losses or a few losses, not a bunch? Do they jump an SMU team who only loses to the Hurricanes, who are considered, they're getting a first round bye then?
And I think SMU's win over Pitt is a big one.
Huge.
So I think that is considered a massive one in their eyes. And there's so much that could still happen, obviously. Teams have been great and then shit the next week on a regular basis through this season. At this point, hopefully everybody kind of understands their identity and they're able to continue to win the teams that we project them to win. I went 3-8 on picks last week. Okay, that's because we are still at the point where teams are kind of who's going to be the ones that kind of step up and separate themselves from everybody else and secure a spot in a 12-team playoff. That's what these next few weeks are all about.
Yeah.
And that's why I think last night's rollout of these things was awesome. Now, kind of got lost in the mix.
A little bit.
Rollout, lost in the mix. Those election shows were so boring.
They need McElroy and Reese and them doing
And
that.
Boog and Joey Galloway.
Yeah.
I agree. Did everybody else? I don't watch this shit enough. That last night's like my first time.
The only night
that I really get to see it. And
only Kornacki's worth his shit. That's it.
Where was he? I didn't even get a lot of Kornacki.
He wasn't on enough, I could tell you that.
He wasn't the main NBC. I thought he was NBC's guy.
Yeah.
So did I.
I didn't see him working anything.
No, he was only MS.
I did see a lot of the map people searching. They're looking.
Mm-hmm.
They were going everywhere for a lot of the evening. Everybody was kind of looking at the same map. That was a wild night to experience that with those political people.
Crazy.
As somebody that doesn't pay attention enough to it all, to kind of sit through their emotion, and then afterwards, what a night. Once again, boring as shit. You got people for 5-6 hours. Let's go ahead and respect that. Nonetheless, college football playoff. If Iowa would have won, I think with the presence that the Big Ten has in this thing, you're in a good spot going forward.
For sure. And I think to your point, like a couple of these teams in the SEC or the Big Ten who potentially aren't going to be in their conference championship games, it is like a rising tides raises all boats. I think you're in a better position if you're like a 2-loss Alabama team and you win out and you're still kind of on like the fringe there. Like if you don't play that final week, if you don't lose the SEC championship and a team like SMU or one of those other teams that
lose,
then you're going to get in. Like I don't think there's any way because they're going to favor the SEC and the Big Ten.
It's going to be drama. It's going to be drama for sure. I believe the Big Ten and the SEC had meetings too already. They kind of understand what the future is looking like. I think everybody in college ball is looking at it.
Right.
The only question for the Big Ten is Penn State ever going to win one? I mean, what a win.
That was tough.
I thought that was it.
I felt really good going into that weekend, and then the same old happened.
I felt really good about the Penn State Nittany Lions.
I did too. Good atmosphere.
Noon
game. Let's go wake up, go play some football.
Pick 6 early.
Yeah.
10-0 lead to start the game. I mean, it's unbelievable. Everything was working for them.
The third down. Now, here's the pick 6, obviously very early.
Nice.
Me and Gumpy are in that back far corner over there. We might have just learned about the Kelsey incident at this exact moment as we're standing on the sideline. Me and Gumpy both standing there. Somebody comes over. Jason Kelsey hit a kid. What? No self-service in there. Wild scene, I will say, Akush.
Yeah.
Wild scene. A lot of people.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people.
Looks sweet.
It did. The fans showed up.
Yeah.
After they showed
The
up.
environment was awesome.
Did their part.
You know what wasn't cool, though? 2 possessions, 1st and goal from the 2, 0 points.
You know what wasn't cool? Third down. Tackle. Taunting penalty on the sideline.
Right here.
Right. Was this it? Mm-hmm. This was the taunting?
When he stepped over him? Yeah, that was brutal.
Third down there, first quarter, Penn State, Ohio State, okay? On the Penn State sideline. For them to call that, wild.
Can't do that.
Wild call, but I did appreciate the fact that the person who called it was saying, not on my watch. Yep, right there, not on my watch. You're not doing that. I don't care what's going on here. And then him stuffing his flag, I watched the whole thing. Him stuffing his flag back in, I've never seen somebody more proud of themselves. Just looking down the sideline. I got more where these came from. If that's what you're looking for, and this boom throws it into the throws it into the bench.
Yeah, hit somebody.
Throws the flag into the bench. Literally, me and Gumpy are standing there because that's a huge third. Place goes bananas.
3-point game.
10-7 right there, getting the ball back. Now we're going to drive down here. Instead, taunting penalty. They go down and score a touchdown. That's basically all she wrote.
Yeah.
That is pretty much the turn of the entire tide there.
I mean, that's the thing with Penn State, though. Like, they're losing games with 14 minutes left in the second quarter. Like, that's just not realistic.
That's what we do.
They just lose these games. They always have and they always will. It stinks.
No.
It is a bummer. Like, but
it's not.
It's
always.
the second quarter. Like, if you're saying that's the game, that's exactly why you guys lose.
It literally felt like it. I mean, like as it was happening, it was like that's not good. And then they walked down the field and scored a touchdown. It's like that's not good. And then you start seeing the PTSD kind of settle in everybody's eyes up there at State College because AQ obviously has that PTSD about this Penn State team, getting hyped up about it, telling people about it
every year.
Hey, they're going to be good. This is the year.
Hey, they're 7-0 again, guys.
Ooh,
They're
hot.
7-0.
No way.
And then always, inevitably, 2-loss coming right down. And then straight to whatever bowl is the third bowl for the Big Ten people.
And then we feel good about life and we keep it moving, but it's the same old. Listen, it's not always. Let's be very clear about that. It's only in the last 10, 12 years.
Okay. He's trying to put himself over. Yeah.
Good point.
I respect you doing that.
Yeah.
But Penn State is one of the teams that was hosting one of those college football playoff games as we went into the weekend. It's like, now if they win a couple more games, don't have to go to the Big Ten championship, have a loss, 2 losses, it's like Penn State's definitely getting in. And will they win one? And by one, I mean like an actual game. One that matters.
Will they have a top 10 matchup under the lights, white out, and then sit back on their heels for 4 quarters?
Now, I did hear there's a chance about the hotels in State College, about there being potential conversations.
That game being played elsewhere?
Yeah, we didn't have that convo. Nobody of importance from Penn State said that, but that was a rumor that was kind of bouncing around. This thing is whistling if we can turn that off. So that was a rumor that was kind of bouncing around up there at Penn State, and once you get up there, you kind of see it. It's like, this is a very small town out there.
Oh, yeah.
It is a small town.
Small town.
They are all in, though, on ball.
All in. That's the only thing that matters in that part of the country.
$600, $700 million renovations to that stadium. I got the final number. I said $100 million. I was way off. It's like $600, $700 million renovation.
Awesome.
Damn.
Able to get that because the amount. This offseason they're doing that. Soon as season stops, shutting it down, building up. So it's like we need that thing immediately.
Did you get to see the renderings?
No, I'm not that close.
Pretty sweet.
Close, but not that close.
They look pretty sweet.
Everybody took care of us up there. We were very, very thankful. Shout out to Will from Taylor Gang. Will went to school up there. Wiz Khalifa's manager. And then he connected us with a guy named Dante. Dante, I think, owns every restaurant in town.
Okay, Dahn.
And Dante was an absolute dog and had great hair. Pat Kraft, obviously. The AD took care of us. James Franklin, very nice to us. I think Connor's big point about the Penn State team is when he didn't know what was on his burger, that was potentially when Connor lost faith in James.
Yeah, there's no doubt after that. It was like, okay, this guy's got a burger named after himself. He said he ate it last night. He doesn't even know what was on the burger. What's he focused on? You know, I mean, he's got to have some sort of, thought of like, hey, I'm in the moment. I'm eating my veggie burger right now, which, again, I think that also goes into it.
It was a turkey burger, not a veggie burger.
Well, same thing. What's the difference?
That's a big difference.
Can we get some beef? Okay.
That's a big difference.
Huge difference.
Turkey is meat. Veggie is fake meat.
It might as well be fake meat because you need
turkeys.
You need
Happy Thanksgiving, brother. What are we talking about?
Exactly. You're not eating, that ground beef, the real thing.
I don't mind a turkey burger. Just on the record, I don't mind a turkey burger. Now, it would not be the burger that's named after
my
me.
football coach, before a top 5 matchup, I want him eating beef. I want him eating steak. I want him drinking milk. Okay?
And there's a cow. I don't know what type of cows are outside the stadium, but there is a cow farm.
Farm's right there.
I don't know if they're cows or if they're
Shit. Could be a little bit of both.
Cows. I don't know which cows they are, but I understand. And that is literally when Connor immediately was like, Buckeyes.
Yeah.
By 1,000.
Easy bet.
And I didn't think that way. I thought Penn State was actually going to win. It did feel different. Now, Ohio State played nowhere near their best game.
No.
So they're probably feeling very good about life.
I mean, that fumble on the goal line. I mean, that would have been an even bigger blowout.
Lose to Oregon, too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oregon's number 1 team in the country. They're maintaining, too.
Yeah.
I talked about this on game day. Oregon beats Ohio State in this college football season after a massive win for a big team. You go down the list. Texas, Alabama, everybody that's basically been ranked at the top. The next week, relief syndrome, I believe is what Coach Saban calls it. They beat Ohio State, then they have to fly all the way to Indiana. They stay in Indianapolis, drive an hour and a half up to Purdue, win 35-zip. Okay, so it's like if there was ever a letdown game, that could happen. Long 5-hour flight, then an hour and a half drive up to a place against a team that nobody really thinks is good.
Think this year,
Nobody thinks is good. And then they beat them 35-0, hop on a plane, fly out. Then they get named number 1 school in the country. Here you go, you're number 1. We FaceTime Coach Lanning. We go, congrats, dude, you did it. You did it, bro. Wow. You can hang him up for the year. You're number 1 team. Shakes his head, hangs up on us immediately upon saying that. Then they go and play Illinois, beat the hell out of them. It's like that team mentally is a number 1 team. Physically, number 1 team. So Ohio State, having that be their only loss, and it came down to the very last second, I think it's great for their resume. Getting a win against Penn State whenever they're not playing their best is great for their resume. And maybe this is the year that Ohio State goes on a run. But they're not the only ones. I saw your second talking point there. There's a Big 12 school that has a couple superstars that are very much in the convo, Tone.
Yeah, they are very, very much in the convo, especially what happened in the Big 12 this weekend with Iowa State and K-State losing. So it opens it up for Colorado to basically they're going to be favored in every single game they have the rest of the season. So if they win out, and then you have Iowa State and BYU ahead of you, who had tough. Iowa State has to go to Utah and play K-State. So there's no reason to think that they could potentially drop one of those since they just dropped one to Houston this last weekend. But I think if Colorado takes care of business, there is a definite chance that they're going to be playing in that Big 12 championship game. And obviously, if they win that, they're going to be in the playoffs as one of the top 4 teams, most likely. Or potentially Boise slides into one of the top 4 teams, depending on where they're ranked. But they will be in the Colorado Buffs, who the 5.5 over/under win total before this season would be in the playoffs at some point.
After they lose to Nebraska, too, everybody thinks they're just going to fold. They think this team, this is what they're front runners. You lose to Nebraska, this is when it's over. Instead, they've gone the opposite direction. And getting a chance to meet Travis Hunter this past weekend up there in State College, he travels over there to do our show, Big Noon Kickoff. His spirits incredibly high.
Love that.
He radiates a positive energy. And the fans of Penn State wanted photos with. I mean, it's not like they were booing him whenever he got introduced. It's like everybody respects the shit out of him. And after meeting him, it feels like his type of aura is good for everything around that Colorado.
Yeah, it's something we've obviously never seen on this level. You see it in high school, people are two-way stars, but to do it on this level, and I always go to the quarterback. You start with the quarterback position, regardless of the coach, the tradition, the rest of the roster. Do you have a quarterback that can go and score and compete and win in any of these big games? Obviously, they do. And then outside of the quarterback, they got the best, I think, player in the country with Travis Hunter, being able to do what he does both sides, his physicality, his mental, like how much he studies film, just listening to him talk, the more you get to know about him, I feel like the more you love him. So I'm excited about this Buffs team and see what they can do the rest of the way.
I'm very pumped about it. Just because they've gotten to the point, too, where they feel like they've been massively disrespected.
Oh, yeah.
By their own media, by national media, by sports books. I mean, I brought up that Travis Hunter was number 2 in the gambling odds for Heisman, and Dahn almost flipped the camera.
Truly.
Number 2? Travis Hunter and number 2, that never has been together. I'm just telling you what the actual odds are right now.
Explain that.
In this world, I'm just telling you what they currently are, where he's sitting right now, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, Cam Ward goes into Miami, flips the culture of the U's back.
Yeah.
Now, they had a couple wins. That people were saying. But whenever you talk about this NIL transfer portal changing and transforming an entire situation, look at all the players up there. Cam Ward transfers in for a 1-year deal. I think it's up over $1 million from what I've been told.
Should be.
Definitely should be multiple million.
Yeah.
Whatever they paid him, it's already been paid, let alone the merch. I couldn't even, everybody, you're either booming.
Yeah, exactly.
You're either booming or you smelling.
And now you're
smelling.
doing the headstand.
Oh, that's Shawn Michaels' bump.
Shawn Michaels' bump.
Shawn Michaels' bump is certainly Incarnate Ward, I believe, did that first, and then other people started doing it. Got to have a good neck on that thing.
Yeah.
I don't need everybody just bouncing up on top of their head, but those who do it obviously completely understand. But you think about that's Shawn Michaels. You get Shawn Michaels, Sid Vicious, get that bump out there. He is on his head back in the day. But go back to the Heisman thing. So Cam Ward, transfer. Travis Hunter, transfer. Dylan Gabriel, transfer. Ashton Genty, now he's been at Boise State and has remained at Boise State. I can't believe they've been able to keep him up there.
It's wild.
Especially after he led, NCAA in yards last year or something like that. He came into this year with a buzzsaw. So transfer portal, NIL, obviously paying dividends. But if you're talking about special players, this year has been filled with them. And Travis Hunter, certainly at the top of that list, alongside Shadeur. And if this Colorado team, that for 20 years, 30 years, whatever it was out there.
Since Cordell Stewart was there.
Just like, we're not involved in the conversation. If they're in a 12-team playoff, you could say that the Coach Prime experiment worked.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think you could certainly say that. And if you're another school that refused to bring him in because of whatever you thought it was, I assume Coach Prime will lay his head down with his 8 toes at night, and he will say, just like I fucking said it was.
Yeah.
And that's what's in front of them. And they know that. Shadeur knows that.
Yep.
Travis knows that. Everybody over there knows that that's at stake as
well. That's been Prime. That's been Coach Prime football for as long as we've known him, even when we were kids. A lot of people, probably loved it, seeing him with the chains and his flashy personality and celebration shit. A lot of people hated that. And then as a coach.
You're saying if you're a little bit different, a little flashy, people hate you?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
You talk your shit. You back it up. You obviously go about your business much differently than most. He's always kind of been that trailblazer. And then his team, I feel like a lot of people coming into this year, what did Tone say, five and a half over and under coming in. And, you come into a program, we saw what they did last year from building up the stadium, season tickets, all that stuff. Then you saw, they started off hot. Got the shit beat out of them late. Okay, I got to continue to get my guys. We all know it takes time to build a program. So what Sig is doing in Indiana,
insane.
What Prime is doing in Boulder, these aren't traditional, football powerhouses. So what those two coaches are doing with their programs, obviously you got to have the players as well. They got the players, they got the quarterbacks. But it's been amazing to watch those programs turn around.
We also talk about in the NFL with the Super Bowl, how it'd be great if Baltimore would go because then more people can see Lamar Jackson because the world needs to experience that. You can make that argument with Colorado, too, and Travis Hunter. Obviously, Shadeur is unbelievable, but, more people need to see him actually play because you hear about it. But then when you watch him play, and he literally does play every single snap on defense, every single snap on offense.
How come he's not punting?
Yeah.
Why? He's not athletic enough to punt? Wow, Travis.
Should be.
Wow, this guy can't do it all, can he? Can't do it all. They should have him kick an extra point.
Why not?
They should have him punt one, throw a touchdown, Now, granted, we're trying to win games here.
Sure.
So it can't just be. But I assume if you were trying to have Travis Hunter throw a touchdown, he could probably do it.
Yeah.
Have Shadeur catch one. Because I feel like Shadeur could probably
he can get in there.
Easily catch one. I like his mentality, too. I don't know how it's going to work at every single NFL team, but if he goes to the right NFL team, I think it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful career going forward. Shadeur said at the end of practice yesterday, guidance counselor came up and goes, make sure you all registering for your classes. You know, deadline is like Wednesday or whatever.
8:30.
Yeah, Shadeur said, I'm going to the league. I ain't going to be here. And then the guy said, let's make sure we're registering, though, just in case. You ain't going to see me, bub. I'm going to be in the league. All right, team on three. 1, 2, 3, 2. It's like he understands the mission. He has always remained himself.
Yeah.
Feels like his team loves him. They rally around him. And that boy can spin it.
Yeah.
God, that kid can spin it. I mean, he is so good at the football.
He's one of those guys that, like, everything. It doesn't matter who you are. And, like, you know, you saw the interaction with him and Cam. And obviously, I don't know what their relationship is. But, like, whoever you are, whatever you are, everything you say about him, anything, because he's done it on the HBCU level. Then he came up and he's doing it in Colorado. So he's going to remember everything that he's been saying. He's going to stack those chips continually.
And I think to that point, this is why the Texas Tech coach had this to say about the Colorado team.
I believe we're facing two of the best college football players in the country.
Okay, we don't want to smoke. We think he's great.
You know, one is probably the leader in the Heisman right now, Travis Hunter. I mean, he's a generational player. You know, I keep thinking back, and you'd have to go a long way back. I know there's been different guys that have been able to play both sides of the ball, but this guy's going to take over 100 snaps on Saturday and play at an elite level. I mean, as good as anybody in the country, and so he deserves to be in the mix and probably the leader. And then, in my opinion, I think that Shadeur Sanders is the best quarterback in college football. If I was an NFL GM and I had a pick to where I needed a quarterback, he'd be the first quarterback taken in this year's draft. He should be. You know, and so I have a lot of respect for him.
I like that his PR guy goes, hey, listen, we don't need to feel any of this fire.
No, they're going to see this.
He's going to listen. He's going to hear it. And Texas Tech goes, let me take my notes then. I'll do my research. Let me go ahead. Damn, this guy is really good. I don't think this is generational. And then Shadeur, this guy should be in the fucking NFL, sure.
The best quarterback.
I'm not going to say a single thing about him. And then the internet has reported that after every Raiders loss, Shadeur Sanders has put out thank you God tweets.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So I guess this is
That's a lot of tweets.
This is from a lot of tweets, and I think they're on their way. You know, I think they're on their way. And if you do recall, I believe him and Davis have already had a conversation about, hey, this might be your new home.
Oh, yeah.
And if you think about Las Vegas, Shadeur, that feels like the right home for Shadeur Sanders, especially with a team that's trying to find an identity going forward. You got Max Crosby on the defensive side, which we all know is a pillar for the Raiders, has been a pillar for the Raiders. And then you got Shadeur and his moxie on the that'd be perfect. But is that how it works in the NFL? I don't know. I legitimately don't know, because I've never seen Coach Prime's kid go into the draft.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is how it works or not, but you remember Dahn said in a couple interviews, he said, we already got a couple teams that we know where they're going.
Yeah.
And if we don't want you, they're not going there either.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were like, is that even how it works? It's like, for Deion Sanders, probably.
Yeah, we feel that
for Deion Sanders, there's a chance. You remember Archie Manning? I don't know if you remember what happened with old Eli. I mean, there are some people, not everybody, okay? Quinn Ewers' dad can't come out and say, Quinn will play for a couple teams.
No way.
Quinn will play for a couple teams. He won't play for anybody else's. Deion Sanders, who I believe is part of the conversation of adding a different wing to the Hall of Fame for the NFL. Yeah, I think he has a little bit different say in this entire thing. So if he ends up with the Raiders, I think they knew he was going to end up with the Raiders. And also the Raiders all of a sudden have a superstar quarterback, which is everything that Mark Davis and Tom Brady, who owns the team, who's been a mentor for Shadeur since he was in high school, would want. That would seemingly be a perfect fit for the two. But I don't know if that's how the NFL works. I have no idea if that's how it works.
Well, it does speak volumes to him, too, though, because we talked about all the bullshit that everyone was saying in the offseason, and then they get beat by Colorado, and it's like, okay, they're
Nebraska.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, Nebraska. And then post-game, he has the stuff about, hey, how often was Dylan Raiola on his feet? How often was I? Like people kind of insinuating like, oh, this guy, that's all he does. He's throwing his O-lineman under the bus. He throws everyone under the bus. But, like, they've continually just kind of stayed the course, and here they are. I mean, like, I think he has probably flipped a lot of people's opinions on him throughout the course of the year. Like, kind of all that stuff where last year and then going into this year where people kind of nitpicked and be like, yeah, exactly, the watch and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, talking shit. Like, we really
Where's he been? He's been real quiet.
He has been.
Ross?
No.
Shadeur?
No. A DJ.
DJ Khaled?
I haven't even seen him Have you seen? It's been a while.
The only thing I've seen is his former DJ name. I haven't seen much of him before that.
His former.
There's a lot going on in that world. Remember, he was on jet skis. He was flying.
Yeah.
He was golfing. He was.
Well, and then there's other stuff of. Never mind.
Yeah, never mind. Remember.
That's right.
Need to stay this.
Okay.
Need to stay united. Okay. There's 50 of these. We call this home.
Mm-hmm.
We need to stay this, especially on this particular day.
Yeah.
But to your point, I think everybody was kind of this around Shadeur outside of Colorado, like this guy.
Yeah, this guy stinks. He's
not
a shitbird.
Not the guy you want. And then this year, it's like gets hurt, plays through it, gets crushed, plays through it, continues to lead, continues to go, and hasn't changed at all. Always Shadeur Sanders.
And then you look at the other guys who potentially are going to be that like upper echelon quarterbacks taken in the draft next year. Like, I think it's tough to argue that you would want any of those, like whether it's Carson Beck or Quinn Ewers. Like, it's tough to argue that you would rather have those guys than you'd have Shadeur at this point.
Tone, thank you, brother. That's college football talking points from Hammer. Dahn. Good work, AP Tone. Now, let's pivot to the NFL. Trades yesterday. AQ, haven't really got a lot of your takes on any of them. Any of them really captivate or change your opinion? Obviously, you don't just have to go with yesterday or the day before, but just trades in general. I think DeAndre Hopkins obviously getting traded is a big deal. Devontae Adams getting traded, obviously a massive deal. Marshawn Lattimore, I think D-Butch thinks is a huge upgrade for the Washington Commanders. Zadarius Smith gets traded. Anything that really popped out to you that you like?
Yeah, I mean, Zadarius Smith was a great trade. I think that improves that team tremendously. I think Marshawn Lattimore, those were the two big splashes. Preston Smith, I thought was very interesting going to Pittsburgh, right? Like, I think he's a starter everywhere he's been, and now it's going to be kind of like a rotational guy. But they need that down the stretch. San Francisco, I really thought was going to make a move. That was what I was eyeing. I was like, okay, they're going to.
What do you think they were going to get?
Either a receiver or a defensive lineman. Hargrave goes down early in the year. They don't have anything else besides Bosa really getting pressure on the quarterback. And they went out and got Khalil Davis, who I actually know from Tampa. He was with Houston. He's just a guy, like a rotational guy. And like I just thought they were going to go.
I know him. He said, I know this guy.
Yeah, but
he's a good guy.
He's a guy.
Just a guy.
I thought they were going to go after like a DeForest Buckner, right? Like I did. I thought they were going to go make
Calais
a splash.
Campbell's name
Calais
was out
Campbell,
there for a
exactly. And they didn't. So, I mean, you saw a lot of the splash trades early, the DeAndre Hopkins, right? And the other ones last week, but the ones yesterday, Marshawn Lattimore was probably the biggest one.
Congrats to the Commanders still being all in at the deadline.
People are saying they want to go there, right?
Exactly. Players actually want to go to Washington to play football. Like that's a wild thought to like what? Yeah.
Everybody's trying to get to Washington. That's what I saw last night.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to get to Washington. Mm-hmm. That election coverage team, people are watching. I don't think they knew people were watching.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long night.
It was across the board, too.
It was.
It wasn't just one of them.
I was so bored. I'm like, come on, this is like your guys' Super Bowl, right? We got to have something. I did see a couple different maps that had like a little depth to them.
Yeah.
I couldn't find Kornacki either.
I couldn't find. I didn't know where he was.
Kind of just like, all right, well. Okay.
Where was Kornacki?
He was MSNBC.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like I stopped over there. I didn't see him.
They didn't give him enough time. I know that.
Yeah.
I bounced through. I went through them all because I wanted to check the map people because I remember to myself, presidential election, map night.
Yeah.
These are map people's nights. Mm-hmm. This is it. Because they're kind of the ones that are telling everybody what's happening.
Yeah, that's where you separate yourself.
They are the election coverage, the map people. Didn't see any Kornacki.
No, not enough.
What the hell was Kornacki? Kornacki had his shit rolled up for 2 weeks.
He did, especially late night like that, 11. We heard last year, he's like, hey, at that point in the night, I've already had 35 Diet Cokes. Like, I'm going, okay?
Yeah, because 11's about when it really starts.
Exactly.
Starts really meat. The amount of... Okay. Let me show you something here. Thank you, Czar. That's kind of how you have to act towards these mapping. Mm-hmm. Then whenever they're going through their Excel spreadsheets, I don't have time. Okay, I don't have time for you to get to multiple different pages here. No. I appreciate what you're doing. And boy, if you get one wrong, everybody thinks this guy's dipshit.
Yeah.
Doesn't know what he's doing. And then the people 10 wide on the desk, they're like, all right, enough of this. Right? We don't even know what they're talking about. Every once in a while, they'll pull a number out of their head. Last night, I think the NBC guy, I forget what it was. He pulled a number out of his head from 2016, and then he hit the thing, and it matched up perfectly. I'm like, that had to feel.
Yeah. Great pull.
That had to feel so good when you were just on there, because the amount of counties and towns and cities and people and percentages, all those things could get convoluted up there. And I saw a couple brains burst at the map from the map people. I saw a couple like, was that 2020, 2016? Was it 2000? and then they get right back into it, and then they're off and running. But I think overall, boring. Map people, though, congrats on having a massive night. Congrats on having a those fingers.
Oh, God.
They're telling the story.
Yeah.
They're telling the story. Yeah, ice those fingers.
Big time.
And the shoulders, because they were reaching for a lot.
Yep.
And they were reaching for a lot of stuff.
Like a pitcher.
Yeah, it was. Congrats to the political community, I guess. That was their Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's like the Olympics. It's like now you got 4 years to train.
They got to. We can't. Everybody can't be the exact same. We can't have 10 people on the thing and it's all. We'll get to a break.
That's just what it is.
Over and over.
Oh, 5 hours.
At least.
Is that what it is every night? Is that what their shit is every single night?
I don't know. I'm definitely not checking in on a night.
Never.
I had no idea.
Never. Congrats to them, though. Big night.
Yeah.
Super Bowl. And once again, remember, hey, gotta remember this right here. It's the first one. It's a big deal. United. We're in this thing together. Team on me. Team on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Two.
Okay, so let's move past trade deadline. Let's talk about the NFL season as a whole. AQ, each week we've been asking you your big takeaways from the NFL Sunday slate or the NFL weekend that was. What are your 3 takeaways right now coming out of NFL Week 9, AQ Shipley?
Yeah, the first one is don't stop the chop. Deion Dawkins, I don't know if you guys saw this weekend.
Don't stop the chop.
Nailed it. Whenever he sets into his pass set right here, you will see this. He does this a lot, and he's literally has done this all season long. Throws his hands. You'll see the guy long arm, and then he swipes down. Watch this ref. Watch this guy.
Oh, this son of a...
Can't even get it out.
Throws it. That is not a hold.
That's not a hold.
That is not a hold. So this is my biggest takeaway. I watch this every week. These refs, they scan. They look around, and they see somebody on their face, and they immediately think it's a hold, and they throw the flag. We need to teach the refs what a hold is. Defensive linemen are going to use their arm, their long arm, and pressure against you. And whenever that happens, chop it down, use that against them, put them on the ground. That is a great block, Deion Dawkins, and every tackle in the league. Keep doing it. That is not a hold.
Don't stop the chop. Hold on to their jerseys. That's what they're saying, huh?
That's exactly
they're
right.
saying they're holding out there.
It's not a hold.
It's not a hold.
It's not a hold.
It's a clever, powerful, strategic move.
Both tackles in Buffalo do it all the time. I mean, it has been done over and over and over again by Spencer Brown and Deion Dawkins. Not called for the 500 pass reps they've had this season, and then that one, that's what you're going to throw a flag on?
Did you see the guy's glasses? He had transitional lenses on. Maybe they're a little bit too dark. Can we run that clip back there? Look at his glasses. Look how dark the glasses are.
Oh, yep, got him.
Yeah. It might have been a glare.
Might
You
have
don't
been.
even know.
Looks pretty old, too.
Hit the guy,
Might be
too.
Paganelli.
Who?
I think it might be Carl Paganelli.
They're saying a lot of Italians, Dahn and stripes.
That's right.
That's what they're saying.
Oh, yeah.
Aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
It's got a hammer. Dahn. Tone, did you see that? They're talking about the...
Only the best, brother.
That's not what they're saying.
No, that is what they're saying.
That's not what I saw.
I don't think that's how it was worded.
Well, in that particular tweet, but in my mind, thank you to the Italians for their contribution to sport.
Thank you.
Of course. What I appreciate.
That's right.
A lot of Italians have been refs in the history of the NFL. A lot of Italians have been voices for refs in the history of the NFL. And that's because the Italian are a hardworking bunch
No doubt.
that respect the game of football.
Exactly.
No doubt.
Well, let's just teach them what a hold is and what isn't a hold.
Yeah.
That's what we need to do.
You're talking about Paganelli?
I'm talking about all of them.
Okay. Well, Paganelli, you don't think Gene Steratore knows
guys-
what... Hey, excuse me. We're just going to throw all
Come
pythons under... I don't think that's right. Paganelli's got transition lenses on. They were a little bit tight. He needs to figure that out moving forward. But I don't want to lose that from the game.
That's one of the best plays in football.
Yeah, it's smart. It's powerful, too. You just completely...
Use it against him.
You just completely beat that guy.
Yeah.
Love Dawkins, too. He's a...
Oh, yeah.
He's a chirper.
Dawkins is a...
It was one of my favorite moves.
he's
I
a
had short
skill
arms.
position player.
Yeah.
Playing tackle,
Yeah,
which is why I
Great
respect
interviews.
You said it was your move?
It was one of my favorite because I had short arms, so a lot of times I couldn't reach the guy.
Yeah.
You know, they'd start long arming me, and I'm sitting there like,
Yeah.
knock it down.
Dude, anytime you see
Chop it down.
Anytime you see the Michelin man kind of moving and I'm excited about that.
That's right.
What's the second big takeaway coming out of week 9 of the NFL season, AQ?
The rich get richer. The Baltimore Ravens, as you see, we got all the tight ends, we got all the running backs. They obviously got a bunch of receivers and got richer with
Deontay Johnson.
bingo, Deontay Johnson. They add another weapon to their arsenal. But check this out. We're going to send the line to the right in this pass protection. The whole offense line is going to go right, and we get tight end, fullback going left, right? So it's the same exact protection, 2 plays in a row, and they both result in chunk plays. You get Kolar, one of the tight ends, one of the 3 tight ends with Ricard blocking the edge to the left. Next play, here, we got it again. Okay, so here, check this out. Aguilar now is on the end of the line. You get Aguilar, and now Ricard's going to come back. It's the exact same protection, except you're using a wide receiver with a fullback. On this one, the play before, it's a tight end with a fullback. The Baltimore Ravens used 20 personnel groups this weekend.
20?
20.
I didn't even know there was 20. How many are there? In, like, if you were to put all the numbers together, what is the maximum possible personnel group?
That's a great question, but the answer to this is the fact that you have Ricard, you have Andrews, you have Kolar, right? And you can use them in so many different. To Darius, it could be 12, it could be 22, it could be 21. It all depends on where Ricard lines up and where the defense sees him and where it fits into the whole thing. Then you get Aguilar. You're going to see it later. He's literally serving as the tight end on the end of the line of scrimmage as they do a run play. He's a 200-pound wide receiver.
Yeah, so Baltimore is just outsmarting everybody.
They're just using everything.
It's so tough for a defense because you look at the defensive play sheet, like those play callers, they have play calls designed for certain personnel packs. So 12 personnel with Andrews and Likely.
12 personnel is
1 running back, 2 tight ends, and with Andrews and Likely on the field, that's completely different than Ricard and Andrews on the field. Ricard and Likely on the field. So when you have, and then even with Justice Hill compared to Derrick Henry, 2 completely different bodies back there. So you got to have all these different. So it could be 20 little, 12 jumbo, 12 big. So it's just so many different. It's a mind fuck even before the ball is snapped.
I didn't know there was 20 personnel groupings, which is absurd to even think about. I put out a tweet though. I said, Lamar Jackson has another perfect passer rating. It's getting to a historic fashion on this particular season. And I put out a tweet. I said, is this the year for the Baltimore Ravens? And, I expected a lot more people to be like, yep. Kind of split. Kind of split. Feels like it could be. They're very good. And then nope, 42%. Wow. But if you do the 26 and 32, that's 58-42. That's big numbers. But feels like it could be is more so saying, yes, the compliment of they're very good.
You might have to.
Yeah,
you got to go to the map, get to the county.
Steelers. How many Steelers fans are in there? 28,000 votes.
Yeah.
Ohio.
I'll tell you what, I saw one county last night that had like 1,200 votes in total, and they were acting like it mattered. I'm like, no vote left behind, baby.
Where was that? Dakotas?
No, it was down there in Georgia.
Oh.
It was down there in Georgia. It was North Georgia. It was left one on top there. They punched that thing. Let's go and see how many are. Okay, see that? Let's get what it was in 2020 here. Okay, so pretty much, okay, let's go to. Okay, that's it. Well, there's got to be a road here. Okay, well, somewhere. We'll get back to, let's go to North Carolina. Okay, well, the west one's, okay. Let's go to Pennsylvania, see what's cooking up here. Okay, a lot of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a ton of that.
Across the board.
Yep.
All of them.
Too early to call.
That's why those map people are the most powerful people at every single, they know it too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Kidding me?
Oh, my God. The moxie of those. Welcome, America.
Mm-hmm.
Let me fucking tell you how this is going to go. Okay? They really do. And they have it all at their disposal. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how much practice they're getting with that map, but it's very evident that some of them have gone to work because their ability to bounce through, go to different numbers, knowing exactly where it's at. It's like, congratulations. I could work this thing like twice a week. I get in the wrong spot. I don't know how they're able to do it, so congrats to them. But they are a powerful bunch.
Oh, yeah.
And I think, from what I saw on the internet, and I wish I was smart enough to care more, some of their breakdowns of maps really sent other people in breakdowns. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't even over yet.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, Kornak, he just, whatever it was. And it was like, life is over. We want to let everybody know, hey, sun came up more and did it. And we need to stay you.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about me. It's about us.
Oh, yeah. First two.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, he's chipper this morning.
Yeah, he is.
He's chipper.
Haven't seen that guy that's happy.
Yeah. Anyways, Baltimore Ravens, 20 personnel groups. Tone, Kings of the AFC North are the. Oh, he went to the bathroom.
Take poop.
Tone had.
He had quite the lunch.
Fleetfoot.
Did he really?
Yeah.
What did he have?
Went to the Golden Arches, which how could you not?
Did he really?
I believe so.
It's amazing what he eats and how he looks and everything that's happened over like the last 8 months, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
He's back to high school Tone size.
Mm-hmm.
Killing it.
Ripped up.
Got his haircut today. He's in a whole new fit.
Hair looks great.
Hair looks phenomenal.
Saw him drinking some water.
What? Hydrating?
Down in some water.
Yeah, I forced him. Said, "Hey, Tony, why don't you pop up and go get a water, huh? After yesterday, let's make sure we get some H2O in you early."
See, normally he has the General So's chicken here in the morning.
Penn
Whole plate of fried rice.
Smells like
subs.
shit, by the way.
Yeah, but he goes for it, and then somehow he's still getting. Shout out science.
Hell yeah.
Shout out science.
Yeah. Some of it.
What's the third take? Well, we're supposed to believe all of it until we're not. Not getting into it. What's the third takeaway? AQ Shipley at a week 9 of the NFL season.
Third takeaway: the Chiefs is still the Chiefs.
Yes,
That's right.
they are, buddy.
I got 3 clips here. Listen, when they
Three clips. Okay, we got 45 minutes.
That's right. When they won the Super Bowl, they resorted to the run game.
Which time?
Well, the last one, last year.
Okay, sweet.
They went back to the run game, and they started pounding the football, pounding the rock in the playoffs. And here we go. We get 13 personnel. Travis Kelce can't block, right? Look at the trade block.
Oh.
Boom. Put him down.
And climbs.
And climbs. He gets on Jordan Whitehead. Big hole up the middle. Kareem Hunt, 15 yards.
Hold on 1 second. Travis Kelce just chipped a tackle.
Put him on the ground.
Then got to the second level and sealed.
One of the hardest hitting safeties in the NFL, Jordan Whitehead.
Yep.
Okay, Travis Kelce, Ohio guy. Everybody says this guy had 14 receptions. Obviously, it's a historic night. 100 yards. Everybody's celebrating what he's doing offense. How about him getting in there and putting his face in a fan for the Kansas City Chiefs? That's leadership, brother.
Who's the guy that can't block now?
That's right. That's
well,
right.
I don't know if that's. Oh, you're saying.
Isn't that, yeah.
Well, Jason Kelce can block very well.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, he's able to move his.
Oh, yeah.
Best phone spiker of all time.
By far.
Never going to find a better one.
Not even close. I thought that thing was going to crack the pavement.
Me too.
It almost did. I think if it didn't hit so flush. Because if that's a football, that thing's...
Yeah, if it's on an angle.
Anyways, Travis Kelce getting in the dirt. They're running the ball again just like last year.
They can make it muddy if they have to. The second play, same thing. Guess who we're going to spotlight again? Travis Kelce. They're going to run the counter the other way. Guard kicks out. Travis Kelce coming around, climb on the backer. There it is.
Blocker.
Wow.
8 yards. They're down 17-10 right now. This is an important drive to tie the game. And they resort to the run game, make it muddy, putting people on the ground. Look at the 3 technique. Gets thrown to the opposite B gap. It's incredible. When they have to, they do. Yeah, great block. Creed Humphrey. That was an awesome battle all night. Vita's a stud. Creed Humphrey's a stud. Shout out to both of them.
Yeah, shout out to Tampa Bay Buccaneers. D-line has been very good against the rush. So Andy Reid deciding to go with the run whenever they need it. And Travis Kelce, once again, being a lead blocker multiple times this season and in this big game, I think that's indicative of how they view that team. Anything to win has kind of been their mindset. And if you're going to win 3 straight Lombardis, nobody else has ever been able to do it, you're going to have that mentality. And they somehow have had success. And with their success has come more humility somehow. As a football team, it makes no sense. But in the end, you still need the guy.
The guy. And who's the guy? Patrick Mahomes. Let's take a look at this. We get pass protection. This is the deep ball to DeAndre Hopkins, the trade for a 5th-round pick, which is insane. But check this out. The pocket starts to collapse. Both tackles getting pushed into him. Actually gets hit by his left tackle. Nope. Just move up a little bit, slide to the left, get hit by the 3 technique coming off the center's block. Can't even get your arm through. Drop it in a bucket.
Unbelievable.
35 yards down the field.
See, and that's why, that's why. Whenever you're watching your team, you just have to think to yourself, when push comes to shove in the massive moment, let alone them adding DeAndre Hopkins, who tweeted this morning, washed king. Because everybody's saying he was so washed up, he was washed up. I think the stats that Hembo sent to us immediately upon the trade taking place were like 3rd down, red zone. D-Hop is here for it. Both of his touchdowns were on 3rd down in the red zone, and then that was a 3rd down shot down the middle. And if you talk about, obviously, Travis Kelce and what he can do for a defense and how they have to look, and then you got Kareem Hunt playing good ball in the back. And if the offensive line can move people, it's like the Chiefs is still the Chiefs, and Patrick Mahomes is still Patrick Mahomes. I know his stats obviously haven't been fantastic. This year, I think last year they weren't even like legendary stats at the quarterback position. But anytime you need to win a game, he's going to do it for you. So whenever you're watching your team this weekend or throughout the entire season, everybody's thought should be in the back, can we beat the Chiefs? And every time they play, it feels like, I don't know if anybody can beat them.
Yeah, no chance.
They're playing bad football winning games. They're playing great football winning games. This one goes to overtime. Obviously, Baker Mayfield is an absolute dog. But in the end, who won?
Chiefs did.
Because that's what the Chiefs do.
Yeah.
And Baker knew as soon as that coin toss came down the way it did, that this is what Patrick Mahomes is going to do. When push comes to shove, when the spotlight is brightest, when the pressure is on, who's going to win? I think 1-5 is probably going to end up doing that. And the only reason I feel that way is because he's proven it time and time and time again. Great work, AQ Shipley.
Hell yeah, AQ.
Great work, AQ Shipley. There's some other stories going around the NFL, like the Dallas Cowboys defense. What the hell's going on?
Uh-oh.
Mike Zimmer, defense coordinator, was asked about the particular play that Trayvon Diggs gets beat that was showcased on, I think, the show yesterday and everybody else has talked about. And then also the convo about, hey, Coach Zimmer, you think these players have bought into your shit at all?
Put out CBS Sports. Mike, last week Trayvon said, players are still getting adjusted or used to your scheme. When you see a play like the Mooney wheel route for a touchdown, what are your thoughts on where your personnel stands with their comfort with your scheme at this point in the season?
Again, you'd have to ask them that. I mean, it was man-to-man.
All right.
So
I don't know if it's my scheme or just like the history of football. That's man-to-man down there. And D. Butch, obviously, we've talked about the Dallas Cowboys trouble since the beginning of season. Missed assignments, kind of dodging stuff. People are calling him soft on the defensive side. Zimmer not known to be a soft coach. Zimmer is the complete opposite of that. Are we worried that there is a chance that they're not buying into Zimmer's stuff over there?
I mean, we've been worried about it, but I mean, it can be coaching, it can be scheme, but to me, it always comes down to the players. There's only so many plays you can call, so many X's and O's. Like the players, you got to have the personnel, you got to have the people that can do it. And to Zim's point, we'll kind of dive into this play a little bit more on everything DB. This is man-to-man, and everybody runs man-to-man at some point. But coaching man-to-man, when you get – because you know what you're going to get. You're going to get bunches. You're going to get stacks. You're going to get motion. So you got to know how to be on different levels and how to adjust and deal with those traffic issues, and they haven't been great at that so far.
Christian McCaffrey's back on the practice field. That's good news for the San Francisco 49ers.
Here we go.
Adam Schefter told us as long as there's no setbacks this week, he should be good to play. And, boy, if he's on the field – feels like the Niners have always been different since the first week he got there. First week he got there, I think he threw a touchdown, caught a touchdown, ran a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey became the show in San Fran alongside all those weapons. We didn't know there was a chance he was going to miss any games coming into this season. Obviously, we're incredibly bummed out about that. But if he gets back on the field in prime time, we're pumped about it. That's good for football.
Yeah.
CMC playing football is good for football, Ty.
Yeah, and it seems like potentially that's maybe why they didn't add like a receiver or something like that at the deadline, because they knew he was healthy. And it's like, hey, if we get this guy back, like we don't need to get one of these, receivers who's kind of on the scrap heap looking to move to a new team. We're getting one of the best players in football back.
Kyle Shanahan, I don't think he's been on the hot seat, even though there's been a couple years that people have brought up his record and said, like, is this guy a guy? Is this guy a guy? It's like, yeah, they're making it to the Super Bowl like every other year. I think that's A-okay. Now, John Lynch and he are obviously piecing together a phenomenal team. There is a coach that's currently on the hot seat, seemingly very loudly, in Chicago, and they're putting out Neil Brown tweets about him.
It's not good.
Yeah.
It's not good at all.
They're putting out Neil Brown tweets. They're like, you know what? Let's look at this guy's. Let's look at how this guy is actually done.
Zoom in.
Here's Eberflus's 14 wins as a head coach, and then they roll through. You tell us immediately after writing that. What is your big takeaway after this? Did he beat any actual NFL teams? Anytime this is happening, Eberflus knows that thing's getting a little bit hot underneath. Now, he can't pay attention to anything outside. But us as people that follow along with the NFL and follow along with what fan bases are thinking, especially on Mondays, when these tweets start coming out, people are done with the shit. People are done with it. So the Bears are going to have to win out. Good luck.
You can do that.
Good luck.
They could.
Now, there's a bunch of stats coming out about Caleb, too.
Yeah.
Off-target throws and expected
EPA.
accuracy percent.
Whatever it is.
I'm about done with that one.
Yeah.
We can go ahead and throw that one out.
Dano broke down their passing game.
Yeah, they're
in the routes.
OC's getting cooked a little bit, too. Shane Waldron.
And then Khalil Herbert gets traded. Thank God.
Yeah.
That's not good.
No.
It's not good.
People starting to come after Ryan Poles now, too. It's like, hey, you added all these shiny weapons. Like, guess what? The offensive line can't block worth of shit. So what are we doing?
It always comes down to what?
The trenches.
It literally does.
It does.
That's how you can tell if a team's good or not. And it's like the Kansas City Chiefs, what you were talking about the run, it's like trench is good. San Francisco 49ers, trench is good. Baltimore Ravens, trench is good. Philadelphia Eagles, trench is good. All the teams are at the top, trench is good.
Yeah.
That's where you got to start and end, just like Coach Sirianni's dad said.
That's right. O-line, D-line, Howie.
Another headline this morning.
Yeah, they hate him. I don't know why. No, they hate him.
They're 6-2 right now.
3 days in a row?
3 days.
Yeah.
It's Wednesday, and they're still... Is Nick Sirianni the dumbest motherfucker of all time? That was the
Comfortably
headline
in the
today.
playoffs.
Yeah, basically.
They're 6-2. I wish we were 6-2. Still got a road. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice about change your life. We're in this thing together. See you then.
I'll tell you what, after last week, I have no idea what to expect. I will say, since Kirk Herbstreit is rolling around in a Bentley right now to a plane, Nick Saban will be the holder today for the field goal kicking contest. $80,000. Rob McElwainey's here, obviously absolute dog, owner of Wrexham, obviously his soccer team, and also It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I think you have 10 other investments. This guy might be a billionaire. I have no idea, but he is awesome and entertaining. Kyle, you're a junior here, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Pat.
Have you ever talked any trash about kickers before?
Of course I have, Pat. Come on now.
This was his sign that he brought today. This guy. Is there anything you'd like to say to him before your first hold on TV?
Good luck, man. That's all I can tell you. I'm rooting for you.
Did you ever hold before?
Yeah, when I was in high school. That was a long time ago.
Okay, you're going to do great. Rob, former soccer player, maybe sign him to Wrexham after he makes this kick or no?
And look how confident he looks. I mean, I would be shaking. He seems very, very confident. I think he's going to make it.
Go! Go! 80,000, Kyle! All you got to do is put it through the uprights. Nick Saban, the greatest of all time, on the call. Oh, no. Oh, no. Spiral. Throw a completion down the left side.
Wow. I said give him another kick.
Rob, he immediately blamed the holder. Okay.
I don't know, but it looked like it was coming back. It wanted to come back. If it had a little bit more distance, it might have gone in.
Coach Saban, does he deserve another kick, you think, or what? Oh, no, Steve, bad throw.
Another kick.
I want to make Coach die.
That's smart, yeah, make him make a play. Coach, you think he deserves another shot?
Let's give him another shot.
Okay.
Make it.
This one for $100,000, Kyle. Nick's looking out for me here a little bit of coaching.
Rob,
what was your
right
did you graduate?
I did not go to college, so I've adopted Oregon as my home.
If you were to go, would general social sciences be your thing? Hey, hold on, Kyle. Good luck.
Come on, Kyle.
$100,000 in Oregon. Oh, what about him? Hey. All right. Kyle, I feel like you hustled me a little bit.
Yeah.
Your second kick was so much better than your first. Shout out to Nick for the hold.
How important is the holder?
Hold is the most important.
Great, man. Congratulations. That's great.
This thing is getting expensive.
The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey,
Why?
let's go.
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers.
You pig.
Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this quiet Wednesday, November 6th, 2024. Hour 2 of the program starts now. Football is wonderful. We're lucky to talk about it every single day, and today is a nice day to remember that we need to be united, okay? We're in this thing together. No matter what the internet says, no matter what the talk shows say, no matter what those boring, wildly boring election shows, game day kickoff shows that they have for politics say. We need to be united. We're in this thing together. Okay, let's go. Sun came up this morning if you're not in a good spot. Sun came up a little brighter if you're in a good spot from a political standpoint. All we need to know is that the sun came up. We're all in this thing together. We're going to have to live with each other. Let's never forget it. Talks Table's here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Ty, how you doing, bub?
I'm doing great. You know, this guy's energy this morning, it really put me over the edge. And again, I don't know who he voted for. I have no idea. No. Just kidding. I know who he voted for. But I'm just saying, you know, it's refreshing coming in because it is, hey, a lot of workplaces in America today, I'm sure it is doom and gloom. Not fun to be around. But seeing this guy bouncing off the walls in here.
Yeah, but I think more places, probably good, like I think that's what
baked
right?
on.
In that, I don't know.
Technically.
I don't fully understand. This morning I said, this is a great day to have a great day, and I had somebody respond immediately, read the room, bro. It's not a great day.
That's what I mean.
It's like, are you dead? No. We're alive.
Alive and kicking.
Let's go ahead. Let's continue to move. Now, I know people are very passionate, very serious. I learned about that last night a lot. Okay, I don't pay attention enough to the whole world. I learned last night, but we need to beat this. Let's beat this forever. It's a rib.
That's right.
We're all ribs.
Exactly. It's an important bone.
But on top of that rib is you, united.
One body.
Let's never forget that. 12-year NFL vet that Ty Schmidt was just talking about, AQ Shipley. Good to see you.
AQ.
9-year NFL vet Darius J. Butler is here. Good to see you, brother. In Hammer, Dahn is AP. Tone, you're looking good, bud. Heard
Thank
you
you,
almost
brother.
shit your pants last hour.
Yeah, I did. I made a grave mistake this morning. I forgot my lunch at home, so I had to order. And boy, did I made a bad choice. I made a bad choice, and I'm paying for it.
Yeah, we sent it over to Hammer, Dahn. In the last hour, we were talking about the
I figured
AFC.
you would.
Yeah, you were nowhere to be found. You were blowing up the toilet here in the Thunderdome.
Listen, I know as soon as I leave this room or that desk over there, it's being sent there. I know it's happening.
It feels like a lot of people knew you weren't there. Good news is I did not know that you were not there. So that's on me. Maybe just drop into the year next time. Hey, Hammer Dahn now has a population of 0.
It is Dahn.
It is Dahn. Numbers are Dahn. Now, let's zoom in to Hammer Dahn.
You were in the middle of that. And I didn't want to do that.
Okay, all right, smart.
But you're right, though. Pat. I mean, more than 50% of businesses should be happy today, you would think.
Okay.
That's
All right, AP Tony. Yeah, we get it. Joining us now live from an attic in Ohio. Okay.
How'd that do?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, college football national champion, a Super Bowl champion, a Ryder Cup winner. Ladies and gentlemen, AJ Hawk.
Yeah, Hawker.
Hawker, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great. I mean, AQ is absolutely glowing. From the start of the show, you can tell this guy just is looking and feeling good today.
Well, hopefully, you don't have another birthday party over there at the Capitol. AJ Hawk was born.
How many years ago did that happen?
4, I believe, buddy.
Wow.
That's what terms are.
Yep.
Yeah,
Time goes so fast. Time moves so fast.
that was the last time you threw a big birthday party. And maybe you'll decide to do that again. I don't know if you saw, college football playoff rankings were released last night in the middle of, obviously, a much bigger conversation. Were you bored by those election shows?
I mean, I barely I watched what I could here and there, but 100%, yeah. Like I just can't it doesn't keep me entertained by any means.
And I think a lot of people are going to say that's my problem, that I get bored, and that's why I act the way I act on a microphone. And like, hey, not everybody could just be a clown, you doofus or whatever. I get it. Okay, I understand it's very serious stuff happening over there. But geez Louise, if you're going to have us for 4 hours, I need something at some point from somebody.
A show?
Just somebody across.
Somebody come out and like juggle.
Maybe.
Bowling pins or something.
I mean,
break it up.
the magician guy, bring that
Mike
guy.
Malone.
Mike
so
Malone,
good.
bring Mike
So
Malone
good.
in.
I thought you were going to say O's the Mentalist because we could have ended that thing, right?
Well,
Then the show no longer 5 hours.
I
Then
don't
it's
wanna-
just 2 hours.
Don't waste O's on something like that. Let's keep it.
Bring O's ass out there. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Bring O's in there.
Well, if he tells you who's going to win, that's a problem. Like he told us who was going to get drafted in the first 13 picks.
He is a time traveler, I think. How many of those are there? How many O's are there? We know the guy from Simpsons, obviously.
Yeah, at least 20.
Yeah.
Worldwide.
20.
How you just shooting for a number? I didn't know if we're going to actually try to figure that one out.
No, I'm dead serious. I assume a lot of the major countries have one.
O's is definitely.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even a question. We found that on draft night. Now, and the draft is a long thing as well. And we understand it's very serious. There's dreams coming true, very serious stories. But it's like, if you're going to have something that long, there has to be some sort of.
Red Panda.
Yeah, maybe kick bowls.
Yeah.
They come out and kick some bowls.
Kick ballots.
Yeah. Well, they said. All right. Anyway, in the middle of it all, college football playoffs, rankings, first one was released, and then obviously the official bracket gets released afterwards. Ohio State's sitting pretty, especially after a massive win over Penn State. Now, Oregon obviously is going to represent the Big Ten as a champion at this particular time because the Big Ten championship hasn't happened, and they're the number 1 seed. But where Oregon is could potentially be any one of the champions from the Power 4 conferences and then the top-ranked Group of 5 champions. So that's what those 4 are over on the right side. That's why lower-ranked teams are over there versus higher-ranked teams that have to play in the first round. Champions advantage is how they're viewing it. They want the conference titles to mean something, and then obviously the Power 5, Group of 5, those champions deserve a right to get into. So whoever is the highest ranked, in this case it's Boise State, they're the ones that get in there. Even though they're not the champions yet, they are deemed to be as such at this point of the season. Ohio State, though, is sitting in a very pretty position right now, AJ Hawk. You guys got to feel good over there in Ohio.
Yeah, I think they feel pretty good about where they're at right now. They know they take care of business. Good things happen when it comes playoff time. But, I mean, Big Ten has, 4 of the top 8 teams. They have to feel pretty good about that, especially Indiana. 4 of the top 9, I'm sorry, with Indiana at 9. But they got to feel pretty good about that. I mean, how good does Sig feel with Indiana up here looking at your team in the bracket right now? If we ended right now, here we go. We got a chance at the title.
Well, that's the issue with Sig. Sig doesn't feel anything.
He ain't give a
Never.
shit.
It's true.
He doesn't
You're
feel
right.
it. We actually reached out today a couple times to try to get Sig on. Sig on. Need Sig on. Need Sig on. Sig needs you to talk to you. He's been in a meeting since 7 a.m. trying to figure out what the hell they're going to do to Michigan as their 2 touchdown favorites for the first time ever, Indiana football against Michigan. It's like this dude's so locked in. He probably doesn't even know this. He might not even know that this is.
Probably hates it.
Doesn't
He
matter.
secretly hates it. He doesn't want his players to know that. He wants his players to think they got left out.
But I think with where they are now, sets up good for them for a few weeks from now, whenever the real one, they're in it, and they got to play Ohio State. And I think Ohio State knows that Indiana's buzzsaw. They're not really sneaking up on anybody. But you got to win against Michigan. Then all of a sudden, that strength of schedule, that's 103rd for Indiana. Did you see that?
I did, yeah. Doesn't look great when you put it up there, but they still deserve to be in there.
Well, that's what Manuel Ward said, who is the athletic director for Michigan. He said if you just watch football, the way they execute, the details, how they win, what they do on offense and defense, that's all playing a part in it. I appreciated the amount of football instinct and football judgment conversation that Manuel Ward had for this particular group, this particular committee, because it changes every single year. Florida State's going to be pissed forever about what happened last year and not getting in. We're undefeated and then we can't make it in. What do you want from us? Well, a lot of the people that were in the committee, even though Kirk Herbstreit got blamed for it, and I think Alabama got blamed for it as well, and Georgia people weren't even allowed to be mad because of it, but they're on their 3rd quarterback. It's I think the committee in that particular conversation said, 3rd quarterback, are they going to be a team that's worthy of being in Final Four? I think a lot of us who are fans of the game appreciated that. Hey, let's try to put the 4 best teams in there. Florida State, if I was around Florida State, I'd be pissed. If I was a player, alum, parent, everything, I'd be pissed. But I think that conversation about them actually trying to get the best teams, watching the games, not just the record, I think that's going to be a point of emphasis this year with this 12-team playoff. And that's what I got from the Reese conversation last night with Manuel Ward.
Yeah, I agree, and I agree with them. I think that's how it should be. There's many different factors that come into this and where you get ranked, but it's true. I don't know, they don't call it eye test, whatever, but you got to watch what is happening on the field, regardless, I guess, at times of their strength of schedule. That's not the team's fault. But yeah, who's playing the best when it actually matters? And that's why I think the first one of these coming out gets people kind of excited and sets the path on where you could possibly go.
And I think they're remaining true to that because look at Ohio State's number 2. Oregon's number 1. They lose to Oregon, but
so close.
Nail biter, it's should we punish Ohio State just for having a loss and have a team that's undefeated, hasn't have a loss? They lose to the number 1 team. It's there is common sense seemingly coming into the conversation, but if they get the football judgment, I think is how Reese described it, wrong, boy, the drama is going to be insane, Darius.
And that strength of schedule, that gets recalculated every week depending on how the team continues performing. Okay, that's good. I mean, I'm excited. It's the first year we've been talking about the 12-team playoffs since, I can't wait. We still don't know what the fuck is going to happen. And to the point that AJ started with, if you're Sig and you're coaching the Hoosiers, this doesn't really matter. This is like looking at a playoff bracket in NFL right now. Oh, we got 1 seed, we got home field advantage. You're going to lose 2 games. Everything is flipping on the head. You're going to win 2 games. That changes everything as well. It's even more magnified on the college game, especially in Indiana with their strength of schedule. They lose 1 game. That's pretty much it.
Yeah,
you got the other team. LSU, that LSU Bama game, we talked about it earlier in the week. That I feel like that's 100% an elimination.
Yeah, I mean, the potential, I guess, the way there's going to be an emphasis on how it is worded, because it's first time. And I think everybody that's in college football, representing college football, is scared to say something and then chaos happen the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks and then kind of have to put their foot in their mouth. So everybody is very careful. But I do think, you talk about elimination game, the amount of teams that have had hope this season, just so different. So different. And it's a part of what makes it so damn awesome, I think. And I think it's going to be a part of what makes college football continue to be great, no matter what happens in the offseason, no matter what court rulings there are, no matter what the free agency looks like going forward, the salary cap. It's all these things that have been put in place with the playoff and hope and opportunity and winning your championship mattering. That's a massive ordeal, winning your championship. It's I think they're putting college ball in a good spot for a long time.
Well, and then just looking at the first, 12-team playoff, if you can bring up that graphic again, and to your point about Bama, like Bama's got the 11th hardest schedule right now, but all of a sudden when you do look at it, like the 5 seed might be the best seed.
Bingo.
Like if Ohio State is playing Boise State, obviously Boise State's great, but we're talking about, titans of college football with Ohio State. If you get to play the 12 and then you play,
Boise State gave Oregon issues.
And they're a great team.
First, second week.
Ginty's one of the best players in college football, but when you're just talking about a team as a whole, like Ohio State going Boise State and then BYU might even be a better route than Oregon getting a bye and then having to play a Tennessee or an Indiana or who knows who finishes at 8 or 9. Like that's going to be a cool thing to look at, after the college football playoffs kind of started and everything, just because of, easiest path to the title.
I know bye week, cool.
Yeah,
rest the body and everything if you're top 4 or top ranked 4 champions. But home playoff game?
Yeah.
Obviously you risk injury and people being tired and not being
If you're the AD, you want that, no question.
Well, not every school. Like I guess schools are going to have the opportunity to have it be a neutral site game or take it to another stadium.
Why would you do that?
So,
don't say it.
We kind of some teams have to.
I'm not going to say that it was being said, not by anybody of
The
importance.
hotel situation?
Boom. Hotel situation, everything that surrounds it, the travel. Some stadiums, though, like if one of the Power 5 teams gets to host a game, I guess, which is possible depending upon where they end up being ranked in this whole thing in the first round, they might only have 50,000. Like there is, like Indiana, for instance. Indiana has 55,000 seats or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You move that thing to Lucas Oil,
right?
You got 70,000 seats, and you still get to treat it as a home game. So I think there is that opportunity, but I think everybody on earth is hoping for home field advantage college ball. This is what we even did this first round for.
In the bye week thing, absolutely, it's sweet, but doesn't everybody get a bye week? Because if the last game of the season is December 7th, then the next game is until December 20th or 21st. Like, isn't that kind of
2 weeks? So come on.
Yeah, isn't that one of those things though where you kind of
You
look
get
at
cold.
it?
Yeah,
you get cold, right?
Oh yeah.
Seriously,
you get nervous. Coaches get nervous.
Conference championship weekend is the December 7th. So and that's not all these teams are going to play in their conference championship. And then you have Army Navy the 14th, and then the playoffs start the first round, I believe, the 21st. So there's a situation where Oregon could be off for
3 weeks.
Yeah, they're going to be off for 3 weeks. Yeah.
So everyone gets a bye kind of. So that 5, all of a sudden, if I'm a fan of a team, like if I'm AJ Hawk right now, I'm like, Ohio State better get the 5 seed.
Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who might have an opinion on this. His team definitely not in the conversation this year, but maybe next year.
Maybe
especially with how the Big Ten is representing. Ladies and gentlemen, a Ring of Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if it was called the Bull Ring.
Should be.
Should be.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the third ever entrant into the Bull Ring of Honor for the Houston Texans, a future first ballot Hall of Famer. Ladies and gentlemen, J.J. Watt.
Yeah, JJ.
Shouldn't it be the Bull Ring of Honor?
Yeah, it works.
Let's vote on it. Are we voting on it right now?
Yeah.
No,
Big vote in time.
You guys don't get a vote on it. You guys don't get a vote on it.
What are you talking about? People say we're influential in football. That's what
No, I've heard you are. I'm honored to have a spot on the show. I've heard those are tough to get.
Oh, shut up, JJ. I can't take this anymore.
I heard not everybody gets, not everybody's allowed, so I'm just.
Not everybody's. You're talking about presidential candidates. Got it. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I hear what you're saying there. Yeah, that's a good one, JJ. Yeah. I decided not to be the guy that does that. That I don't know if I'm the right guy to do it. I bet Jim Gray did great.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Gray.
Oh yeah, how'd that
It
go?
goes without saying.
Yeah.
We all listened.
Electric.
We all listened.
It went well. It went well.
It did. It was fantastic.
It was good.
I'm sure Connor would have had some great questions. Great questions for the candidates.
Plenty of them.
So there was a moment whenever I was kind of mapping it out and was seeing, the whole thing. Imagine my face in between both of them, and then holding like a sports debate. We can keep this in the sports world. But then some of the questions I got to ask about sports, then that leads into, I don't know if I want to just jump into that. I'll let them go ahead and do their own thing. Good luck on those other shows. We're very lucky that you, though, future president of the United States, joins us every single Wednesday. Jage, quick question for you. Trade deadline day. Were you excited about it or bummed out about it? How'd you feel about the moves that were made, and what do you think it says about some of these teams? Green Bay Packers very much in it. They give up some depth at edge. Another team that's in it obviously signs. Cardinals make a play. Cardinals are buyers during the trade trade deadline. That seems to be abnormal. What are your thoughts on trade deadline day as it came and went?
I thought it was exciting. I thought there was obviously some moves that were made. I don't know, how many are like make or break massive moves, but I enjoyed it. I liked that there was some movement. Every single year, having been in it as a player and watched it not only from your own perspective, but also from a fan perspective, you see how these fan bases they draw up these unbelievable scenarios, and they think that these guys are like these massive names are moving, and it just never comes to fruition. And then they yell at their front office, or they say like, "We're not serious about winning," or "We don't care." It doesn't work like that. Like, it just doesn't work like that. So it's always funny to watch that. But I think there were some good, smart moves made. I mean, it's for me. I was texting with Hop yesterday a little bit. It's fun for me to see him playing with Mahomes. Like, I haven't been with Hop for his whole career, and knowing how many quarterbacks he's been with and some of those teams that we were on, it's a lot of fun to see him out there balling out and playing so well. And it's also one of those where I know everybody's sitting there looking like, how did we let this happen?
Fifth.
Yeah.
A fifth-round pick.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And then you look at some of the other receiver trades, and you're like, wait a second.
Fourth.
Hop was a fifth. He's caught 2 touchdowns from Patrick Mahomes. And this guy, like, it's that's why it's great, man. That's what makes it so good. There's still a human element to this thing where people are pulling the triggers, they're on the phones, and every one of us can look at it and be like, what? But somebody was like, yep, give me it. Sign me up.
Yeah, and I wonder if as many people knew that Hop was available for a fifth-round pick. And obviously, as a Colts fan, I don't expect the Tennessee Titans to trade him within the division, but there was a lot of teams that were in the quarterback market. The Pittsburgh Steelers were in the quarterback market. Did they know that a fifth-rounder was all you needed for DeAndre Hop? I mean, that is a massive question, and that was our immediate reaction afterwards. And then whenever Hembo sends us stats, we talked about this last hour, it was like everything that D-Hop has been like elite, great, Hall of Fame at is exactly what this Chiefs offense is needed. Third down, short yardage, intermediate shit, and red zone. And it's like, as soon as he gets there, 1 week, not as much. Then he has another week around the team, figuring out, finding the spots. It's like, was D-Hop the piece that's going to take them to their third straight Lombardi? And they're undefeated when they make this play. So it's wild,
It's
James.
pretty crazy.
It is wild.
It's pretty crazy. And it's like I said, for him, I'm happy for him. It is crazy to have that level of weapon. I think a funny thing for fans, like, give you a look inside the locker room when the trade deadline comes around, especially when teams are kind of looking like they might be out of it. And fans are always wondering, like, do you know you're on the trade block? Do you know if you're getting traded or all that type of stuff? There's all sorts of situations. Sometimes you definitely do. You can always go ask the GM or ask the coach if you want. But there are times, there's times where literally I saw my name floated around if we weren't playing that well and the trade deadline would come up, and like, I see the Twitter reports, and all of a sudden I'll like text my agent. I'm like, I'm not like moving, am I? Like, or what do we? And literally I have no idea. Or I'll go up to the GM and I'll be like, hey, like, you're not calling people, right? Or are you? Or what's going on?
Yeah, you'll lie right to your face. No.
Yeah, no, it's you don't know as much as fans think you know. Like, they think they're like, oh yeah, he knows he's gone, or he's like. There's a lot of times where you have literally no idea what's going on upstairs.
Hey, agent man, quick question: is my whole family gonna have to move from? I just raised $40-some million for you. Am I gonna have to uproot all of my connections and go somewhere else? Because I just read on Twitter, Schefter saying that I'm potentially on the block. Is Schefter just making this up? Where's this coming from? I'd like to know. And everybody, nah. And behind the scenes, need a first. He's J.J. Watt. Need a first.
Third down for what?
You ever heard of it? Yeah.
There was 1 year where I was like, I had to go up there a couple days in a row. I was like, you're sure, right? Like, I see it a lot.
Never. Can you go outside real quick? I got to do this call. He just came in. It's getting tight. Okay, maybe a first and a third is what we're going to need. We can't do. Okay, Jage, come back in. Yeah, to be honest, not that many people are interested.
Yeah. And we love you too much.
Yeah, the city loves you too much. Hold on, I got to tell you, it's my wife. Yeah, thanks. First and a third, I fucking told you already. He just came in again. This guy's all jacked. He's got to move his family, so can't be giving this thing away. Yes, we'll pay a part of his salary to get him the fuck out of here. Yeah, thank you. All right, Jage. Yeah. Once again, nobody calling you. That's the game. That's the game.
I love that. I love how, like, fans think stuff works and how players, like, sometimes you, like, if you've never been through that situation or if you've never been through free agency, you don't know how all of that works. Everybody has in their head an idea of what it looks like, and so many times it is nowhere close to what you think.
But didn't you fight the coach, GM, lead counsel?
Yeah.
Yep.
Punch him in the throat.
Marketing guy.
I remember that.
Blood
Remember
his
that?
nose up.
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
Gave him a one. He
Yeah.
was- Did you give him a noogie too?
Oh yeah, all of it. It was very WWE. You know, I think I'd fit in well.
Oh,
I think
really? Did you give him a couple?
Yeah.
Couple of
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Go right to Bill O'Brien's face. Couple.
I shimmied up the goalpost and I, boom, right off the top rope.
Did you really? I knew Bill O'Brien had too much pride not to move when somebody's climbing to jump on top of him. You won't do that, soft ass. You won't do that. And all of a sudden, J.J. Watt with a people's elbow coming up, Macho Man Randy, oh yeah, right on his head. Okay, so it wasn't reported enough. You jumped off the upright to hit this guy.
Makes sense.
Because they act like it was
Shimmied
just
right up there, full pads.
like this, like a panda koala bear.
All right. Now, not quite like that. We're going. Going down.
Oh, what's wrong with that? What do you mean?
I learned a lot about it in the last week or so. I didn't know if you. So you did this to the thing? Is that what you did?
Yep.
That's a huge field goal post.
Well, the pad on the outside. Pad on the outside. Obviously.
No, I'm talking all the way up. I'm talking the upright.
Well, yeah, I'm talking. You
gotta get there
Jeff
first.
Hardy. Shane O'Mac.
JJ's not climbing. He's probably just jumping up.
Pulling himself.
Yeah.
Pull
Jump
up
up
on the bar.
You do one of those CrossFit things, whatever those things are called. The
Body
stupid ass.
Stupid ass.
Yeah,
Whoa. I watch those on the internet. I'm
Easy.
so impressed. I'm so impressed by those. You're not impressed.
It's impressive. I didn't say it's not impressive. It's just.
They look so.
Yeah,
I mean, the body is just like so violent, and then it's a woo, 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 and then it's like I couldn't do that.
No way.
I could not do that at all. I appreciate what you're doing. I don't know if my shit. I mean, that's all you guys.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Correct. Yeah.
You got to work to get there. How about this? How about the? I don't know who. I don't know what the genre of humans are. I assume they're CrossFitters. I'm not 100% sure. The ones who do like the insane pull-up, lock-in place, and then like on neck. And then
And they walk with it. They like walk with their legs like a robot, like they're climbing stairs.
Jay, do you do that?
No, those are unbelievably impressive.
You could do that.
No,
You
I
did
could
that
not.
with
No,
Bill
I could
O'Brien.
not. Those are the things that like
Walk.
elite athletes look at, and they're like, that person is next level.
Have you ever done one of these things?
No, I have not.
I
Maybe
wonder
I
if
should
they
have. Who
ever
knows?
hit
Maybe
their
I'm wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Definitely.
Maybe that's the key. Maybe I wasn't doing enough full body hang clean pull ups, whatever they're called.
I think that's what it's called.
That's kind of what it's like. I mean, it's literally like you're like clean and jerking yourself up and then throwing yourself up over the bar.
Yeah, I've heard people hit their dongs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like that
Like
pole
that.
vault.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking.
I got
about.
you.
Yeah, that guy's dong cost him the Olympics.
Cost him gold.
You gotta tape it down.
But now everyone knows.
Why didn't he? Yeah, why didn't he tie that thing back? They're called.
He knew.
To your point, I believe you said the right word. It's called kipping pull-ups. Kipping pull-ups.
Isn't that a muscle up though when you go all the way up? A muscle up?
No, it's called kipping up.
I don't know.
Kipping is like the fast pull up. I think when you go all the way up, it's a muscle up.
AI is lost. I think they're wrong on this.
Hawk's done it. He just had.
Hawk, are you
No chance.
How many kip-ups?
Are you a frequenter?
I am not. I am
You
not.
got
but
boxes,
I,
bro? Aren't there? CrossFit has those boxes. I'm always so intimidated to go in there. I'm an Olympic lifter, hang cleaning. I do all that shit like pretty well, like pretty good Olympic lifter. And I'm intimidated by going in there. They got shit on the walls. They're judging each other. I'm like, I ain't got time.
They do it so fast, man. They go from move to move so fast. Like I need a breath. I need to take a break in between my lifts.
And also, this guy does what for a living? He's just about to embarrass me on this thing? Okay, and everybody's going to talk shit and we're moving to the next lift? I don't know.
And then he's going to write his name on the board, and he's going to let everybody know that he beat the shit out of me. I don't need that.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a little intimidated by everything they got going on in that box. Proud of him, though.
Very cool.
Proud of him, though.
They will let you know.
How was that concert? I'm a little intimidated by that. That was an unbelievable performance, was it not?
Dude, so you've been, right? I think I remember you going.
I went to the first one. You went to the last one in America.
Look at that.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean,
I don't know how I get.
shocking.
I think there was a lot of shit about that show that got developed through the tour over the last 2 years.
Oh, so it got better?
Like crowd moments. Yeah, like I think the
God.
Swifties created things in the middle of the show. When this happens, we do this. When this happens, we do this. So I would be interested to see how the show was that you saw than the one that I saw through it all. But I didn't know you could be that electric for that long.
It was so good.
I didn't know you could be that. It was.
The duration is stunning.
Stamina. We're talking stamina from everybody in that place. Everybody in. Backup guitar, obviously Taylor she's cutting promos. I don't know how many promos she cut. No flubs. No flubs in the promos.
It's insane. It's insane. I mean, it's literally like, when I did it, who knows, maybe it's longer now. When I did it, I think it was 3.5 hours. I mean, we're talking straight. Like, longest break, max 10 minutes, max. Like, it was just pure singing, dancing, moving. Like,
jumping under the stage. I mean,
swimming.
It was just, there was so much shit in there. I was
Swimming.
like, geez, Louise.
Yeah,
and every damn night, like back to back. Like, we play a game, we get a week. Like, we get 4 days rest, we're pissed. Like, we're like, all right, we need a little longer break. This shit is back to back every night.
She got 6 shows in Toronto coming up. One city, one stadium, sold out 6 times. It's just, she's a bazillionaire because of it. And I'll tell you what, earned it.
Deserves it.
Earned it.
Yep,
and
absolutely.
From the fans that I saw, I think she's going to be able to do it for the next 50 years if she wants to.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, I think there's been obviously like the Eagles come to town, Indianapolis a lot. Cher stopped by here numerous times during her last run. I think
Elton.
Yeah.
Well, he never.
Garth.
Yeah,
Garth sold out a few times.
No, but
2
I'm
or 3
saying.
times.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about people that come here often.
Yeah.
And come to Indianapolis often. It's like they fill up still.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and all their fans just get older and older and older. It's like her fans start at fucking 8 years old, and then my wife all in. So it's like she's got decades just
range, yeah.
Like she could sell at every stadium she wanted forever, I think.
No,
if
forever.
She wanted to do it.
Multiple times.
You don't just fall to that either. Congrats. Hey.
No, yeah. It's the physical, like I am truly impressed by the physical stamina and ability of it. Like that, I don't think people give that anywhere near enough credit. I think the popularity and the hype and everything about it is people grasp that. I don't think they understand how difficult that has to be to get up there for that long, every night, back to back to back, and to deliver a performance that's, for that person in the crowd that's only seeing it for that one night, the most memorable performance for them. Like, hats off, man.
She did not mail it in at all.
No.
It was the last one in the United States. Did not mail it in at all. I actually thought to myself a couple times, I got to be more professional. You know, because like the workout, I assume behind it, the dieting, the commitment, the voice,
the timing,
everything is just like, let alone putting the show together.
Yeah, like where to be. Where
I couldn't talk that long. Well, you do it obviously on a daily basis. It's impressive. Like, I could not talk for 3 hours a day every day.
Yeah. Well, some days most days, every day I get sick of hearing me talk for 3.5 hours. So just if it means anything, you're not the only one, brother, that shouldn't be doing it. But I think she could do it every night for the rest of her life in a stadium in any city in the world. And I'll tell you what, absolute dog. Mm-hmm. Way to go. Way to go.
Hell yeah, Taylor.
Way to go, Taylor. All right, AJ, you got a question for Jage?
Yeah, Jage, you were mentioning earlier when you thought you might have been in the trade block at some point. Like, how do you think some of these older vets that get traded from a team that has no chance to really make the playoffs to a contender? Like, is it bittersweet, you think? Like, how do you think they feel? And like, was there ever any seasons where you thought, you know what, it might be okay if they move me on? You know, they moved me on, and I got to go play for a team that's going to contend for a title.
Yeah, I think there's obviously the connection, the loyalty, and the fan base, everything. There's bittersweetness to it for sure, because you've built something there and you love it and you appreciate everything you had. But if you're going from a team that really has no shot to a legitimate playoff contender and possibly beyond, you're jacked up. You're very excited. There's a brand new, reinvigorating feeling in you. You're going into that locker room and it's a completely different vibe. It's a completely different emotion. It's a completely different atmosphere from what you've been doing. And it also has to give you that extra pep in your step, knowing like these all mean something much bigger now. And I have a chance to do something that 48 hours ago I did not have a chance to do. So it's really exciting. And then it's also just a completely new environment. I mean, you're listening to different voices. You're walking into a different weight room, different cafeteria. Just that alone automatically gives you that renewed energy.
Yeah, Marshawn Lattimore hopping out of that Chevy Escalade Denali. I don't know which one it was.
Oh, sweet.
It was one of them showing up in Washington, and I just thought about his mindset about like leaving the Saints. They just fired a coach, and now he's walking into a building where they're like, "Hey, first time, long time. We're very relevant, and you're a massive piece of it." Has to be a pretty cool feeling. Now, all the logistics aside of getting traded, where you're living,
yeah,
the voices.
But like, think about that. So your coach is just fired. Your fan base is very upset, angry, like
Shambles.
going through it. Your locker room is going through it. Everybody's going through it. You're already basically out of it. So you're just, everything sucks at the current moment in that scenario. So you're coming into work and it's like, all right, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to be professional. I'm going to give everything I got. But this is a tough situation. Next day, boom, you wake up, you land in Washington, and for the first time in forever, they're awesome, and their fan base is jacked, and Washington is hyped, and you're stepping in like, this is awesome. Like, let's go to work, let's do this. And I'm very curious. I've heard so much about the Washington fan base, and I'm not knowledgeable on it at all because I haven't ever experienced it, but I'm very excited to see as this Commanders run goes, that fan base continue to get some of the shine and light that they've been getting.
Do they still do the Hogs thing? Is there still Hogs out there?
I think so.
The Hogs still out there?
Yeah,
that's forever.
Yeah,
they'll be back if they are. If they're gone, they'll be back.
Oh, Fireman Ed, people will be mad if they do come back in this entire thing. Remember, Fireman Ed got sick one night, had to go home. People said he quit on team, and then have judged him ever since.
They didn't put him on a jumbotron.
Entire thing.
Still doing
They did put him. They did put him on a jumbotron.
They took him off because they were like, okay, we're done with this.
And then what happened when they put him up there? Did you see what happened in the game?
Well, I don't know if that had to do with him being up there or something that this guy said about the Jets before the game.
What are you talking about?
I mean, J.J. Watt motivated the New York Football Jets to go out and dominate the Houston Texans. We all heard it. We all saw it. Have
What
you
do you mean?
apologized yet, J.J.?
What are you talking about?
Oh, he said, Cayenne Pepper. That sounds dumb. That's not going to work. Okay. Oh, whatever. Texans are still going to win by $1 billion. That's what he said last week.
Well, I remember that now that you say that. That became a big thing. A lot of people started.
And then Aaron said they played it over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Oh, yeah, he did say
Remember
that.
Woody Johnson walked in with his chain and he was like, you guys see this?
And he was holding the phone over his head.
Bingo.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Holy hell. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that was last week.
Jay, how do you feel?
I put out mea culpa the second the clock hit zero. I did it the second the clock hit zero because I was wrong. I admitted I was wrong. I thought that game was obviously going a completely different direction. I made comments about it, and I was wrong about the comments, and I am well man enough to stand here and take that and say that I was wrong. So I was wrong, and touche to the Jets. They took it to my Texans on Thursday night, and I'm hoping for a big bounce back on Sunday night against the Lions.
You're a big touche guy. You know that. You love the word touche.
Big touche. Big touche guy.
What's
Makes me feel smart.
Dodgeball?
I feel smart.
Dodgeball?
French?
It is French.
Yes, absolutely. Dodgeball.
Yeah.
Touche.
Touche LaFleur. Yeah. Great movie. You drop it more than any person I've ever encountered, I think.
Really?
Foxy actually has mentioned it numerous times off air. He goes, JH, big touche guy.
Loves touche.
Big touche guy.
That was the best use of it right there, JJ.
Because of how it's because of how it
Thanks.
sounds. Because of how it sounds.
I've been told that I say fascinating a lot, and I've been trying to cut down on that. So
Don't worry about it.
Good word.
I run things right into the ground on this particular program, and people say you got to change it. And then once you start thinking about it, you're actually going to say it more.
Yeah.
So if I were you, I would just not think about it and just say, you know, it is fascinating about how touche all this shit is, you know, and just kind of touche sounds good though. Touche is a good word. I think that's why when you drop it, it is we heard it.
Mm-hmm.
Pete Thamel will come on, and he drops 50 new words.
I mean, gobsmacked
was one of the best.
Banger.
We're all very gobsmacked by the news. Quagmire.
Yep, that's a good one.
Gets in there. Touche, though, sounds good.
It does.
And you can also use it in numerous fashions, right? You can be a smartass with touche. Touche. Okay. And then you can congratulate bravo type touche.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why Foxy uses it now in the office every single day.
All the time.
Touche used as an acknowledgement during a discussion of good or clever point made at one's expense by another person. In this particular case, the entire New York Jets football team, including its owner, Ambassador Johnson, and then JJ on the other side.
Yeah. They touche'd you.
Touche.
Foxy, are you happy with your moves? I'm sorry it couldn't be me, but are you happy with your moves up there?
Well, JJ, I mean, it still could be you. I mean, the season's not over. You're a free agent. You can definitely still be on the other side of Shadeur Smith. But, yeah, I'm fired up. First time in my life the Lions have been buyers. So, yeah, I mean, to your point, what can a guy like Shadeur Smith do for the Lions there, JJ? And is that just plug and place, or is there going to take a while for him to get going?
Touche.
Thank you.
No, it's a nice thing about pass rushers, about defensive linemen. is that we are pretty much plug and play. I mean, we have no problem admitting that we're not the smartest people on the planet. Defense is awesome because they literally can give us one word, and that just tells us what to do. And sometimes we really honestly don't even need that word. It's just line up, see ball, get ball. So it is fairly plug and play. And all you got to do is study the film on the guy you're going against, go out there and pass rush. And honestly, if you didn't want to, you don't even really have to study the film. You can go out there and just pass rush. But it does help a lot when you do study it.
Yeah, you don't got to watch film. You don't got to know the plays. Don't got to know the play calls. If you can get to the quarterback, you're going to get rich.
It's a pretty sweet job, man. I'm not going to lie. That's why it's part of the reason I switched from offense to defense is because I was like, this job is pretty cool, man. You're telling me you just line up right there and go get the ball? No problem.
They have zero edge production since Aiden Hutchinson has been injured. Now, in the middle, Aleem McNeil has 2.5 sacks. But aside from that, we thought because they've just beat the hell out of teams since Aiden Hutchinson's got hurt, and the defense loses Branch last week, and Aiden Hutchinson's on the field, and they still win in a dominating fashion. It's like, do you need – and it's like pass rusher – when the games get important, gonna need them. Just like what the Steelers did. Steelers did the same exact thing. We're gonna pass rusher whenever you need it. Let's get another one in Preston Smith. If you can get to the quarterback, people are always gonna want you, especially contenders. He said SMH, and we all think it was send me home, he was saying on Twitter in the morning. He said SMH, 7:13 a.m. Schefter said it might have been because there was quite a tennis ball thing happening with the trade. It's on, it's off, it's on, it's off. We can agree, we can't agree, we can't agree. So maybe he was shaking his head because he thought he wasn't getting traded. Maybe he was shaking his head because it was so loud and he didn't like it. Whatever the case, he deletes the tweet. He ends up in Detroit. And we assume because they're the Detroit Lions and it's in the same old Lions, it's the brand new Lions, Shadeur Smith's going to hunt. Speaking of a brand new team, how about the Chargers? Yeah. Nobody knows them better than you. D-Butch got a question for you.
Yeah, Foxy said it could still be you. So you getting in their weight room. What were the vibes like out there with the Chargers and specifically Coach Harbaugh and the boys?
The vibes are good out there, man. I mean, that facility is incredible. I mean, just like if you were going to build a facility for a football team, that is the facility. The weight room's unbelievable. All the doors open up. You're going straight out on the field, 3 beautiful fields. I mean, it's awesome. And the vibes there are good. Everybody seems extremely bought in to what Harbaugh's doing. And obviously we all kind of know what type of guy he is, what type of intensity he brings. And literally, I'm sitting out there waiting for our interview and I'm watching him on the field plank with his guys after practice and do wall sits with his guys after practice and do all these exercises. That's not something you see all the time. You definitely see coaches pop in or they might be doing their elliptical workouts throughout the day, but I mean, he is literally in there. And so I started asking the guys, I'm like, hey, is he like this all the time or is this just like a 15 minutes after practice type of thing? And they're telling me, no, it's every single day. He'll just walk in the weight room and he'll say, what do we got? And he'll just hop in with whatever group is going, whatever activity they're doing. And the strength coach, Herb, who's my strength coach in Wisconsin, love him to death, he was like, he has never once told me no. He is always, whatever exercise we're on, it's, yep, let's do it. So, like, he hopped on. I said, what's the most impressive thing you guys have ever seen him do? And they were like, we were doing sled pulls one day, and he had, I think it was a defensive lineman, hop on the sled, and he pulled that sucker across the entire field. And, like, it's very hard to not get on board with that. Like, is he a quirky guy? Does he have a lot of great stories and everything? Absolutely. But when he's there every single day with the guys working and putting in that sweat equity, it's very hard to not want to go out there and play hard for a guy like that.
Yeah, you look at MCDC in Detroit, obviously he did like 20 or 30 up downs, whatever it was, with the team with a broken wrist. Yeah. And everybody's laughing at it. It's like, but the boys respect it. I think the boys respect it. For Harbaugh, if they win and get results, obviously you're going to buy in. Jim's won everywhere. I think that's what Bosa said in your interview with him. He said he's won everywhere. Yeah. So, like, yeah. We're going to buy in. Mm-hmm. Who was the middle? Matlock.
Scott Matlock.
He said he's writing them all down, all the Harbaugh stuff. And then the jar of olives story was the one that kind of came up. And I thought it was great journalism out of you because Matlock was like, he'll be telling us a message, a story, and then a jar of olives will get mentioned. Then there's a whole story there, and then you move on. And you're like, oh, interesting. I'd like to hear the jar of olives story. And then we got a chance to kind of like glimpse into how Harbaugh coaches. Feels like he has 10,000 metaphors, and they're all hilarious, captivating, and seemingly right on point.
the one that they were telling where he talked about the day he was born and how he literally remembered the temperature and looking out the window and everything. I mean, it was classic. And he's sitting there looking at you, telling you, and he's dead serious. Like, he looked at me, he's like, yeah, it was a cold day. It was snowy outside. You're just like, all right, I really honestly can't tell if this is a bit or if this is like you know it. And then I watched after this last game because he told this entire story about the day his parents got married in the Browns game. And they went to a Browns game the next day as their honeymoon. And he told the story about who was playing, who was in the game, who was in the stands with them, and everything. And it's just the way his brain works is incredible, and it's fascinating. Hey, there it is, fascinating. Add another one to the tally.
Oh, touche.
But like, it's really cool, and to hear those guys, and you know how it is when you're in a building. It does, like, those are the moments you miss. Hearing Scott Matlock say he writes down all the funny things. Like, we had a guy in our D-line room that wrote down all the funny things our D-line coach says. That's the stuff that you really miss about the game, is like the little things in the locker room and the camaraderie and the after practice. And so I really enjoyed being in their facility and being back around it.
I appreciate that was supposed to be a one-on-one interview with Coach Harbaugh. There's no chance that was going to happen. There's no chance it was going to be one-on-one now that you know even more about him. Go ahead.
So so I get there, like I literally flew in, landed, get there, and I'm ready for the interview. All the guys have been setting up. Camera guys have been setting up for 4 hours. We're all set and everything. Of course. And we're getting ready for it. The PR guy comes up. He goes, "Hey, Coach said he wants to bring up Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa and Scott Matlock and Ben Herbert." And they're like, well, it's a one-on-one interview. It's all set up already. It's one-on-one. And they're like, okay, how long will it take to change it? And they're like, well, we don't have enough microphones. We don't have enough lights. We don't have enough chairs. We don't have anything. And he's like, well, he's coming up now. So how long? And they're like, well, it'll be about 40 minutes. And they're like, no, he's walking up right now. So he walks up, and like these guys, I mean, I have so much respect for these guys because they are scrambling. I mean, they're pulling chairs from the cafeteria, like whatever they could do. And they're starting to ratchet together these boxes. And Jim walks up. And he goes, "Oh, you guys need some help?" And he takes a knee and he just starts going he's ready to do the ratchet. He's on the ground going for the ratchet. So like on one hand, you're like, "Oh man, you created so much extra work for these guys," but you can't be mad because he's down there like literally doing it with the guys. Yeah. And he's setting up, and they're like, "All right, we got to figure out these microphones." And he just points the microphone. He goes, "There's a microphone right there. Let's use that one."
And then he mentioned it, the boom mic. He said, "I think it's a boom mic." Yeah, he started even talking.
Like, that'll work. And they're trying to get him to sit in the front center seat, you know, because like it was going to be one-on-one. He goes, "No, I'm going to sit back here." It just everything about it was like quintessential Harbaugh, and it turned out to be awesome because we got stories we wouldn't have gotten, and everything was great. So it was hilarious.
He's a fascinating bird, you know what I mean?
Truly.
He truly is.
And the only reason I worked out is because at the end of the workout, or at the end of the interview, he goes, you and Herb are like, this is so fun to watch you two together. Go down and get a workout with him. And I was like, well, I mean, my plane's literally on the tarmac ready to go. And he was like, just 30 minutes, just get a quick workout. You got to do something with Herb. So sure as shit, there I am in the weight. I go, I don't have any clothes, man. I'm wearing jeans and a jacket. And he goes, we'll get the equipment guys. So I walked down the equipment room. They gave me all the damn clothes, and there I am doing a workout, flipping a freaking whatever that thing was 30 seconds later.
Harbaugh works out in khakis, shirtless sometimes, from the stories I've been told. So you trying to make an excuse about jeans or something.
You're
Harbaugh's
right.
like,
You're right. I should have just done it.
I thought I knew you. That's what Harbaugh was thinking in his head in the entirety. You can see how the boys buy in, though, huh? Quickly?
Oh, dude, it's like you can totally tell, especially vets like Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa. These guys have been around for a long time. So for them to buy in so quickly to a guy like that and to Ben Herbert, I think it speaks volumes to how they go about it. Because it's easy to be skeptical as a vet who's been around the league for a long time, but watching these guys in action, they are all in. And I think it's really because of that work mentality. You just watch them, and like I said, you can't not buy in when they're doing everything that you're supposed to be doing also.
And shout out to that production crew zooming out that camera.
Yeah, that's tough.
Bringing in more
Tough work,
chairs. Way to go, team.
Good work.
They need to relax.
No.
They need to relax.
No.
40 minutes.
No. They're good. There's a majority of good people in that department of humans, I'd assume.
Maybe.
Majority of people over there. But boy, the reason why Harbaugh said, I'll do this, is because Harbaugh immediately was like, this ain't that hard. Okay, let's go ahead and make sure this is done. But there are some departments, in some places that are like,
no, we can't do it.
You want us to? I don't know.
Don't ask that.
Yeah, the camera's on a tripod. Yeah, we can move it back 4 feet. But to do that, we're going to have to move this wire here. Look at this tape. We put duct tape down and said this is going to be the spot where the thing is.
It's sticky
Oh,
tape.
my God.
This wasn't on the Zoom call.
No, hold on. We got a call.
Yeah.
We hear what you're saying, but we don't know. Okay, we called, and then that person's.
This isn't right.
We don't even know if we're allowed to pick up that tape right there.
So unprofessional.
So, we'll see. Well, he's here right now. Well, I got to fucking.
Have to wait.
Sorry, Coach.
Thanks for your service, Productions.
Oh, yeah.
James, we have had quite a roller coaster with those style of humans. We built a studio, you know. I would recommend that for nobody. I would recommend that for absolutely nobody going forward. And I think that's why no studios get updated. You see some studios, they're set forever. The fact that the NFL just built those studios out there, that might be the last studio that's ever made, because the amount of humans you got to deal with that have it all figured out.
What was the hardest part? What was the hardest part about building the studio?
Trusting that any of it was going to work. You know, that was mostly part of it, but the amount of
Like, are you talking like literally like hoping the lights turn on and like hoping the microphones work?
They actually can't utilize the lights right now, actually, because the lighting expert didn't drill the entire thing down, so now it buzzes. And the electric people, turns out, didn't even tighten the bolt. Experts, obviously hardworking, maybe. We assume most of them are. But yeah, it's a whole thing. The wire people, are you kidding?
Microphones didn't work the first show.
For sure.
Yeah, so there wasn't.
We had no idea.
But it was our fault, obviously. Yeah, well, we plugged it in. We told you guys you got to do the. We told you couldn't have a. We told you. There's something we told you.
Wasn't ready.
It's definitely not our fault. 100% your fault, for sure. Just 8 months of that.
Is there a?
I would never do that again if I was somebody else. Any other thing you want to build, houses, I assume. You want to build boats, you could probably go do that. If it involves this world. Lighting, cameras, wires, power.
Why? What? I don't get it. What makes it so much harder than like a?
They said 40 minutes it was going to take to add 4 chairs to that thing. Think about that. That's just one conversation. Let alone, I don't think that's going to work. And then it's like, you got that department, then you got this department, you got to deal with these people. They're all the experts too, all of them.
So the Thunderdome is it. That's it for life right there?
This is done. Yeah, I'm never doing it again. Yeah, never. Now, and then the interesting thing about it is because I think nobody likes to build studios because, once again, having to do with all that stuff. Our shit was too high quality because we're the newer age stuff to actually be able to work with. So we actually had to recall the people. We need to dumb these cameras down about 200p or whatever it is. We need to drop these things down. And then,
Well, I got to do a bunch of stuff on my end.
Who of the boys is the linchpin that if they dropped out, this place would fall apart? Is there one of the crew
Zito
here?
is tech. Zito is tech. But once again, Zito, though, is learning about a lot of this stuff. And the reason why Zito is such a weapon is because he does have the brain of all those people without the... I can't take one more of those in my life.
Zito's a Bears fan, right?
Yeah, they're in trouble.
Oh, yeah,
I was there, Zito. I was there Sunday.
Did you spike anybody's phones?
Cards look good, man. Cards look good. No phone spiked. Touche, by the way. That's a good touche.
Pretty fascinating situation there. All right, let's move along here in the NFL. Hey, Cush has a question for you about your home.
Yeah, speaking of the Cardinals, the defense has gotten better the last couple weeks, and they make a move, get a trade from Denver, and they're getting their first rounder back. Do you see them, obviously they're in first place right now, but do you see them actually having a chance to win this division and going on a little run?
The way that they're playing right now and the way that they're doing it is great, and they're continuing to get better at it because their running game and the offense was really well. I mean, Kyler, he was more taking whatever was given to him, and just the running game was doing so much work. And it's a lot of fun to watch the way that they won this game because they were running some gap schemes, they were running some zone schemes, they were running some pin and pulls, they were doing all sorts of different stuff. And then obviously that big draw at the end of the first half. So it's a lot of fun to watch it, man. I really enjoyed it. The stadium, I will say, was a massive, massive amount of Bears fans, so it was a much more disappointed atmosphere in the crowd than you would think with such a big Cardinals win. But the defense playing well. I didn't think the pass rush was really there early on in the game, but as the game went on, they continued to get stronger and stronger. And also Caleb does scramble a little bit into some of those, but it's they played really well. They're in first place in their division, and they are all bought in. That was my first time back around the team, and it felt really good to be back around them. But they are all bought in. They all love the vibes. They all love the feeling of the team right now, and there's no reason to believe that they can't continue this, especially if they're doing it the way they're doing it right now with a solid, strong ground game.
I agree. I love watching them play. I've been a fan of Kyler's and the Cardinals over the past few years. I think since AQ probably went out there, I started learning of everything. And then I go out to Phoenix and I love the place. And I'm like, this city is awesome. This team is awesome. The stadium is awesome. The grass takes a walk outside. First one to ever do that. Then it walks back inside. A lot of great memories out there. But the team has always been one that doesn't win. Inevitably not going to win. Something's going to happen. Then a report card's going to come out. The facilities are corrupt. Then there's going to be some move made in the offseason. It's like the Cardinals are always going to Cardinal. And I think because the Cardinals aren't that way, it's making other fan bases think the absolute worst. Like Bears fans, we lost to the Cardinals. Mm-hmm. Like that's how they view it. This Cardinals team doesn't feel like the Cardinals team of the past. Saints lose to the Panthers. And they fire a coach.
Same thing.
That's a different animal. But I do think
the Bears were hurt in this game a lot. There was a leverage call on a field goal, so they had made a decent stop in the red zone, and then they got hit with a leverage call on a field goal where he put one hand on him, only one hand. He put the other hand up, and he didn't even really push off that much. And it's one of those calls that, in my opinion, personally, is a weak call. Sure, you could say by the letter of the law, but when I look at the leverage, I look at two full hands with a full thrust over the top. And this guy had barely just put his hand on a guy's back, and it was a one hand up. And then the Cardinals ended up scoring on that drive, and I think that one was a backbreaker because they had a stop. They were off the field, got 3 points only, and then they had to come back out, try and play defense, give up the touchdown. And to me, that was the backbreaker for the Bears that game.
And credit to Gannon. Gannon's turned that thing around. We talked about it earlier in the week. He is awesome. His press conferences are incredible. He's almost defense Sirianni.
Yeah, he is defense Sirianni. We're going to ask you about Sirianni over in Philly because 3 straight days now, one of the main talking points on all the morning sports shows is this guy sucks. Why is he there? They're 6-2 over there in Philadelphia.
Yeah, they are.
But to Connor's point, Gannon out of the Sirianni tree. Obviously, he was with that Philadelphia Eagles team that was so good. He's got Arizona playing great. Steichen here in Indianapolis, obviously we have incredibly high hopes for, but that's all the Sirianni tree there, kind of doing it. Jonathan Gannon, I think we knew that their team was going to buy into him last year. Remember, they were going through quarterbacks. Skyler was hurt, but they were still playing ball.
Yeah.
And then you got Budda Baker on that team. I think you're going to be in a lot of convos. I don't know if you heard what Aaron said, but he was like, number 3. What the hell are we're talking about?
No, it's crazy. Budda's crazy, man. He's awesome. He can literally come up on the line, stuff the run, or set an edge if you want. He can play in the deep half if you want him to. He can cover up a guy man-to-man. He can come blitzing down through the A-gap and just slice a guy. It's a lot of fun to play on defense with Budda Baker because he is what you want to play with. As a defensive lineman, when I'm holding my block and then I see him come flying in for a TFL, that's awesome. He is not afraid to be violent and tough. So what'd I say, AJ? What'd I say?
Jage.
What'd I do?
Can you see the countdown clock at the bottom? You might not be able to see it, actually. You probably can't see it. Sometimes I can't.
Did you even see it? I mean, it was
Jage.
You were in the moment. Though.
It was a great take, and you love Budda, and we appreciate the fact you love Budda.
It was a great play.
Last week you nailed it.
I didn't even see it. I didn't even
You had a
consider it.
I mean, you had a potential home run throw there.
Thought you were gonna.
Yeah, because all the Budda take.
And I look forward to that.
Thing.
I do look forward to that
right
because I haven't had it. I haven't had the opportunity. The ball has not been in my hands for that moment for the last couple of weeks, and it was in my hands for this, and I passed it out of bounds.
No.
You let
you
the
dribbled it out of bounds.
Dribbled the clock
You
out.
dribbled it right out of bounds.
Yeah, I did.
Didn't even get a shot up.
I did.
You literally just fucking took that thing and just.
I kind of feel like that kid in that unsportsmanlike conduct commercial where he tells the coach, "No, coach, I did touch the ball."
Fucking hate that.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Oh gosh, what a disaster! I'm sorry.
That's how people dribble.
I'm sorry.
Jordan was playing basketball.
Yeah.
By the way,
It's true.
Done with the 90s.
I couldn't hear anything he said. I assume somebody said something. He's a massive Jordan fan. I assume you are as well?
Who isn't?
I like Jordan. I like Jordan. I'm a Jordan fan.
Ooh. We're just talking about the basketball as a whole.
Two different sports.
I mean, yeah, but
two different sports.
Not his fault. We've talked about this many times.
And he was awesome. I watched Last Dance. I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
Loved everything about it. Everything he does. Yeah. Him suing NASCAR right now.
Yeah.
Love it. Love everything he does. Great businessman. I mean, shit. You know? I mean, I am a massive Jordan fan.
Saying the competition wasn't.
I just don't like the compare. Like, that was sports media for what, 4 years?
Mm-hmm.
Every single convo?
Mm-hmm.
I just got sick of it because I think it's two different sports. You agree or no?
I mean, every sport evolves, but greatness is greatness. I think Michael Jordan he'll be just as dominant in this era, probably more dominant.
Okay, I agree. How about let's go.
LeBron going back?
Yeah.
He would be the same. It'll be them two right there. They're all-time greats. Kobe, LeBron, Wilt, Kareem, Magic, like when you talk about the upper echelon guys.
Wilt, huh?
Wilt, I mean, outside of, the mythical 100-point game.
Well, that's what I was actually talking about. In my head, Stockton is who I was thinking about because I was watching that Last Dance and I wasn't keeping up with basketball at the time. But, man, they were crossing the shit out of people, back there.
Stockton's still playing, too. His name's Peyton Pritchard. So,
is he? How are the Boston Celtics?
How are the Boston Celtics?
So, to your point, I like Jordan, love Jordan, rock his shoes, love everything about him. But I didn't like that we were automatically just one or the other, which is what it became. It became you got to be.
It's a stupid argument.
Which, by the way, we need to be like this.
Yeah, the better ones, Jordan or Brady.
You know what this means?
United.
That's what it's about, Jake.
Well said.
We need that today.
That is what it's about.
That is what it's about.
I stayed up real late last night watching it all, just looking at all the different coverages. Gosh, I almost said it again. Stop myself. Touche to yourself. Stop myself.
Touche.
But just watching, like clicking through that quad box and just going from each one, just seeing the different reactions.
How boring are those shows, though?
Oh, if you sit there trying to look for actual information and you watch it, I mean, you could watch it for a good 8, 9, 10 hours straight.
People were.
They say the same thing probably 750 times.
Dude,
at 9:30 there was an absolute fastball.
Who?
Hannity fucking ended.
Okay.
All right, 9:30, straight heat. Hey,
What
that was the end of it. You could have went to bed at 9:30, boys. That's when it was over.
What happened?
Print the shirts, he said. I'm wrong.
What happened?
North Carolina and Georgia, it's over.
Hannity said that.
Yeah.
He's Fox, I believe.
Fox News.
Okay. Fox News. Was Fox Maine and Fox News the same coverage? Because NBC was not the same as MSNBC.
I don't think they were.
Because I was watching NBC and I didn't see Kornacki.
Yeah,
that was all I was looking for.
Bingo, yeah, and he was on MS.
I was looking for Kornacki. I couldn't find him. I could not find Kornacki last night. I wanted it.
Oh, he was bottom left of the quad box. That's where I was at. That's what I was comparing. I was comparing the guys with the touchscreen.
Yes.
I wanted to see who had the best touchscreen. Those guys are freaking smart. The amount of counties that they know and the analytics of those counties. It's pretty crazy.
Saw some flubs last night. They have a moxie about them. They know they are the election.
Yeah, that's for sure.
They are. Let's go. 100 people sitting at a desk. All right. Please, Lord, tell us what we're looking for. And then obviously they're scanning counties and towns. We need this here. Zoom out. Not all we needed. Let's go back here. Remember, while I'm doing this, I want to tell you about back in 2004, this actually happened in, let me see how hot. All right, let's get out of there.
Their geography knowledge is legit, though. Knowing different counties and then going off the top of their head. Sometimes it feels like knowing stuff. Yeah, they know what they're.
Yeah, they'd be like, this is
memorize
Mountain
stuff.
County. This is I'm like, that's impressive. Like at least the name of it alone is impressive, but to know the geography of that county was very impressive. The thing we need to figure out is let's just count this shit. Like what the hell is taking so long?
Jage.
I mean, have you seen it? You don't even have to count. Have you seen the other countries? Did you watch the Great Britain, how they tell you who won?
Yeah.
It's sick.
Yeah.
There's just a countdown clock, and then it closes, and then they all pop up with the percentages underneath them, and it's like, okay, it's over.
This is how it goes.
This is who won. It's pretty.
It's like an episode of Top Chef or something, man.
Yeah,
Boom, the winner is.
Well, congrats to everybody that won yesterday. A lot of people.
And to whoever lost.
And congrats on not a good one, but congrats on campaigning.
Yeah.
You
Good
campaigned. And shout out to all the ads makers that we had to see over the last couple of months.
God.
Thanks for making me lose hope in a lot of humanity.
Yeah.
You're the best. You're the best.
That's the best part by far, man.
You're the best.
One more person knocks on my door, I'm going to lose it.
Arizona, big state.
I learned that. I didn't live here during the last general election. And you after about 4, you can get a little testy with the people knocking at the door.
You guys matter. All right, JH, we got to let you go because
all right.
Kurt Cignetti, head coach of the Indiana
Hey,
is going to join us
there
in
you
about
go.
5 minutes.
Guy got screwed. Can't wait to hear his take on his ranking.
Okay, you think that?
He won't care.
Yeah, I do.
All right. There's a lot of people that feel that way. I can see the argument. 103rd strength of schedule. The fact that they're there, you beat Michigan this weekend, I think they're in a good spot to catapult. You know, I personally. But agreed, I could see how people get mad. Like Greg McElroy last night was not happy about Indiana being 8th. And I respect it. I appreciate it out here in Indiana. But I think, like, they're in a good spot to kind of.
Yeah, it'll all sort itself out with the schedule coming up. But at the current moment, it's fun to just say, no, they got screwed. Because I think what they're doing is great. Like, it's just fun to say it. But I think it's awesome what he's doing. Like, Indiana, like, truthfully, like, it's just being honest about it. Being a Big Ten guy, being a Wisconsin guy, like, you do not consider Indiana in this echelon. That's just a fact. So to see them there is thoroughly impressive, especially in his first year. So give him my praise, give him my shout. Great job he's doing. Good luck.
They have climbed into the echelon, haven't they?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're on their way.
Who?
Hoosiers.
They're almost in the pantheon now at this point.
Truly.
Of the Big Ten.
Sig basically is on his own.
Definitely in the pantheon of the Big Ten. Definitely. Look at the right.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it more than one season, and then we can talk about them being in the pantheon of the Big Ten. I love it. I love Coach Sig.
Pantheon's a big
It's kind
word.
of a great
Pantheon's
story.
a big
too.
word.
It's a great story.
Well, you got an echelon, then you got a pantheon.
Yeah, the echelon seems the current echelon, like
Current pantheon too.
Yeah, it's the first
Both
year with
words-
all those
both
teams.
words kind of, yeah. Maybe even a Mount Rushmore of the Big
Ty,
Ten.
I'll give you your congratulations now. I appreciate you not saying much about it, but congrats. It was a nice win.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Wisconsin is it's weird. It's weird watching them play now. It just doesn't feel like Wisconsin. Like that was always, it really doesn't. And I don't know if JJ or Wisconsin fans feel like this, but that used to always be a game you'd circle that and be like, hey, this is gonna be a tough fucking game.
Wisconsin, big state last night. You're saying their football team not the same?
It just feels different. It does. It has the last couple of years.
Jage, what's that all about? Fickle, good ball coach.
I don't know if we have enough time to go into this at the moment. You've got Cignetti waiting. I don't want to keep him waiting.
42 seconds away.
42 seconds. The thing I will say about it is an Iowa-Wisconsin game is for us to lose it in that fashion, by that amount of points, and to have the announcers gushing at the end of the game about how much more physical, how much more tough, how much more dominant Iowa was. As a Wisconsin guy, that is what hurts the most. We can handle losing, but to hear those types of comments about a game against a team that we consider, neck and neck in physicality, toughness, and everything, that was tough.
In the same echelon, you consider that, but they're in the pantheon now, brother. It's a little bit different ball.
Touche.
Especially that's fascinating you say that because
it is fascinating.
with Sullivan as the quarterback, they're a different team.
They are.
They're a different team.
They are, brother.
Yeah, amen.
Been saying it.
All right, Jage, the Bull Ring of Honor is lucky to call you a member of it down there for the Houston Texans. How's the Burnley doing? We still getting moved up to the big leagues?
We're working on it.
Oh, no, that's not
We got a game tomorrow. We got a game tomorrow, so looking forward to that. Got to put some balls in the back of the net is what we got to do.
Yeah.
This
Balls
is our
on
task
net.
to step it up.
Foot on
we need
balls.
to put some balls in the back of the net.
Balls on net.
Mm-hmm.
Foot on turf. Foot on ball. Balls on net. That's what we need to do at Burnley. Who are we playing tomorrow? Anybody good?
We are playing. That's a great question.
Oh, no. More
JJ.
bulletin board material.
Brother.
First, it's the Jets. Now it's whoever this team is that isn't worthy of knowing. A day
West
before.
Brom.
They got Gumps.
West Brom.
West Brom's tough squad,
Oh,
brother.
no, and they're stacking these J.J. Watt chips right there on their shoulder. Owner didn't even know he was playing. Didn't know it was West Brom. He thought it was Nottingham. It ain't Nottingham.
Brom boys.
It's West Brom. Are you playing in that TST thing again?
No.
I don't think I am either. Ladies and gentlemen, what? JJ Watt.
I just saw you on.
No.
No, you didn't.
You didn't see. You didn't see us on the concave thing. That was a good reason. Because we got a little conflict in the clubhouse. You know, concave community culture has been kind of questioned a little bit.
Really?
Well, Grella, was clearly trying to go to another team publicly, on a soccer show. And Grella is one of our pillars.
Yeah. Was.
So.
He is.
Glue guy.
Was, yeah, certainly was.
Yeah, was a leader in the clubhouse.
Still, though, I mean, JJ, he's saying, I'm not fucking doing that again. And he's center stage there. Say, hey, come play with JJ.
Oh, geez. You're talking about this, right?
How's that work?
I am.
Well, Jage is recruiting people, but then Jage says, I'm not going. So Grella looks even more like a fool.
Yeah.
Who's that goofball behind JJ?
Who knows? Is that Iker Casillas?
That's somebody who's very good at the soccer. That is somebody who's very good at the soccer.
I don't think he is, brother. I mean, I know Aguero, Ocho stinks. Nani's team
Ocho
didn't
gave
win.
great effort.
Ocho can play.
What's that?
Ocho can play.
Ocho
He
gave
cannot.
great effort.
No, we killed their team like 7-1. They stink.
That was the game in
Burnley
which...
stinks. They're not even in it. I don't know who anybody else is. Great, good job
is
here.
purple?
Krieger? Is that Krieger?
Who's purple kit?
Might be.
Is that right? Anyways, that was a good soccer tournament. It was a good time down there in
Never
Gary,
forget
North
it.
Carolina. It was a good time. Concave had a good run.
They did.
Good run,
They
boys.
truly.
Thanks a lot, Grella and
Coach
TST.
Gump.
Always remember it.
Thanks a lot.
Gump's not.
No, he's not.
We're going to be joined in a matter of moments by a head coach whose team is currently ranked in the top 10 for the first time since Sun Tzu was around.
Yeah.
Truly.
Is he dead? Is he dead?
Sun Tzu, very dead. We learned that together.
Maybe.
AJ.
Sad.
Thousands of years before Jesus Christ came around, is what I've been told. Since then, Indiana football hasn't been in this discussion. And this guy, we got a chance to meet him last year at JMU. Learned his story. Yinzer, Paisan. Not scared to take a tough coaching job. Not scared to be a football guy for his entire life. Now, head coach of the Indiana Hoosiers. Ranked number 8 in the country, ladies and gentlemen. Coach Cignetti.
Yeah, coach.
Big Sig, how's it going?
What's going on?
Dude, how are you?
Grinding, buddy. Trying to get her done.
Yeah, I know. I know you're in the middle of the work week, and I sent you a text this morning. We tried to hit up the PR guy this morning. They say he's in a meeting, still in a meeting. This thing might have been the longest meeting of all time, but you've told us you were dialed in on this season. So thank you for taking a couple moments here to chit-chat about the big news last night. I know you're knowing this, and I know you think this as well. You can hang them up, bud. You got Indiana ranked in the top 10. Season's over.
Hell yeah.
Season's over, Sig. You know what I mean? You did something nobody thought was possible. It's all over. First CFP rankings. You guys are top. Way to go, Sig.
Yeah. Did it.
Way to go. You're favored by 14 against Michigan. Way to go. It's
Yeah.
over.
Wave
Congrats. It's over. Is that how we feel?
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Pat. I mean, the exact thing that we're trying to guard against right there.
Did you find out?
I mean, the message I had to send to the team after practice yesterday. But, yeah, I mean, I'm aware of what happened. But, we got to focus in on the preparation process, eliminate the noise and the clutter. Because the bottom line is, doesn't matter where you are today, it's the end of the season, and you got to win. And all these teams need to win that are in the top 12 and just outside the top 12. Bottom line. So what do you control? You control your preparation, right? And you got to put yourself in the best position to be successful on Saturday.
Okay, so you did know that it happened. I assume you and your wonderful family, at least last night before bed, go, nobody could have ever imagined this. Then you lay your head down, then you're off it, you move along. Your team knows it. Obviously, we live in a world where all the news is in there. But your messaging has remained the same. Do you feel like your guys, obviously game day comes to town, big game, massive win. Is your team mature enough, you think, to handle all this? Because that's kind of been the question with all of college football this year with accolades.
Well, we have up to this point, but you start every week with kind of a blank piece of paper, a blank, clean slate. And, you put something on that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You got to stack days. You got to stack moments and days, good meetings, good practices, good preparation. So, every week brings a different set of circumstances. And so far we've passed the test. But we got to do the things to pass the test this week because it's at another level now, right? And come off a game where you played fairly well, and now you got all this stuff going on too, right? And people make assumptions on the outside, right? Which, the margin for error victory and defeat's very slim every game. A couple plays and turns the momentum, and maybe you get on a roll. So it's a really good football team we're going to play this week. They got a lot of good players. I mean, and they're good on the lines, and their defensive line's really stout, and they got a lot of strengths, and they got tradition and history. So I mean, we're going to have to play really, really well, and so we take control of what we can control, and we play the best of our ability. I have confidence and belief in our team.
First time you guys have been 14-point favorites against Michigan since Sun Tzu wrote the Art of War way back in the day. I don't know if you know that, just stats and historic records being broken every single day. AJ has a question for you. Ohio State around the corner as well.
That's right, Coach. I had a coach tell me one time, like he told our team, like, I'm not worried about like adversity, and I'm worried about how we're going to handle success, because handling success is sometimes it's more difficult. And you've won wherever you have gone, so you obviously kind of have a path in place. Is that something you think about and your coaches talk about? Like, hey, we're going to win. The question is, how do we continue to win once everyone expects us to win? I guess.
Yeah, it's all about standards, high standards, and never compromising your standards. And you can't certainly lower your standards. Like, fourth quarter of a game, you're up 4 or 5 touchdowns. The standard's a standard, play in, play out. So week in out, day in, day out. And getting better, getting worse, never stay the same. And if you're not striving, putting the time in, preparing, then you're getting worse because your opponent is. So, you got to keep the eye on the bullseye. This team has been mature enough, got a lot of older guys, play a lot of football. They're a hungry team. I don't think they're satisfied at all, so I have confidence that we're going to do what we need to do.
Let's go to Hammer. Bad time. AP Tone has a question for you, Coach.
Yeah, Coach. Last week against Michigan State, you go down 10-0. I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think that was the first time that you guys were not leading at any point, any game this season. Was that actually a good thing that you guys got that out of the way and then came back and scored 47 straight?
It was a good thing we scored 47 straight. But no, you're right. It was the first time, and I'm watching it happen, and they were making some plays, some impressive plays, and then I sort of had to kind of like, okay, and went over, talked to the offense a little bit, and like, hey, no big deal, a lot of ball left here, one play at a time. Let's have some fun, and everybody was calm, cool, collected, poised, focused, and we took control of the game. So at the end of the day, yeah, it was probably a good thing to finally be behind, and we responded the way we needed to respond and really dominated the game.
Speaking of responding, Curtis Rourke's thumb, that feels like a medical miracle that he's back, feeling good, every day getting better. That was the story last week. Is that still trending in the right direction?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, we were fortunate when they went in there that, they were able to do a procedure that they didn't expect they'd be able to do. And so the recovery process was about half as long as they expected. And, I can't tell you how much respect everybody has for him to come back from that. And, he would, like you said, he was better Tuesday than Monday and Thursday than Wednesday, and played really well. And because, the quarterback is the guy, right? He's the guy. He's got to distribute the ball and make the plays and make good decisions and be clutch in critical situations. And he's that guy.
You got a guy. That feels good when you're going to bed and you got a guy. I mean, legitimately.
You got to have a guy. Now, I've seen a lot of gurus lose their guru card when they lost their guy. You got to have a guy.
Yeah, Coach Saban says, I found out quickly that I can't coach bad players. So recruiting became obviously number one. But if you have a guy mentally, and obviously Curtis Rourke, former MAC Player of the Year, obviously you scouted him, knew that he was going to be a guy for you. Everything he's doing for Indiana, you're doing for Indiana is a beautiful thing. A lot of people on the internet last night have fallen in love with your team. I think you need to know that. A lot of people around the country have fallen in love with the Indiana Hoosiers. Fun style of play, obviously historic. The fans showed up for game day, everything. People are falling in love with you. They felt like you guys were disrespected with where you were ranked. So I don't know if you feel that way or if the team feels that way, but know that there's a lot of people in the world that feel like you guys are still being counted out. And I assume you're going to pull from that to utilize as motivation. But you need to know people love your team right now, Coach.
Well, that's nice. But you're always looking for motivation. Trust me, that edge, that chip. I do better when I'm a little angry.
Hell yeah.
Everybody's looking for something, and focusing on the right things. There'll be a time and a place to comment on other things later. The key right now is you got to win.
How was that?
But you know what? To hear, what's going on here is incredible. It's like a movement and starting to catch on nationally a little bit, and that's awesome. No, we got to keep doing our part.
Hell yeah. Let's keep it rolling, too, Game days in Bloomington are good.
Amen.
Game days in Bloomington are great news, selfishly. I'm saying that. How was the lasagna? I missed it. I missed the Cignetti lasagna. Was it great?
It was incredible. I mean, DiNardo used to have a restaurant here in town. He may still have a piece of it. I don't know. D'Angelo.
Joe DiNardo?
Yeah. No, Jerry DiNardo, the guy that used to coach here on the Big Ten.
Big Ten Network.
I thought you were talking Joe DiNardo. The guy who...
No.
You know Joe DiNardo.
Not the weather guy. Yeah.
The weather guy. Coach Joe DiNardo.
So, hey, we got 18 people coming to the house for the games, staying overnight. So, you got to order food, right, for Friday night and Saturday night. So the lasagna there is a go-to.
Okay. Well, I wish I would have been able to enjoy it. I'll have to make that stop in the off-season, see the putting green, see the pool, see the house. I think they're doing social media videos of your house. It is gorgeous.
Beautiful.
It is gorgeous, Coach. You're living the high life. Let's continue to roll. We appreciate you stopping by.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, Coach Kurt Cignetti.
Yes,
Six the man. Thank you for taking time. He's going right back in right there.
Oh, yeah. Back to the film room.
Should I get up 4:30, get in the office, schedule everybody else's day? I'm not a big 2-hour meeting if you can get it done in an hour, 20 minutes, but sometimes you got to do a 6-hour fucking meeting whenever you see Michigan across the sea.
Mm-hmm.
I love that he did. Yeah, it is good. People are catching on. There is a little bit of a movement, but next week's news is today's actions.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't call you a bum. I think he said that every time.
He did, yeah.
He said next week's news and headlines is today's actions. So nothing else matters. Nobody cares what you did before. And it's like, we care. People of Indiana very much care.
Yeah, like big time.
You have done amazing things. Could you fathom if they keep going? I mean, legitimately, there's no reason they shouldn't with how great their team is. But, just seeing Indiana on that thing, I think a lot of people had immense pride in the fact that this is a football state, football people, and the team is representing them.
Yeah, the toughest part is what kind of AJ mentioned. How do you handle that success? You coach your young kids, even coaching, pros, old guys. When you start getting good, everybody's patting you on the back. This isn't news being in the top 10 first college, football playoff rankings that everybody's talking about. Your family's hitting you up. Oh, you guys are the greatest thing, since sliced bread. So that's the toughest thing. You heard Dan Hurley kind of talk about him, even as a coach, kind of having that insecurity of the team who coming off a national championship, having a great season, going into the tournament. So that's the toughest part for a head coach, keeping the guys going. How do you keep guys motivated? What do you pull from? What stories do you have? The different things we heard about Harbaugh, that's really where coaches kind of separate themselves.
Him saying to the team, we're undefeated. Do you think any other group undefeated in the Big Ten would be 8th? We'd be 1.
Mm-hmm.
2.
Mm-hmm.
That you tell. So you guys think you've accomplished something, huh? You haven't accomplished enough, apparently.
Yeah.
Just think about it. And I've heard they told us that his halftime speeches are out of movies. They said that it is out of movies. The way he starts out real calm. Okay, this is what we're going to do. This is what I'm thinking. And then all of a sudden something goes and he goes, and also these fucking guys. And he gets all the way up to a 10. And then the boys literally in movies are ready to run out at halftime, just like they do at the beginning. Feels like he has the pulse of the team. Obviously, he has the pulse of a state right now. And he has the mindset as a 62-year-old guy. I've been around a lot of ball. This shit can go south quick. Let's make sure we continue to work. Indiana's got a good one. College football is awesome. Let's take a break. On the other side, Kirk Cousins will join us.
You go, Kirk.
Kirk Cousins.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good booking.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
Thank you to the Atlanta PR people for being so receptive. Zito shouting out and reaching out. Kirk Cousins is balling right now.
Yeah, crushing.
Heater.
They beat the Cowboys. Cowboys in complete disarray. Everybody just doesn't talk about the fact that the Falcons, good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Him.
That's right.
Morris, returning back down.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk Kirk Cousins on the other side. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. Remember, we're in this thing together.
Yeah, we are.
What's that for,
United.
AJ?
United.
Because we are.
Mm-hmm.
That's reality of the situation. We all got to fucking live here. So we might as well shake their hands. Be your friend, tell a friend something nice might change your life. Like Dude Wipes. Take 5!
I had no idea what to expect whenever I came out here to Utah.
Shock that.
Yeah,
Shock. I can't make it.
Steve Smith Sr. Ladies and gentlemen, Pac-12 champion, head coach of the Utah Utes football team, pulling in on a Harley-Davidson Sportster, I do believe, Coach Kyle Whittingham.
Lot of blessings piling up that I ain't even wished for. None left over for y'all. I'm locking the fridge door at the crib, cutting hits. I read through the catalog, came to conclusion, no one's touching this. Just finished the maiden voyage, hopping off the Mayflower. Said I'm shot to kill them off, whatever the take down. Seen the boats, I'm at home. I'm selfish with the goals.
I mean, you got to do it. It is 34 degrees out here in the back-to-back Pac-12 champions. Mighty Utah student section has been here in abundance. They've been loud. In today's a day where they showcase to the world that it's not just Mormons and soaking in Utah. No. It's great football and an incredible fan base. They've been so kind. I appreciate the hell out of you all. Have you ever thought something negative about a kicker before in your entire life?
Yes.
All right, relax, dude. Okay. Boston Connor was drinking with Dwayne Wade last night. $225,000. Let's remember this day forever, Cameron. You know that 29 out of the last 30 home games that happens right here at the University of Utah, the Utah Utes win. Cam Rising said yesterday, we don't lose at home, and today, they ain't losing. This place is going to be soaking in celebration this evening.
You guys were absolutely this morning. You showed everybody that this is a town you don't want
I am jacked, dude.
Lighting's great.
Hello and welcome to the special investigative report. Much has been made in the media world on the life and charitable donations of the man Pat McAfee, especially lately with the rise of the ever-popular Pat McAfee Show, a show that in his own words, stinks. We thought it privy to dive into the inner workings and machinations of this tiny business, this small regional show that has reached international discourse. We sat down with the suit himself, Bruce Brown, to figure out what, where, when, why, and how they're able to give away so much money to the viewers of this incredible program.
So yeah, when you enter a Pat McAfee Show giveaway, essentially, the entire hashtag will be downloaded into an Excel file, and the winners will be randomized within that. And then we do a quick scumbag check, basically click on the profile and make sure, you aren't a robot or blocked by Pat. And then it'll be transferred over to Dirty Gertie, who creates the Winner Wednesday graphic, which then runs on the show each Wednesday in a commercial break. If you win over $599, we're going to need your email, or you can email giveaways@patmcafeeshow.com. If it's under $599, all we need is the easiest way to pay you digitally. And if you win merch, obviously we need your size, address, and what you want from the store. Usually I'll just reply to you on Twitter. If you have any questions about any giveaway, whether it's cash that you either are waiting on or merch, yeah, you can just reach out to me on Twitter or email giveaways@patmcafeeshow.com. Please give us about 1 to 2 weeks to sort out your prize. That's typically how long it takes. But again, if you have any questions, just reach out to us.
We reached out to PMI's money man himself, CFO Phil, for an on-camera interview. Regretfully, he declined the segment, but he did give us the salacious, juicy details.
In an email correspondence, CFO Phil replied, over $4.5 million has been given away in giveaways year to date. Too much money. There you have it. Over $4.5 million given away, a pissed off CFO, and a show that quote unquote stinks. Good night, good morrow, good luck, and good fortune.
Why?
Let's go.
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, you pig! Damn it! Your friend tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this Wednesday, November 6th, 2024. Hour 3 of the program starts now. Football is awesome. That was great. That's AJ Hawk. The Talks the Tables here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. 9-year NFL vet, host of Everything DB, Good D, Bad D, Darius J. Butler. Is your sweet hat.
Yes, appreciate you.
That is a sweet hat.
I appreciate that. Everything DB, baby.
How many of those exist?
Not enough.
That's what I'm saying.
That's good answer. We got to start pumping them back up.
I need it.
I'd like one as well.
I like it. Everything. It's hard though. The merch game is not necessarily the fun if you don't own the factory. Because everybody else is kind of in control.
About to start pumping them back up.
Yeah, but then they won't. Out of nowhere. And then if it has to be delivered, guess what's coming? 5, 6, 7 weeks.
Yeah.
I paid for 2-week delivery. Well, sorry about it.
Just plain black hat, no logo
That's
on
the game.
it.
Maybe sideways.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything. Is that everything? I don't think is that a D and a 3? Everything D3. This guy fucking loves Mount Union.
Oh, yeah.
Grinders.
Congrats to the Mount Boom, by the way.
Yeah.
Currently leader in the clubhouse for the hashtag Ram Truck contest. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I forgot about it. Obviously, we're so new into the hashtag Ram Truck contest. AJ, do you remember this from last Thursday?
Oh, yeah. Mountain Union, he is in first place still, correct?
He won. He ended up winning. He was the Ram Truck play of the week. He will defend his crown this week against 3 contenders that definitely ram truck some people around college ball. So he will hold his crown for at least another day.
Okay.
Then there'll be another poll. Okay. Then whoever wins that poll will carry the crown to the next week, to the next week, to the end of the season. And whenever the season ends, then whoever is the last crown standing, whoever has the hashtag Ram Truck of that particular week, they will win a 2,500 heavy-duty Rebel Ram truck that can pull anything out of anything. And also can be enough to be an A to B'er. What do you mean A to B'er? It means, well, if you're in point A, you need to get to point B, you need to drive something, you go ahead and drive this 2,500 heavy-duty Rebel Ram. It is like driving on clouds.
It's unbelievable.
Now, it's diesel-powered, obviously, so you're going to have to get used to the sound of you hitting the gas pedal, and it sounding like There's some good contenders, though, this week for the Ram Truck play of the week. Really, there's a quarterback. There's a quarterback that does it. There's a linebacker that shoots a gap and blows up an inside pitch play.
Love that.
Is insane. Then the Florida-Georgia game, there's a Georgia-Florida, Florida-Georgia.
Only players or like people?
Well, there is
maybe?
good call. There is an example this week of what would not be. We could probably run it if we.
I don't have them in here.
Okay, we'll show it tomorrow then. Okay. Yeah, because there was a Ram situation that took place, but it wasn't a human that did it.
Like
so.
out in the wild? What do you mean?
No, these all have to be in games. Can't have a flag thrown either.
Football game.
Yeah, it's a football game.
Come on.
It's a college ball game. College football game. Any level. Obviously, Mount Boom is currently our only champion that's been crowned thus far as the hashtag Ram Truck play of the week, AJ.
Okay. What if like a coach gets blasted on the sidelines or something?
Well, who blasted him? Was it the coach or who? Because it was a player.
Like a player on the opposing team got knocked into him or something.
Well, if the player was the one that rammed truck, it would be still the player that's winning the truck. You're talking about if a coach, though, on a sideline does one of these.
Well, yeah, maybe. That I would assume that could be put up there, right?
Yeah. That could be.
He's just protecting himself, standing his ground.
As long as there's no flag thrown. If there's a flag on the coach for intimidation or taunting afterwards, we will have to throw it out. One of the plays that's going to be in the Ram Truck segment tomorrow, flag was thrown, then reviewed, then picked up. Good for Ram Truck. Because if there's a flag on the play, we cannot stress this enough. It does not qualify.
DQ.
We are not promoting people to get flags and play dirty. What we are promoting, though, is a tough, durable, physical, lovely style of football, because that is exactly what a Ram Truck is in your life.
We haven't really talked about it, but what about a guy like catching a ball in the end zone and absolutely fucking blowing up a photographer? Because that happens all the time, and I feel like that,
happened in Ohio State, Penn State.
Exactly.
Dude, swift boot to a cameraman's face. I'm pretty sure he knocked him out, like went limp.
We're going to say if it's an assault, I don't think.
Good move.
I don't think
it's a good play, though.
Sure, but if a guy's like, he's not even seeing it, and he catches it corner of the end zone, and then boom, all of a sudden,
Ram
Truck. I mean, I feel like
I don't know.
That
count. What happened?
I think coaches count.
Okay.
I think players count. Anybody else, I don't think counts.
Okay.
I don't think counts.
All right.
Just because we don't need any,
Yeah, sure.
In between the lines.
Yeah. In between the line and coaching space.
Mm-hmm.
Because if a coach does, we have to.
Yeah.
What if a coach jumps over a guy because there's somebody, that does happen. And then as lands, like that might win the Ram Truck.
Yeah, it could.
Ram Truck. So we think anybody that is there to play or coach is eligible to qualify.
Okay.
That needs to be understood, I think. I'm happy we worked through that.
Okay.
2,500 heavy-duty Rebel Ram Truck. What
if a player takes a ref out?
You got to consider it.
Yeah, incidental. It's incidental. The ref just got in the way.
I have to.
Incidental, of course. You got to consider it.
Or if a ref took a player out.
To be clear, we have been making the decision in the office beforehand on which 3 are going to qualify to take on the champion. So I think if it gets presented, if it gets tweeted, hashtag Ram Truck, and don't rip the clip, obviously. Just use the hashtag Ram Truck and tweet it in, and you will tell us the name of the player, name of the team, and then the time in the game so we can go rip it and get it. That'd be great. Now, there was a lot of people just recording the play itself and then posting hashtag Ram Truck with the player and everything. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
I'm okay with it.
Dahn, don't do that.
I'm okay with it.
All we need you to do is hashtag Ram Trucked Play your name.
Makes it
time
easier.
and again. Don't steal.
What if it comes from like an illegal stream or something?
Oh, you're talking like meth streams?
Meth streams, yeah.
Yeah, like what if you post something from there
That
when
happens
you don't need to?
Well, I didn't know that was even a thing until
It was before YouTube TV. A lot of us had to use crack streams and meth streams and stuff like that. But now that YouTube TV's got, all the
meth
games.
is a new one.
And before that, the
You gotta get to the
scramblers.
bottom of this.
yeah.
I
I don't know how we let this slip through the cracks.
What are you calling?
We were talking about
You should
trade
see. You
deadlines,
should have
so-
seen AQ's Bear Share back in the day. Boy, oh boy.
I don't think Bear Share.
What is that?
It was like LimeWire.
Kazaa.
Download music?
Well, he was
Not just
downloading other
music.
stuff. Yeah.
LimeWire, Justin Timberlake. Shefty, we're live.
Oh, no, not right now.
What are you doing, Shefty?
Whoa, you answered.
Oh, he's at doctor's. Okay, we hope everything's okay. We hope everything's okay.
Don't use meth streams.
Hey, real quick.
Getting checked for hernia?
Real quick. Shefty, you are on a microphone right now.
Okay.
Methstreams.com. Tell me about it. What happened there?
It's the most ridiculous thing. I was accused of trying to save $8.99 a month.
Wow.
When my wife spends an average of $8.99 a minute with Amazon.
Whoa.
Not bad.
Taking shots.
Not bad.
Gotta say.
To figure out how to get around anything. I can't even figure out how to sign on. And they're accusing me of trying to get around a Mets.
That's awesome. All right, we appreciate you, Shefty.
So what happened?
That was uncomfortable. He had his shirt off.
Oh, did he?
Oh, he did?
Flexing.
Oh, no.
Popping his pecs.
It was
Probably his
Really?
pants off,
It
too.
was about a quarter of his face. It was about a quarter of his face, and then his shoulder was there, and he was. I think something was. It might have been a chiropractor.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Not now. Not
He
now.
answered, but he answered, though, so he's not too uncomfortable.
Somehow, excuse me. Can you take it? Maybe move the lower body. You got it. Hello. Can't be on air right now. No, he was shirtless. He looked good. He was taking care of his body.
Jacked.
Every time I talk to him in the morning too, he's coming out of a workout or whatever.
Yeah. He
Shefty
gets after it.
it.
Yeah.
Speaking of
He
getting after
did,
it,
yeah.
what's that?
I heard he did 225 like 28 times 2 years ago at the Combine.
All right, he did run a 40 and he did stride.
Yeah.
He did.
Remember he was striding?
Oh, boy.
He's like 50-something
He
years
fell
old, right?
face first,
The
yeah.
most violent whiplash ever.
Yeah, but that's because was scared to stop because he would blow up both of his hamstrings. Also, when he ran right into the wall at Lambeau,
Yep.
that was one of my favorite times. Yeah, I mean, that's Schefter football. Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who's synonymous with winning football. He was with the Minnesota Vikings for a bit. Obviously, before that, he was with the Washington team that plays football there.
He was with the old team.
Yeah, he was with the OG team over there, the Washington football team. Now he's with the Atlanta Falcons. Ladies and gentlemen, friend of the program, superstar of the documentary series Quarterback on Netflix, Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, Kirk.
How you doing, brother?
Honored to be referred to as a friend of the program. That's a real honor.
Okay, I like that I threw it out there just to see, and you responded with, that is the case. We are honored, aren't we?
Oh, yeah, big time.
The honor
Yeah.
is ours. The honor is ours. We've been fans, obviously, of yours long time. We think you're a human being who, I think as a quarterback and the way you've played and the games you played in, was kind of misrepresented for a while. You know, there's a lot of things said about Kirk Cousins football. Now it feels like everybody understands that you're a dog, that you're a dude. How does it feel going down to Atlanta and having the success that you guys are having in your first year down there, Kirk?
You know, it's been fun. I think it was interesting because we did start 1-2, and we got it handed to us against the Steelers. The Chiefs got us on Sunday Night Football. We really didn't play our best football to start the season, and so at first it was kind of a tough start. But we've been able to bounce back here in the last few weeks and play better football and get to 6-3. But by no means do I feel like we figured it out. I think, as you guys all know, that their season really is the back half of the season now. You've got to be playing your best ball, and it's kind of all out in front of us to go get. So that's where we are, but we're having fun, enjoying it, and I really do like our group down here.
Yeah, you got a great group around you. Zach, obviously, on the offensive side is calling great plays, dialing it up. You two seemingly on the same page. One of the boys is going to ask about that. But let's talk about Pitts a little bit, because whenever Pitts was drafted top 5, he was like the first tight end to be drafted top 5 since Ditka, maybe? I forget. It was a long time. And the expectations were so big, it doesn't start out his career the way he wanted it to. And then you guys had a conversation this offseason, I think I heard listening to one of your games. And what has he meant to your offense, and what do you think about him and how he's developed this year as a pro?
Yeah, you said it. Injuries have been hard for him in year 2 and 3. Year 1, he went to the Pro Bowl, but year 2 and 3 was hard to stay healthy. And then this year, it just felt like we needed to build a rapport going back to OTAs and through training camp and kind of get a feel for what he does really well, and then be able to accentuate that. And his plays against Tampa a couple weeks ago, not a lot of tight ends in the league are able to pull away the way he did and give us 2 touchdowns and explosive gains on big downs, 3rd and 4th down. So, huge for us. Then he had a big play in the game on Sunday against Dallas on a 3rd and long, was able to kick it out to him in the flat, and thinking we're kind of conceding it down, going to kick a field goal. He makes somebody miss, gets us to a 4th and short, and we're able to go for it. And then the next play, Mooney scores a touchdown. So the message to Kyle after Mooney scored was, hey, Kyle, without you, we're not scoring that touchdown. So it's such a team game, and Kyle's done a great job helping our football team.
New regime down there. Everybody bought in. D-Bud has a question for you, Kurt.
Yeah, got some great weapons. Those guys have some great years. But Zach Robinson, you've played for some good offensive coordinators throughout your career. I feel like you're definitely settling in this offense. What is it about his style, his play style, and him as a coach, as a person, that you guys are meshing so well?
Yeah, Zach's a great football mind. He's got a good balance of really being like a calm personality that's very steady, while also still being very direct and making things clear. So I've enjoyed working with him. We have a shared history there with Sean McVay, and he was around Kevin O'Connell and some of the other coaches I've been around, like Wes Phillips and Chris O'Hara. So I think it's fun to kind of have never intersected in our own careers, but to have a lot of the same shared people and shared system. And then now we've kind of paired together to build what the 2024 Falcons need to look like, which is different from the 23 Vikings or the 23 Rams. And trying to create that with the personnel we have here. But it's been fun working with him. And he's my 9th play caller in 13 years. So I've kind of gotten around the bend here, learning a lot of different play callers and how things look.
Well, that's why you have that brain thing on. Remember, that super brain thing that we saw in quarterback. Obviously, it's working. Hey, got to learn a new offense every year, seemingly. Also, seems like you're learning new dances and stuff down in Atlanta. Is Zach helping out with the "We come to fight, beat your ass,
we fight no cap.
We take
walk
over
in your trap,
take over your trap."
Yeah, so we
repeat.
Yeah, and then we're swag surfing. Obviously, we saw you swag surfing down there. How has it been? How has it been down there in Atlanta, getting introduced to a whole new world? Or city.
Yeah, we were playing the Saints week 4, and it was a TV timeout in the 4th quarter, and I was just kind of standing around and noticed the whole stadium, Mercedes-Benz Stadium, was going left, right with the swag surf song, and I thought, this is pretty good. I like this. So I made a mention of it at the press conference after the game, and then the next week we beat Tampa, and the whole crowd after the game, they were playing the song and was going left, right. So I was just kind of trying to be the conductor, getting them going left and right. And that's my goal, is to kind of win and play well enough that when they play that song in the 4th quarter, the whole place is rocking. And there's no better feeling than that as a player when you can create that. There it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's not new.
You know it? The next step of that is not being the conductor. You got to find somebody to your left, somebody to your right. You just gotta
lean with it.
Yeah, that's it. Just
keep it. Yeah, be cool. I kind of overdid. I'm trying too hard. I need to do less.
Yeah, be cool, Kirk. Come on,
Kirk.
Be cool. Yeah, you'll continue to grow. We need the chains back, obviously.
For sure.
The bars to start the thing. The swag surfing. It feels like you're absolutely at home, and it's been fun to watch. Go ahead, AJ.
Kirk, I've seen you. You've mentioned your head coach Raheem Morris and how he is, done such a good job building the culture there in such a short time. Like, what's he like as a leader? What's he like day to day? We've had him on here, obviously, unbelievable energy at all times, super positive guy. Like, what's it like with him every single day in the facility?
Yeah, not much is going to get him. I was with him when he was a DB coach in Washington, my first 3 years in the league. And as a DB coach, it's one thing to be relaxed and kind of have a glass half full perspective. But usually when your responsibilities increase, the stress level increases with it, and that can kind of affect your personality and how you project to the team. And I assume that naturally as a head coach, he's going to be a little more uptight, have a little more on his plate. But he's the same guy he was 10 years ago when I was with him in Washington. I mean, not much gets him. The stuff will get me, but I don't ever see it really get to him. And I think as a player, that's very comforting because you never feel like he's hitting the panic button. You never feel like he's riding the roller coaster. So I try to balance that out by being the guy who's on top of everything and holding people, to a ridiculous standard. But no, he's been a joy to work with, and I think our team feeds off of his energy.
That's good teamwork there. You need that. Obviously, everybody aligned. There was a time where a lot of people were questioning whether or not alignment was happening in Atlanta. Go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, Kirk, draft night, they take Michael Penix, and, everyone's kind of blown away considering the investment they put in you. And I think even you were kind of shocked. You go down there, and then they spend this high draft pick on a quarterback. But since that point, there's no question about it. It is your team, obviously. But what is your relationship like with Michael Penix at this point, day in, day out? I don't know. I feel like that was such a big story at the start of the year, and now at this point, with how well you've played, it's kind of a non-starter.
Well, I think the nature of the quarterback room is always that we're kind of doing this together. And while one guy plays, what I've always felt that when I'm the starting quarterback is that I feel like I'm in there in a room together all week long preparing with Michael, with Nate Peterman, with TJ Yates, with DJ Williams, and we're kind of this working force together. And fans don't get to see that, but that's really what it is. And so I've always leaned heavily on the whole quarterback room to help me through the week of preparation, help me through the season, and help me through the game week in and week out. So that's always going on behind the scenes, and I think it's a big reason why, an offense can be successful is when you have a great quarterback room that's all working together.
Do you think you have that perspective more because you're a backup quarterback whenever you came into the league? Do you think that?
Yeah, I think honestly, Pat, I think it's a combination of, yes, certainly I was a backup for 3 years, and it was, for me, I've learned it's a marathon, not a sprint. And it was a great scenario for me to kind of be sitting for a little while before playing more. But I also just think that in this league, I'm just observing, there's always room for good quarterback play. And so to have two guys on the team, if you're playing well, doing your job, I think we're both going to be able to have great careers and have bright futures. And so
how's his?
There's plenty of room.
How's his? Have you seen his swag?
I haven't seen his, but I have seen him dance to some music at practice, and he's pretty skilled. So I'm sure his swag.
Pretty talented, pretty skilled guy. He's got a pretty good level of dancing. Better than B-girl Ray Gun from Australia. Did you see her?
I don't have context on that one.
Did you didn't see the breakdancing in the Olympics? Breakdancing in the Olympics?
I did see breakdancing in the Olympics. Yep.
Did you?
I did.
So that means you saw
the
it.
Australian.
You do have context then. Yeah. Yeah, we think Penix better. Dancing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's why he gets picked number 8 overall.
Yeah, seen him freestyling.
That's the type of thing that happens. That leads to that type of shit. Now, let's talk about you. Bouncing back, big recovery. Connor has a question for you.
Yeah, Kirk, you mentioned the 1-2 start. When did it kind of click for you, and did you feel all the way back from the Achilles? Because obviously, you've been dancing around in the pocket as of late, and we've even talked about it on here like, oh, yeah, Kirk's all the way back. But was there a game or a specific play where you made something happen and knew, like, okay, I'm good, my Achilles is fine, I can just go out there and play ball?
It was less the Achilles and more just feeling rusty or a little bit uncomfortable. I don't know if it was the fact that I'd been out since week 8 last year and just had missed a lot of football, or if it was new players around me. If in training camp when you have a red jersey and nobody's hitting you and then suddenly you got live bullets, if that kind of changed things. But for whatever reason, it just took a few weeks to really feel like, okay, now I have a better understanding of what this needs to look like. And I'm starting to feel like I did, a year and a half ago. So it was more probably the mental and just being comfortable with everything than the Achilles. But I remember I threw an interception in training camp and chased after the DB all the way down the field. And I remember after chasing him and almost catching him, I thought, okay, my Achilles is back. So it took an interception to learn that my Achilles was where I needed it to be.
All right, Kirk, you still
got
it. I mean, let's not throw the ball to the other team, but we still got it if we need it. Were you going to make a tackle? If you catch up to that person in training camp, what are you doing? Putting your arm around?
I was going to try to chop, strip it. I did that in the Pro Bowl, like way back on Aqib Talib. He thought I was just going to concede the down and he was going to score a touchdown. And like at the 5-yard line, right when he's about to score, I just come out of nowhere and knock the ball out. And so, you can't fall asleep on me. I may be, you may be hearing footsteps, and that may be me.
You might be hearing footsteps, and that may be me. What a bar.
Put on the shirt.
Man, everything, if I die, I die.
Yep.
You might be hearing footsteps, and it may be me. I mean, Kirk, you're an absolute legend, dude. I think they had you misrepresented forever.
Yeah.
That's why I think that quarterback show was so awesome. Have you had, obviously going to a new team, new city, new fan base, a lot of them mention that quarterback series and saying, saw you on that, and how has the reaction been? Because you were clearly star of the show, which is a cool thing.
Well, my wife was really the star of the show.
True.
But I guess I may have finished second. I don't know. Mahomes winning Super Bowl MVP and league MVP. He did a nice job too. But I'll say that, yes, I think that my wife certainly will walk through the grocery store and they'll come up to my wife now and they'll say, I watched you on Netflix. So that's kind of fun, so that she now has to deal with some of that too. But no, it was a great, I got great feedback, and I was thankful to Kevin and Kwesi in Minnesota for even allowing me to do that, because a lot of teams, organizations would say, no way. And so they were kind enough to say, we understand, the benefit that this is for you, for our organization, let's do it. And so I'll kind of always be grateful to them for that.
I haven't seen it talked about much. How are the wardrobes this year from the wife?
They're okay. I've been getting good feedback. My wife's kind of mixed it up. So early in the year, she kind of kept me more in comfortable, laid-back attire. It's a little warmer down here in Atlanta that time of year. But last week, she had me suited and booted. I was in a nice red sport coat. So every week, you never know what she's going to bring. But I know last Sunday, she brought straight heat.
What about the beard? The beard is awesome, too.
Yeah, great beard.
Beard's in good
The beard, my beard, usually I kind of keep it away in the off season, and then during the season I have to kind of get in that mind state of the beard. So I tend to grow it during the season. My wife likes the beard. She kind of always makes the final call. And
smart.
Our team nutritionist down here, Steve Benjamin, he has a massive beard, and we were 1-1 after beating the Eagles, and I didn't start growing my beard till the second game. And he came up to me and he said, Kirk, our team is 1-1, but the beard is 1-0. And so he made it pretty clear that the beard needed to stay. So it's stayed ever since.
Nutritionist also fucking observational hero.
Yeah. Bit of a doubt.
Are you growing that thing all the way out? Are you growing that thing all the way out?
No, I won't get out of control. I let it go in 2019, real nice, and I had to rein it back in. I've never done that again.
I think now's the time, Kirk.
Yeah, I should think about it.
Yeah, especially with.
Well, I'll give it a thought, but ultimately it's got to go through the good lady, Mrs. Cousins. We'll see what she says.
You're right. Hey, listen, Mrs. Cousins, we would just like to say, would be sweet to see Kirk Cousins walk out there with a fucking.
Yeah, Grizzly Adams.
Oh,
think about it.
How's it been that's her home state, right? Georgia?
It is. She grew up in Atlanta. She was someone who loved Minnesota, loved the people there, the team, all her friends. So she left Minnesota in tears. But her family, her parents, her siblings, she got 2 older brothers, lifelong Atlanta sports fans. I mean, this is a dream come true for them. And so, they're loving it. I think she's loving being here. But it's interesting because people assume, oh, Julie, loves being in Atlanta. It's like, well, she probably misses Minnesota just as much. But certainly if we had to leave, Atlanta's not a bad spot.
She's awesome. It was great to chat with her at that quarterback thing. And obviously you two are a great tag team, which is what we saw in that quarterback documentary and everything else. And I would like to take back what I said to Mrs. Cousins a few moments ago about the beard. Mm-hmm. Mrs. Cousins, I have a different request. We need this back.
Mm-hmm.
We need.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
So that was Mustache Monday last year in training camp. I told the guys, I gave them about a 2-week head start, which really wasn't enough. I should have given them a little more. And then the other lesson I learned was if you put Mustache Monday a little too close to week 1, the guys don't like that because they don't like that, they're going to not have the perfect look week 1. So we had Mustache Monday. Most of the O-line participated, and I let the handlebar mustache go. And I thought that was a win. I think I rocked it pretty well.
Yes,
but,
that needs to be your face, maybe. That should be your face.
We're going to bring Mustache Monday back to the Falcons next year during training camp, and I think it's going to be a real win for
That's
the team.
so far away.
Make it now.
That's what we're talking about next week. We're talking about middle of the season, second half of the year. You see how cool you look? Nobody looks like that.
We can do that. I will say, Pat, you're going to do that with a handlebar mustache. You better play well. It doesn't look very cool when you walk to the sideline after a big six. Take your helmet off. So
you're right,
if we can guarantee I'm going to play well, I can do all kinds of facial hair.
You're right. True. Mustache Mondays are training camp.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Mustache Monday. You're going to play good with that mustache. You're Kirk Cousins, obviously.
Defense.
You can't not play well, right?
Yeah, the extra pressure as you're jogging out on the field. Holy shit.
God, I'm going to look like a fucking
His mustache is just weighing me down.
You brought up the O-line with Mustache Monday. AQ has a question for you, Kirk.
Kirk, I love looking at the run game every week around the league, and I love what you guys are doing. Chris Lindstrom's by far my favorite offensive lineman to watch every week. A couple weeks ago against Carolina, you guys ran kind of a play like San Fran used to run with like the escort motion, but absolutely depleted the 3 technique. Where did that play come from, and how did you guys, come about that in the offense?
Yeah, it's something that San Fran has done quite a bit, and it's a copycat league. And we've got a guy, Charlie Werner, our tight end from San Fran, who does it as well as anybody. We love to send him on those motions and let him kind of clean up the trash. And nobody cuts better on the second level than Chris Lindstrom. I feel like linebackers every week got to be watching the tape, going, "Oh no, I got to be aware of 63 here because he is going to cut me if I'm not ready for it." So Chris is the real deal. Jake Matthews is a real deal. Bergeron, our left guard, is a tremendous young player in this league. Caleb McGarry's done a phenomenal job at right tackle, and at center, Newsel and Dahlman have done a great job. So we got a good group, and as a progression passer who wants to get through, the whole progression, these guys give me a lot of time to do that.
Yeah, you want your 4th read, it feels like, against Dallas. I might have been wrong, but I was just watching your body, and it just looked like 7-on-7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and there was a lot of moments like that. That is a massive credit to that offensive line. He's been talking about him all year, seemingly, down there in Atlanta.
No, it's a big deal. It's a big deal to be clean, and even just the lack of hits too. Like physically, when you can wake up Monday morning and your body just isn't beat up, you have your old line to thank. And like right here, I'm just hitching, and then even when I throw it after all those hitches, there's still nobody around me, or I'm not ending up on the ground. So very grateful for that, and it enables me to find the open guy and get to number 5 in the progression. It helps our offense, helps our football team. So. I'm going to keep challenging those guys to do that.
Hell, smart. That sounds like a good idea. You keep dropping bars, though. I think they're going to want to go out there for you.
They'll probably block harder for a mustache, too.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it, because Mustache Monday, you're kind of paying tribute to them.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, if you don't do it, it's almost.
Hey, boys.
Yeah, now I'm feeling the pressure. If I have a normal beard or a shaved face, I feel like that's going to create pressure now in the second half of the season.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. We want you to have a good time on the show, not more.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I may need to go like full Civil War general facial hair. We'll see.
Like the chops?
Yeah. I think that's maybe the next step.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. What was the into the mustache, right? Like the chop.
Yeah, no chin.
Right.
Yeah, no chin.
Yeah.
No chin.
Yeah.
Like
I think there was a Civil War general who had that, and I don't hate it.
Mutton chops, right? Mutton chops.
Yeah, is that what they're called?
I think mutton.
But that they don't connect. Those come down like to here.
Yeah, I'm talking
about a
here
connector.
to here.
Yeah.
Here.
Just the chin is visible.
I think anything but like a really small mustache is good.
Well said. That's on. Yeah, you can't touch that.
Yeah, like really.
You want to lose every platform in society that you may have.
Yeah,
there it is.
Really.
Yeah, that might be it.
God damn, is that what you're doing?
There it is.
That'll be.
Do this.
Oh my God!
I promise you. The second you throw an interception, that is no longer cool.
Yeah. Valid. That's quarterback life, though.
And don't throw them.
I mean, don't throw a pick.
Just play perfect.
Yeah,
play perfect. That's
for the rest of your career.
Yeah.
What do we not know about the Atlanta Falcons this year, you think? What should get talked about down there? You love the facility, love the culture?
You know what I think? Let me hit you with this. I think there's some guys on this team that I didn't know about in Minnesota, from a distance. We hadn't played them in a while. And I got here, and whether it's Chris Lindstrom, Jake Matthews, Troy Anderson, Jesse Bates, A.J. Terrell, certainly Grady Jarrett at 3 technique was a guy I knew well about before getting here. But there's a lot of good football players on this team who are kind of underrated, overlooked, and so I just have a lot of respect for our group, and I'm excited because if we can keep winning, I think some of those guys are going to no longer be underrated and overlooked, and so I'm excited to see if we can get that done.
Hey, same with you, Kirk. Same with you in that entire story. I can't wait to see what you guys do. Thank you so much for taking time. Good luck with your facial hair, man. I hope it's not too pressure packed. Hope it's not.
Hey, you're gonna see. You're gonna see. I can't hide it. So. We'll see what we do.
All right. Good luck out there. We appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen. Quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons, Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, Kirk.
All right, let's get to a break. On the other side, we got In the Trenches and everything DB, good D, bad D.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Come on now.
Let's go.
We're going to get better on the other side.
Fucking right.
On defense side of the ball.
What?
And on the offense side of the ball.
Come on now.
And I'll say something about special teams in there somewhere.
Okay.
For sure.
Try to make it all 3 phases. That's what we're doing. I'm not doing any film. We're about done with that. Dudes are murdering balls right now, though.
Oh, yeah.
Crush.
You guys got a good one.
Yeah, he's very good.
Irish lad is very good.
He is.
Tommy Townsend's a monster.
Morstead's been bombing him.
Morstead heard everything. I love that he did that.
That was awesome.
Like at the punter position, like, oh, you motherfuckers want to see? And then he hits like a perfect ball out of bounds. Then he gets a 75-yarder afterwards. And he's the type of guy who gets you jacked up. They talk about him doing sprints and shit. It's like, hell yeah, Thomas. Hell yeah. He wants to go until the wheels fall off. That's why he's drinking that cayenne pepper. Who? Devontae Adams told Up and Adams, Kay Adams on Up and Adams, that like some, what's that called type of medicine? Like nature medicine?
Plant?
Holistic. Some holistic doctor said that cayenne pepper is like nature's Advil or something like that. Or nature's Tylenol or something like that. Cayenne pepper.
Oh, interesting.
I think that's what
How
it's
much?
that
How much,
legal?
though?
Depends on your body.
They need to start testing for cayenne.
Is that legal?
They need to start testing.
They do.
Now that I think about it,
They do.
I don't like what nature's cooking up out there.
No.
Yeah.
How's it taste? Has anybody? We should do this, right?
Yes.
We should. We've talked about it a lot.
I mean, I assume it tastes like shit.
Yeah.
Could you imagine every other television show, as soon as that gets brought up, is drinking it the next show? Here, we've talked about it for what, 3 weeks? Not even a fucking thought of trying it.
No.
You're right.
Not even a thought.
True. That's a
And
good
Aaron
point.
on until he can tell us exactly how much.
Aaron, how many didn't even think about it?
No thing.
That's on us. Coming up, we'll try cayenne pepper and water. Is it nature's Advil or not? Can you throw a touchdown like Aaron Rodgers if you chug this shit? Possibly. More on the other side. That's good TV. Be your friend, tell a friend something nice. We're not going to do it. We don't have cayenne pepper here.
No.
Yeah, that's not happening. So that was bad TV. That was a lie.
I want to.
We're not doing it. Hey, Q, you want to drink some cayenne pepper and some water?
Sure.
Yeah.
This is like right down. Have you done it before?
No, but I've done like a lot of juice places have those like central nervous system boosters, they're called. So it's like lemon juice, apple cider vinegar,
Yeah,
something
ginger,
else, ginger,
wheatgrass.
and it has cayenne in it.
You warm climate places have those things. Anytime I'm in one of those warm climates and I walk into a place and it's available, I'm like, I'm going to get one of these. I'm going to fucking live forever. And then I get back to Indiana and it's like, I don't know if anybody, I don't even know if those are available.
No, you can get a smoothie, though.
You can get delivered
Yep.
with everything in it and some sugar and syrup that you don't know about.
Exactly.
Tastes good.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Whew.
Is this a super fruit? What, the sugar? No. Yeah. No. Of course. Those things are a real deal.
I'm the most gullible person in the world. You tell
Okay.
me I'm going to live longer, I'm trying it.
You were doing it there for too much for a while, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Last year it
27
was
pills a day.
27 pills a day.
Red light.
In
Red light.
public, he was doing that. In public.
Drinking raw
Traveling.
milk or like breast milk or something. I can't remember.
That was for fun.
Drinking breast milk?
Yeah, breast milk because he wanted to.
Colostrum.
There's a lot of colostrum, yeah.
That's a good point.
I don't know if that was on the ballot last night. Was breast milk?
Breast milk?
Was I don't know if you're even allowed. Are you allowed to drink?
You're allowed to.
There's a couple things on the ballot down in Florida, right? What was done in weed? Was weed
big
on the
thing? Marijuana, yeah, weed, and abortion was the big things
everywhere?
Yeah,
that was a big talking point last night. Feels
3
like
and 4.
that was crazy. The weed stuff. I wonder.
Did the weed fail in Florida?
Yeah, it failed.
Did not pass.
Arizona, you
Wow.
guys got the longest. Like they said, 79 items on there.
Dude,
voting on
the
it?
ballot was like 5 pages.
What are those called? Props?
Yeah.
So that's like old school. I'm not getting into it, but that because I don't know enough about it. But it feels like that is like what old school politics used to be. Like you come to town square and vote on whether or not we're fucking doing this.
We can stone this guy to death or not.
Yeah. Are we adding a bank here? Are we doing this? Like come vote. Like I feel like that in my mind, that is how something happened like way back in the day at the beginning of this whole thing. So all those props are fascinating. Florida not passing recreational marijuana. That feels like a surprise.
Yeah, it's already had medical for years now, so I was kind of surprised about it. A lot of ad money went against it. I felt like
You got a lot of big lobbies against that.
Yeah.
Tobacco, pharmacy.
Got a lot of old people living there as well.
Yeah.
True. Very true. That's always been.
That's the majority of people that vote against it, I would imagine, right?
Yeah, and that's always been the reason why people think that one political party couldn't okay it and only the other one could. But hear me out. Only got 4 years left anyways, right? In this entire thing. Let's just go ahead and maybe let the sage and the vitamin T, H, and C be legal in the whole. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. That'd be great. There's people that are still against it.
Oh, yeah.
There's like 10,000 studies that say, hey, A-okay.
I'm not reading any of those.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it.
Always going to be against it.
I don't want to hear it. Do you remember what those hippies did? I don't want to hear it. When I think of weed, I think of the hippies. I hate them. I don't want to do it. It's like, all right, think of the other stuff, like some of the greatest Olympians of all time and what's happening with pills. Not getting into it. Let's get to a break, okay? Politics is over. It happened last night.
That's right.
Right here. AJ, right here.
Yeah, we are united. You're right.
We are.
Are you?
We are.
United.
We are.
United.
Thank you. You're welcome. That was cute. That was a cute little addition to that chant.
What did you think of it?
The thank you, you're welcome?
Yeah.
Loved it. Legitimately loved it. Favorite part. Because obviously, and then you're welcome.
I love the way you played it too, because like typically it's at the same cadence as the rest.
Yeah, I can't do that, no.
You didn't do that.
No, because we're having a conversation. I'm thanking you all for doing what you're doing.
Perfect.
I enjoyed the atmosphere up there at Penn State.
Good.
It was a good cult. Like,
see if they can show up again this week. Another whiteout at night.
No, the actual whiteout.
Actual whiteout.
Are they playing a bad team? Because they'll show up.
Washington.
Okay.
There you go. They'll win that one.
Come on, it's all because Turkey Burger?
No, it's because they just always lose these games. I mean, how many times are we going to do this?
You better eat a real fucking burger this week. Fucking throw some bacon on that bitch too.
There might have been bacon on it. We don't know.
There
could have been. There could have been.
Exactly.
We don't know.
He would have known if there was bacon. He would have said bacon was on it.
I don't know because like it's pretty easy to know like what condiments would be on the. You'd remember like what you had on your burger the night before.
Also, if it's
like,
your
you asked
burger,
him and his head like fucking exploded. Like he couldn't remember if he had ketchup and mustard and lettuce on there.
Tomato.
I think you say you can get it however you want it.
Sure.
Penn State football.
Sure,
Baby.
but he doesn't. He actually doesn't know what options are available on it.
Here's the Franklin burger here at the field in State College. Turkey burger, whole grain roll, arugula,
terrible.
tomato.
Man, can't believe they lost.
Olive tapenade and goat cheese.
This is why he didn't know.
Can't
This is
believe
why he
that.
didn't know. There's a bunch of shit on it. He said, "Yeah, I don't ever heard of any of this shit."
That's the worst burger I've ever seen in my
No one
entire
has
life.
ever ordered that at that place.
That place
Ever.
wasn't even around when I was there. I don't even know what the field burger and tap is.
Well, it's got the Franklin burger, which arugula, olive tapenade.
Is there any? Can we get some ketchup?
That's the olive tapenade, brother.
What was on the paterno burger?
Okay,
You don't want to know.
Yeah, let's get to a break.
You don't want to
But there
know.
was no reason for that. He has to go to the bathroom.
That's a valid question.
He wanted us to
but
get
it
out of
really
here.
is.
Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. They know where the statue is, by the way, I heard. Take 5.
Tonight is a night where everything's going to be remembered. Every play, every sweat, every fight.
Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I will soon. Know as a child back in the womb.
Hey, let's have a national championship Monday, huh? My name's Pat McAfee. I've started this show 2 different occasions already. This will be the 3rd. Wow. It's 2023. We eat adversity for lunch. There's just so many different forms of gummies coming in my mouth.
Boss man, can you do a kickflip?
100 for it? 100 for it?
Oh!
Come on, bro. That was awesome. Hey, this little teddy bear is cool. This little round thing is sweet. All right, I feel pretty good for this ESPN party. Let's go have a blast in there. Boom. Need you to do a red carpet. I've never done a red carpet before.
I gotta poop, sorry.
I don't know if now's the time.
We're invited to the ESPN party, and now we are all sitting on a red carpet. We had no idea this was coming, obviously. We thought we were just getting some free drinks.
A lot of people on the internet say I looked high. What's that all about? I'm a massive fan of Posner. He was getting motivational speeches in between songs. He was playing other people's songs. He was telling people, stay Dahn. We're going to make a moment. Only on the count of 3, we're going to go crazy.
Oh, I know. Sad song. Sad song.
Oh, oh yeah.
A couple of these. Bring it up. Bring it up.
Who's up? What do you want?
What'd you do?
Gotta make this practice game, baby. It's gotta last until 9 o'clock.
Happy birthday, sack of shit.
I'm so fired up to be here.
Yeah.
I got a necktie and everything.
Holy shit. Tim Tebow's here. Oh my God.
Look at that cut.
The most handsome shot in our show's history. Nick Saban has been spotted at SoFi. Great work in the back, Foxy. The boys crushed it. Now we got game day, then the MegaCast. Let's go. Hey, let's have a night. Obviously, the enemy of great is good. The enemy of a dynasty is winning one championship and letting it go. Fran, you're obviously going to Colorado, a place that's been looking for some sort of championship for 20 years. You're also one of the greatest speakers I've ever heard. What are you saying to your team?
You can't get here and all of a sudden change.
Yeah.
You don't want to see a different mannerism of somebody, and especially the coaches. See, everybody's talking about the players. Yeah. But you got to coach the coaches, too.
Did you smile there, too?
I saw
Were you smiling?
I saw a smile. I do that every now and then.
The rat poison, smiling. That's embedded fourth quarter perfection. Matthew Stafford, fourth quarter perfection. Big moments, Tebow perfection. We got some real magic here tonight, don't we? And I love that toad that takes those mushrooms and hitting their tongue. With that being said, Stetson Bennett's 25 years old. He's so damn comfortable. Darnell Washington's the backup tight end. He's 6'7", 270. Brock Bowers, best player on the field. The defense full of dogs. Give me the Georgia Bulldogs go back-to-back. First time since this man and his Alabama squad. I love the Bulldogs tonight, barking all over the place, Coach. All right, here we go, huh? A little bit of rush from old game day down the field. We went all the way to the roof to come back. We are so sorry. All right, let's roll. I got to get to the sleep, and then I'm going to hop over the sleep thing. Look, man. You are looking at SoFi Stadium, where we'll be crowning a national champion for our college football season tonight. And the Dogs are on the board early. Wide open. That's the shot that they wanted, baby. Oh, that's embedded with his second touchdown in the first half. Pick. Oh, no. Oh, no. Georgia's first down. One-handed touchdown. Brock Bowers, touchdown. It is currently 45-7. It is 52-7. Touchdown.
Jeez. This is just a good old back-home ass whooping.
It's a blowout. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. Hey-o! That son of a bitch, Uga, is having the night of his life. Wow. It's raining indoors in Los Angeles. This is God taking a tinkle on something magical, isn't it? Let's get that.
Get him on camera.
That mustache.
Holy smoke.
Holy smokes.
Are you a firefighter?
Good for you, bro. Thanks for your service. First down, Horned Frogs on a 2nd and 3. Why don't we call a game? Holy hell, Tim Tebow is coming. Tebow, we're live.
We're on.
We're live right now. Welcome back to SoFi Stadium. Right before the break, an extra point almost killed Tim Tebow. Natural instincts had to take in place. I could not lose the greatest human on earth, and I'm happy they gave you that ball, Tim. Tone, act like you're Sonny Dykes, please.
All right, boss. First half didn't go our way. We're doing this for the great state of Texas. You know who else was down 31 points?
Who's that?
The Italians.
All right, let's take the tractor another round. What are you watching out there, Coach?
Honestly, you know, they're better off grabbing Luka Doncic out of the crowd and maybe lining him up next to Quentin Johnson at receiver. Because they can't do a damn thing.
We decided Tebow here, formerly known as praying for this TCU team to do something. So you put your hands up, play that song, butterflies fly away. Thank you for your service, sir. You're a badass, man.
Those other Americans, I wouldn't be here.
What a run, huh? The boys crushed it. This shake you.
TCU sucks. Dude, he's so mean all the time. What?
That's all she wrote for college football season. What a year. Let's fucking get home. Welcome to Dublin Island on this Feel Good Friday, August 23rd, 2024. We are live from J.R. Mahin's. Drinks are on Pat McAfee tonight, fella. Let's go! Hop, 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 hop.
anybody knows we exist in Ireland, we are so incredibly thankful. So to all of you, we say, Gotcha!
State. I just want Kirk to know I got 1,000 phone calls when we got the playoffs. He didn't have anything to do with them not getting in the playoffs, and I didn't either. But we both got hammered.
Some of us did get hammered last night. We have real football happening today for the first time in months. This is a beautiful time in a wonderful town.
It's fight night, baby!
Davis is his name.
We gotta go for Georgia Tech. I gotta go. I would be that back in the country if I didn't pick Georgia Tech.
44 yards away to do it. He got it! He got it! And the Yellow Jackets did it!
All right, here we are on the NFL Pro homepage. Let's step into the film room. Show you how quickly, how easily we can find any play from any week. This is week 2. Find a play result. Interceptions, of course. One of the best interceptions I've seen ever. Not the one against Tua. Let's go to Cam Taylor-Britt against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs to pick which camera angle we want, broadcast or sideline. I'm going to go with the broadcast view. It's just a quick, easy example of how quickly you can use this NFL Pro tool. Awesome, awesome tool. I mean, unbelievable interception. Let's go, baby.
Hey.
What?
Let's go.
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers. You pig! Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome. On this Wednesday, November 6th, 2024, hour 4 of the program starts right now. Football is a wonderful thing. That's AJ Hawk. The Talks the Tables here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. 9-year NFL vet Darius J. Butler is here. 12-year NFL veteran AQ Shipley is here. AQ, we've been incredibly honored that this entire NFL season, we've been riding alongside the top offensive lines in the entire league.
Mm-hmm.
Something I look forward to every single week. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to go in the trenches with AQ Shipley and his top 5 performing offensive lines of Week 9 of the NFL season.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, Cush, I gotta have to open this up. I would like to ask you though, has it become easier or harder to rank them as the season rolls on for you?
So the good news about this week is the 5 that we have this week, in my opinion, are the 5 best O-lines in football.
All right, let's start with number 5. That's a big statement.
Number 5, the Washington Commanders.
Whoa! Everything's going the right way for the Commanders.
And they're doing some really good things. They're playing very well, and you will see in this particular play, the camera guy gets lost in the sauce. That is what Cliff Kingsbury is able to do with scheming things up. They thought Dexter was going to be at the nose guard, so their whole game plan all week was going to be to run this little down block by the front side guard, center, be a dash, pull around, because now you cut the defense.
And
you
this
get
guy has the ball.
Bingo. And they're going to give him the ball, but then they make it look like we're running zone read arc the other way. Camera guy thinks that he got there, but then we just busted up the middle for 30. No big deal.
Cameraman, this is for NFL Pro, NFL Plus Premium, everything like that. Mm-hmm. Job is just get this, hey, football camera person, full time. Getting tricked, not normal from this perspective. Very rarely from this camera do you find some. TV people get every once in a while. Right? Sure. You see TV people kind of follow everyone's. Very rare. Very rare these days. But so for that fake to be carried out the way it did, because it's hard not to follow along with the camera person, and we're not the only ones. The Giants are doing that as well. That shit opens right up, and that's buying into all the little things, right?
It's all the little details, and it's small and minute little things that they go over during the week, and it's very easy for the Commanders, but they make it look very easy. To the outside, it's not as easy as it looks. It's really good stuff. I mean, you have no idea where the ball is, and I mean, you're seeing this every week. They're always gashing people, always. And Cliff's doing a great job dialing it up.
We've seen it before with like Lamar or Jalen Hurts, where like they have to hold the linebacker.
Oh, yeah.
Now Jaden Daniels is one of those guys.
Let's go to the number 4 performing offensive line from Week 9 of the NFL season. It is
the Arizona Cardinals.
Wow.
Hey, they are doing a fantastic job, and I actually think this play right here is a reaction to last week's failed Hail Mary, right? Everybody talked about, they should have blitzed. There's only 12 seconds left in the first half. They think, we might go Hail Mary here. So we're going to blitz. Last week, they didn't blitz. They only rushed 3. Boom. Now they blitz it, and they run the perfect run into it. They pull the center and the guard around. Kick out. McBride at the second level gets the seal, and then boom, we're off to the races. 12 seconds left in the first half. You walk away with a touchdown.
So you think it's overreaction by the Chicago Bears defense. They say we're not going to get kind of caught sitting on our hands again. We're not going to be not aggressive in these situations, but instead they have 7 people up at the line, and none of them are watching for a run.
And they're blitzing off the slot. And then it's the perfect run play because literally they're pulling for the slot. Literally, the center, Froholt, is pulling for the slot. McBride's faking, bluffing, climbing to the mic, and then we get the kick out, and it's just perfect. This is literally the exact perfect play to run into that.
Jeez.
50 yards for a touchdown with 12 seconds left on a run play.
Zeke, you're shaking your head while you say that's good football right there. Zeke, you should be appreciative of that in the trenches.
Now we're on the other side, Pat.
Oh, okay. Got it. I understand.
Fair point.
It's hard to find respect for something like that whenever it's your team giving up the doofus play.
The backup running back.
We're in past D. We were in past D.
Remember, Shefty brought this up the other day. He goes, last week, they give up a Hail Mary, and one of the guys is looking at the crowd. He's the one that touches it. And then this week, before half, did you see that's the worst play I think we've ever seen?
12 seconds?
Adam Schefter said that.
Yeah.
That was how I learned. I mean, it's all right, Bears. It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
We'll figure it out.
Well, I don't know if they will.
Oh, yeah, I got the Patriots this week. Look out.
It's getting loud up there.
Look out. You lose to the Pats. What happens then?
It's loud.
It's going to get real loud.
Up in Chicago?
You kidding me?
Caleb Williams, though, what's happening with him? Is he getting better or worse?
A lot better. Most off-target throws I've seen, yeah.
I'm not saying it, but people are saying
correct.
Yeah. Which is not good.
Yeah.
It's supposed to go the other way.
He had a third stringer right tackle at one point, guys.
He's rookie.
Shane Waldron does absolutely stink as well.
I'm on Caleb's side. That's why I'm asking this question, because let's not fuck this up, Chicago.
And backup tackles, to Zeke's point. Those will get you.
Injuries are problematic.
Those
Injuries are problematic. Let's go to the number 3 ranked offensive line coming out of Week 9. It is.
These are going to be the top 3 teams in no particular order. The Baltimore Ravens.
Well, there's an order.
This week there is, but these are the 3 best O-lines in the league, hands down. So we're starting with the Baltimore
Sound like
Ravens.
you were trying to get out of having
No.
Yeah, all right.
So we talked about it earlier, right? With the same formation on doing all the different things, right? Look at Aguilar right here. He's playing tight end in a run scheme. We're going to hand this off simply to Derrick Henry. It's just a simple outside zone to the right. They're using Aguilar,
What the hell?
a wide receiver as a tight end. But let's go back a little bit because we really got to take notice of Kirk's dog, Mr. Linderbaum. Let's watch this. First of all, that's the center. Let's watch him. They got a little single to the front side backer. As you see the center, he's going to get play side. Boom, there it is. Now watch this. Oh my God. He goes to fight over the top and make this tackle, and Linderbaum just says, nope, we're going on your back, buddy. We are putting you down. It's over. Derrick Henry. That hurts.
He did kind of slow down Derrick Henry a little bit, though.
Yeah, he did redirect.
Then he kind of got his arm in front of him a little bit.
Yeah,
That was a good play.
That little arm does nothing to Derrick Henry. Let's be very clear there.
Well, kind of. He told me.
Henry felt it. Jeez. Right there.
Boom. Shoot. I love that. People don't realize that, right? So once you get front side, if I'm the center, right? If I get front side on a guy and I start to wheel, they're eventually going to fight over the top, and you wait for them to kind of swim and reach. And when that happens, that's when you pull down with this right, exactly what you see Linderbaum do. Pull, boom.
Pull?
Hold?
That's a hold.
That's a hold.
Throw. Hands are inside, boys.
So
Call hold on every play if you want.
Inside the framework.
Inside the framework, that's right.
That's right. So we're pulling and we're dumping. That's what you do whenever you got to wrestle a steer.
Mm-hmm.
I did that. I was part of a rodeo team in
Montana
State.
Oh, yeah.
Montana State.
It was a cold one.
Very chilly. up there in the Rockies. Oh, cold day in the Rockies.
Best game day guest we've ever had.
That's right. It was the Sir
Nick Faldo.
I remember that. So that was a funny time because all the signs, because it was fresh out of
Yellowstone,
becoming a cowboy and everybody else becoming a cowboy.
Yeah.
So everybody was wanting to move to Montana because how beautiful it is, which
it holds up.
It is beautiful. Good vitamins up there too.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody will ever really talk.
The best.
They got some. Maybe the best that I've.
Wow.
Maybe traveling around. Very incredible.
Top tier.
Amount of detail and everything like it. But anyways, all the signs for game day that was very early in the morning and very cold were basically like, don't fucking move here. Okay? Everybody's moving here. We don't want you to move here. Stop moving here. That was like 15 of the signs. Sir Nick Faldo gets up there as the guest picker and he goes, moved here 6 months ago. Really love this place. I was like, oh no, not great. And the crowd said the same thing. Thought he made great picks, though.
Oh, yeah.
Thought he made great
He didn't miss one, right?
I haven't actually, in my eyes, he was perfect.
Yep.
In my eyes, he was perfect. Crowd didn't think that, I don't think.
No.
But I was happy to see him. It was an honor to meet a sir.
I was going to say, I don't think they're talking. I mean, he ain't living with the fucking peasants. He's buying one of those big mansions up in the, they're never seeing Nick Faldo. So they ain't got to worry about Nick Faldo.
They're glad they aren't.
Well, Nick Faldo was representing him, though, there at that.
Yeah, for sure. But
And they had that, the rodeo clown. What was his name? He was awesome. He wanted to be the.
Oh, I do remember. I don't
Not
remember.
Pogo.
The representative.
Buster?
Anyway.
I think so.
Linderbaum's a dog.
Dog.
Yeah.
Absolute dog.
Yes, he is.
Absolute dog. What was his name? Pogo?
No, that was John Wayne Gacy. That just popped in.
Oh,
my head.
no, AJ. AJ, hope you're happy with what you did. Hope you're happy with what you did.
I didn't say it. Conman said it.
Yeah, but I don't know. Your costume threw me into a couple more conversations because what I was dressed up as, too. Just want to let you know, thanks for that.
Well, I was not aware of your costume until I turned the program on and I saw that.
I was unaware of a lot of things, and then all of a sudden I got dropped right in the middle of it. Boy, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things. And, we're learning. Yeah. We're learning as we go.
Every
we
day.
are.
Always piece it together.
Is there too much, though, to piece?
Yes.
Find the ones that actually are real. That's my advice.
The pandas?
Don't even say it. What is this guy talking about? All right.
Go back and
See, we don't need all this. That's what I'm saying. We're going right back into it.
It's great makeup.
We're talking about top 5 offensive lines, not top 5 offensive guys.
Yeah, geez.
Okay, that's what we're talking about here. Let's go to the number 2 ranked offensive line, performing offensive line coming out of week 9.
The number 2 offensive line out of week 9, Detroit Lions.
Wow, Foxy!
Hell yeah.
Hell
Listen,
yeah, I love that.
When you can go 4th down and 1 yard to go and go 15 yards untouched up the middle like they're about to, you got a group up front. Let's just watch Penn Sewell just collapse the entire line.
Preston Smith.
Tight end does a nice job on 7,
Bye-bye.
and then boom, see it, untouched, 15 yards, 4th and 1.
Three guys in the A gap.
Let's go to Hammer. Dahn. I don't know if you saw. Did you see what just happened there?
Yeah, he was in the wrong scheme. They didn't know how to use him.
Okay. Pittsburgh Steeler now. Preston
Looks like-
Smith.
I mean, he said it.
Good effort.
They said it.
Yeah, it looks like great effort.
It's not
Looks-
something I'd make up. Well, yeah, if you don't want to be on a team.
I mean, he was on ice skates. What do you want him to do? Jump backwards? You think he's Saquon Barkley? He's going to go up over top of
I
that
can't
guy?
wait. I
Precisely.
can't wait to bust out the film, AQ's film today. I can't fucking wait.
Also, that's Penn Sewell, so you can't really blame him.
Yeah, you can.
I showed Connor a clip of myself earlier. It was pretty good.
Yeah. AQ was eating ribs like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, that's AQ football. That's
Hey, AJ, why'd that linebacker just shoot in the other side A gap? Why'd he do that?
Well, I don't know. Like the problem is we have the safety shooting that A gap as well. Look
Are
at
they
we
all
did
wearing
reduce that
guardian
right A gap.
caps?
A gap, B gap.
It does look
Rush
like that.
defense.
No
still
one's
stink.
wearing guardian caps. No, actually, they're pretty stout against the Lions.
They were.
Yeah.
They look good. Yeah. I mean, this is the best.
Got caught here.
Those are guardian caps? Everybody's got guardian caps on?
No one's wearing a fucking guardian.
It's because of the
Say
rain.
the Indianapolis Colts, brother. No one's wearing a fucking guardian cap.
Okay, there's other teams also. There's other teams also.
Yeah, Gadecki down in Tampa doesn't even match the same color.
That's a misread there. Yeah, they had the gray. Yeah. That's a misread there by Cuz, right?
Yeah, I think it's just 4th and 1. You're trying to make a play, right? And it's just like, this is what's the biggest problem on 4th down and short yardage situations, because the minute you get past the line of scrimmage, everybody's firing. You don't know where the ball is going to go. And once you get past the first line of attack, you're gone.
Who's the number 1 rated offensive line in the trenches by AQ Shipley coming out of week 9? of the NFL season.
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Whoa!
Right. Hell yeah, Sirianni's got the boys playing tough.
Sirianni does?
Are you sure it's Sirianni?
It's Jeff Stoutland.
You're going to fire his ass.
Yeah,
That's
he's
right.
the weakest link, they're saying.
Jeff Stoutland, doesn't matter who he's got, he makes them play well. Let's watch Lane Johnson here just eject this 3 technique. Got a simple deuce play. It's 4-minute offense. Jacksonville needs a stop. Uh-oh. Throw him, get up, get a great block. Devontae Smith putting Cisco on the ground. 15 yards untouched. Saquon ran for 130 or whatever. The boys are rolling. The boys are rolling in Philadelphia right now.
Third straight 100-yard game.
AQ.
Yeah.
AQ, when you run that back in the lane, when he's in his stance, you look at him looking straight ahead. He's trying not to telegraph it, right? But he knows, hey, this is awesome. I'm going to blast this dude, right?
That's exactly right. And if you guys notice, I always talk about the details, right? If he hits that defensive tackle in the shoulder, it might move him a half a yard. But watch Lane's outside hand hit that hip. You have to hit the hip. You control everybody with that hip. See how he's right on the hip? Now he's going to go to the opposite B gap. Watch this. He goes past the nose guard.
Jeez.
Then he just climbs. It's incredible.
Strong as a fucking ox.
Strong as an ox.
Lane Johnson football. He's jacked up.
That is Lane Johnson football. And congratulations to these 5 offensive lines.
Go 5.
For going in the trenches and one of the top performers.
It's the best 5 run games in the National Football League. It's also the best 5 groups so far through the first 9 weeks.
Also, I mean, leaders, you know?
What's the theme?
You got good O-line. Probably got a good team.
Mm-hmm. O-line, D-line, Howie.
Just like I said.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad.
Yeah. That's right.
That's right.
6-2. Number 1 O-line in the league.
Better not lose this week, otherwise he's done.
Dude, did you see that, AJ? He was up there this morning again, every day.
What are they going to do? I mean, I guess you just got to win the Super Bowl, right?
I assume it's good TV because Philadelphia Eagles fans are like,
big market.
Yeah.
Finally.
Say it. Say it. I want the headline too. Fucking give me the whole thing. It's like, what's this guy got to do? What's this guy got to do? Win games? Yeah, but he's getting close to giving it up, isn't he? It's like, what do you watch? The NFL? There's a lot of that is happening around.
There's just no winning. They start kicking some of these field goals, miss one. Why aren't you fucking going for it, chicken shit?
No longer.
That's Saquon.
That John down there is getting a little scared, isn't he? Oh, he's a big tough guy until he's got to try to kick a field. Oh, okay.
Philly.
That's Philly football. That's Philly football.
Yeah.
That's right. Philly football. They're a good team.
Very good. Playing well on defense, too.
Yeah?
Very well on defense. The only thing they probably need more of is obviously turnovers, but playing very, very well on
That's Fangio's D?
They're getting it. They're getting production out of the guys up front. Josh Sweat had a big game. Obviously, you got Jalen Carter in the middle.
How's he doing? How's Jalen Carter doing?
He's playing well. He's playing when he's playing like when he's getting off the ball.
He's a dog.
Yeah.
He's a dog.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that.
He's a different dude.
Because remember, there were some questions on whether or not he was going to be able to continue to ascend because they were talking about this guy, game record, game changer, everything like that. Then it kind of ended the season. I think everybody had a negative conversation or a narrative. And then now I haven't really heard much about him.
It's only about anything off the field. When it's on-field talent, like he was the best player in that draft. Like Barton. So when he's playing full, like he's a difference maker for sure. And then on the back end, Cooper DeJean, he's playing incredible in the slot.
White guy.
Mitchell, young other rookie corner, he's
Blankenship.
playing great. Yeah, Blankenship. Zach Bond,
Another white
linebacker,
guy.
he's flying around.
Hey, I saw the internet call him the
I saw that too. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Clamps.
Yep.
With a K?
It's a great nickname.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Very,
That's
very
what they
dark.
That's what they called him. That was they
Had
called
like
him.
2,000 retweets.
Yeah, it was big. It was a big one. And I looked at it. I'm like, I don't know if they're gonna be able to sell any shirts with that one. But
That's it. I gotta look it up.
well,
I
it
think
involves the strikeout letter. Whenever somebody throws a
Oh,
strikeout,
all right. Got it.
and then the last one is
Yeah.
clamps instead of
Instead of the other one.
yeah.
I got it.
And it was them doing the boom dance.
Yeah, they're
looking at
bringing
each
the
other.
boom.
It was a picture of it. X is just X has been, X is, and I'm hearing obviously there's gonna be a lot of talk about X.
Yep.
Because of last night and everything like that. How it all went down. I'd like to say that place has been on quite a heater for about 10 years now.
Mm-hmm.
As of late, it has really, really turned it up. Anytime they post like usage rates, it's like everybody on earth is starting to understand that this is the best platform.
X to the roof.
It is the fastest platform. Now, granted, with speed comes a lot of other things that I assume they're going to have to figure out. And I don't, that's a big topic of conversation, I guess, on all these TVs. But boy, you can, if you follow the right people, you can get whatever you need as soon as it happens. And then all of a sudden with the algo saying like, this guy likes sports and he likes to laugh, All right, wait till we put this shit right in front of him, and it's 5,500 retweets tweet, and it's like home run,
unbelievable,
home run. The brains that are on X, the cleverness of it all. I don't know who anybody is.
No, none of them.
But boy, they fucking are clever.
Yeah, there's some accounts that get real hot too.
Too hot.
Yeah, like I got a few just off the top of my head that come in my algo all the time, and it's like, hey, good work, keep it up.
Yeah, we appreciate your service.
Yeah.
Some of them fly too close to the sun, though.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
most.
Some come and go.
Most of them, yeah, they touch the line.
Speaking of line, congrats to these 5
Yep. Hell yeah.
We got smarter on the offensive side. You know what time it is now?
What's that?
Let's get smarter on the defensive side.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for everything DB. Good D, bad D.
Yes,
There
sir.
you go,
Let's
Bachelor.
get right to it. Where we at? Our coach on the wrong side of things. Big third and 8. Hey,
I don't think I previewed.
Again.
I didn't know this was going to be the first play of the fucking
we put Joe Flacco in there.
I hope you're happy, Bruce. I hope you're happy, Bruce.
We got to talk about the good. We got to talk about the bad.
Journalistic standards. I appreciate what we're doing here.
Hold ourselves accountable.
Amen.
Put Joe
I hope everybody does that.
Someone's got it.
There is some good news coming out for the Colts.
What is it?
They announced their fan of the year.
The Flow, congratulations.
Hell yeah,
congratulations.
Congrats.
Set the Flow. He fan of the year winner. I'm happy for him. Congratulations. He's earned it.
Who was he competing against, you think?
It don't matter. Second place.
Darius Butler, I think. Who else?
Bill McComas.
Bruce.
Did he do a new horse call at the end?
Talk.
No, he's not working here. They're enjoying. They're
I conceded.
congratulating him.
Oh, he's going to the bowl?
He's going to the Super Bowl. He's fan of the year.
Oh,
for the
sweet.
Congrats, Seth.
Hell yeah.
Set the Flow. Ice, we appreciate you and all that you give to the football world. His passion's very real.
Hell yeah.
So I'm happy that the Colts are benefiting that, and he's fan of the year. Good luck out there. Enjoy the Super Bowl, Seth. Now, with that being said, I don't know if we're going to be the ones playing in there unless we figure some things out.
We'll be all right. We'll fix this.
I think
We
so,
got big third and 8 here in 2 minutes. When you got a pocket quarterback, a guy who you don't have to worry about running, you're going to be in some two-man in these must-pass situations. So you watch Byron Murphy in the slot. Does a great job taking away the inside release and then undercut. You want to be 1 yard behind, 1 yard inside, and you undercut. This is probably the toughest route to cover, outbreaking route. But when you are in position, the quarterback, he's got to just throw this one away, put it in the dirt, punt the ball. You cannot throw this right.
Where's AR?
He got something in his eye. He didn't see the guy.
Put AR in.
They have that turf. They don't have coconut husk. They have that rubber turf shot up in his eye. He wasn't able to see the guy. He was clearly standing right there. I didn't love this, D-Butch.
I mean, this is a textbook. This is a practice rep if you are a cover two corner. You got the tight end who's, open for the check down, but it's easy to see here from a desk with a clicker in your hand. But it's a great job by Murphy underneath and a terrible, terrible throw.
I take it back. I didn't see Van Ginkel in his grill.
Yeah, I mean, Van Ginkel's always going to be
4 for 3 up front. That shouldn't even be a pressure. I don't know what's happening.
Well, Ryan Kelly's
Whoa.
Ryan Kelly's banged up.
They weren't able to run the ball either. Only like 68 yards rushing as well. What happened there? You think Minnesota's
defense is good. Very good.
Against the run.
Very good against the run. Very good at staying on track.
I shouldn't give up hope, right?
It's time. It's
Whoa.
time.
Oh, hey, time to put AR in.
It's time to play the game. Isn't it, Gumpy? It is time to play the game. And the game is the AFC South is still up for grabs. Sure, they're 6-3 and we're 4-5.
Mm-hmm.
What does their future look like? What does ours look like? That's all that matters. So shut the fuck up, you.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Got a pumpkin coming in this weekend, too.
Yeah.
What do I know?
Yeah, the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
That's nothing.
Big deal.
Easy win.
They're going to fucking kill them.
Line's down to 3.5.
Yeah.
That's right. Should be
5.5.
Should be a pick 'em.
3.5. Oh, my God.
I was only
play
3.5.
of the year.
The Dolphins almost beat the Bills in Buffalo, brother.
I'm just asking questions.
Play of the year.
Asking questions. I know you are.
3.5. I mean, you would think it would be at least 5, 6, 7.
It
right?
was
8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
Relax.
Don't stop there.
Guys,
2 Super Bowls this decade.
We got time.
decade's a long time, bro.
That's why we didn't put AR in right now. I love Flacco, and I was chanting for him, but it's AR's time. We got it wrong. It's AR's time.
I don't want to bring this up because I am on the same page as you at this point, even though Joey Flack can still spin in and Joe Flack's going to have a game like that.
Love Flack.
What happens to AR there, you think, against that Vikings defense?
He runs fucking wild.
Okay. Maybe. Maybe.
His feet do this, and he throws for 17 yards.
Yeah, but his feet do that as he's running down the sideline for 6, brother.
Okay. Everybody,
You're probably right.
we got a lot of contradicting predictions going on right now. What the question is?
Stop wearing tat dances.
What do his feet do, AQ? What do the feet do?
It's not tat dance.
He's got good feet.
Got quick feet.
I wish he like kind of got them closer to each other when he's throwing the ball.
Sure.
You know, like a good base. That'd be sweet. If he does that, Josh Allen, like I hope him and Josh talk after the game.
Oh, there we go.
I hope him and Josh talk after the game. 'Cause remember,
the laser.
Josh year 1 to year 2, insane leap. Year 2 to year 3, insane leap. Then just kind of kept getting better. If Josh Allen, who is a good boy.
He's a good boy.
He's a good boy. Had a Halloween party the other day. He's a good boy. If he wants to give back to the game, just go ahead and give AR the game. Just tell him exactly what to do. And then we're off and running, no big deal.
There's a chance he blows right by him and says, "Hey, where's Flacco?"
That's
why he daps him up real quick. Yeah, good game. Where's Flacco at?
Josh?
Yeah.
That's why
there's a
AR
chance.
has to play.
Josh is a good boy. Josh will say hello to everybody.
Childhood hero, Joe Flacco.
You're right. I don't know if Joe Flacco is his hero, but there is a chance.
If AR plays, he'll talk to him for a while.
Josh Allen is on the show tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. We'll ask him.
Oh, hell yeah.
Perfect.
I got a lot of questions for Josh Allen.
That feels like a setup.
Oh, Hammer Dahn time, Grumpy time. What's going on? I didn't know. Any more poops?
No. And I was attacked a little bit ago, so that happened. But
what happened?
It feels like we're having
Attack.
Josh Allen on just so you can
By
say,
who?
hey, you got to fix AR this week.
That's maybe.
Just tell him like where are the lasers?
Where are the lasers?
Where's the
what
line
do the
for
lasers do?
Where are the line for the lasers?
And how do we have an off season that is?
That's all it takes.
Yeah, you said it, brother.
Quick 30-second combo. Boom. Here we go. We're ready to go.
Yeah, let me get your number.
Happy you agree. This guy's all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers. He knows how it goes. When were you attacked earlier, Poop Town? I didn't know.
Steelers just made a trade and immediately get attacked for it.
You talking about Preston Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was right there available. You know, we're talking about a guy.
I thought Penix was good.
Penix really good.
Good player.
You're
Yeah.
going to face a lot of really good players.
You need guys that can.
Guys playing out of position.
Yeah, has been for the last 2 years.
Preston Smith's a
Production goes
cornerback.
down and you start bitching? I don't get that.
CB1, they had him playing.
Look at that.
I got something in my ear.
What's that?
I don't know. I got ear holed by something. I don't love it. Preston Smith going to be good for the Steelers?
Sure.
This guy.
I'm not.
I just don't know what. I don't know
What happened to
how
your
often
good
he's going to
mood?
play. I mean, T.J. Watt doesn't come off the field. Highsmith doesn't come off the field.
They get injured, though. Don't they get injured, though, potentially?
So
Herbig and Highsmith have been hurt this year. Yeah.
Can you play him at
So I
5?
think
We don't want him to get
AQ?
injured. You're right. We don't want him to get
You
injured.
can never have enough pass rushers. You
There you
can't.
go. I
You
agree, but
truly
you also got to
can't.
use them.
What happened to your good mood?
They're going to put Cam Hayward in. Yeah.
What did
The
happen?
last of the
AQ?
morning.
Weren't you a little peppy
Yeah,
in your
what is
step
this?
earlier today? And
'Cause
now
they-
all of a sudden, what's he going to do? He's not even going to dress. Is that
The
what you're saying?
NFL is real confusing because they got Cam Hayward, they got Benton, they got guys. I just don't know where their third down package, where they're going to put them.
Well, they traded for Mike Williams as well. They make a big play. And Kaboli's article is, well, I guess. That was it.
I mean,
Wasn't it?
that was kind of the vibes from a lot of Steelers fans. I know.
Yeah, because they had heard Ayuk, Christian Kirk, Adam Thielen, maybe.
They say
even.
everyone but Mike Williams.
Yeah, Mark Kaboli's article was like, he wasn't the first choice. But if you can't be with the one you want, honey, love the one you're with.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the Mike Williams Pittsburgh Steelers story. That's how it's going in there.
Yeah.
Mike Tomlin said he loves that wide receiver room already. So add Mike in there, I think, is a good move. But I don't think Steelers fans were that jacked. Right? You guys weren't that jacked, Tone?
I mean, I was super jacked. I don't know what Connor's talking about. Maybe he was talking to different Steelers fans, but we got better yesterday, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, you did.
Hell yeah.
Way to go.
And those other wide receivers weren't available, so.
DeAndre Hopkins was available for a fifth.
He wasn't coming to the Steelers.
Cooper. For a third and a fifth?
Browns ain't trading the Steelers.
Amari?
That's a good point.
That's fair. Yeah, never mind.
Let's get to everything, DB. Good, D, bad.
Deontay couldn't
Let's
come
do it.
back. That would have been perfect.
What we're saying, though, AJ, is the Colts are poised for a comeback because this play, Joe Flacco's going to learn from.
Put it in your back pocket, Joe.
We need to bury the ball. That's what we need to do against Minnesota.
Yeah. And,
Offense needs to go outside, get a couple shovels, bury the ball.
and dig AR back up.
We beat a good Bills team. We'll be Right back on track.
Yeah, and you know what? The Bills, it's a good matchup for us.
They can be
great matchup.
Yeah, it's a really good matchup for us, isn't it? It's a really good matchup for us.
Real good.
You can pound the rock. Finn's pounded the shit out of the ball against them.
Jonathan Taylor, I mean, he's been playing great last week, not so much, so he's poised to have another.
His splits between Flacco and Richardson aren't really. He seems to get more yardage with Richardson at the helm.
Yeah, but what about Josh Dahns, though? What about Josh Dahns? You know, he's ready to
Pierce.
Is Ryan Kelly playing next week?
No, he's actually on IR.
That's what I thought, yeah. 2 Super Bowls this decade.
It's too negative.
Touche.
Touche,
fascinating.
if you will.
Fascinating.
Don't get caught up in that, Jage. You're going to say words. You're going to have trends.
That, I mean, really, the only one that I can think of with you is
Historic has been running it lately. I gotta figure out another word for historic. Every time it comes out of my mouth, I'm like, you fucking dipshit. There has to be another word.
The only one that's ever been the thing was things of that nature, I thought.
That was tough, yeah. That was a tough one to break. I'm kind of pissed I just heard it again.
That's on me. That's on me.
I don't like that at all. It's such a good way to describe so many things.
Yeah.
It is such an easy way to get in there.
Oh, it's so back. Since I just said that.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're talking about things of that nature, it's obviously.
Of course.
Yeah, it never ends.
Plays like this.
There's a lot of
interceptions.
Let's go back to everything DB, good D, bad D. We like segs here and getting better and everything of that nature. All right.
Yes! Let's get a red 2 drop. Why you so jacked up?
He likes things of that nature being back.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was actually on a T-shirt at one point because I was saying it so much.
It's all the way back now.
Nah, it's over. It's over. I've already forgot it.
Second and 4 down here in the red area. Talked about the Chargers earlier in this week being the best scoring defense in the league through 9 weeks. And this is a big, obviously getting turnovers, getting stopped in the red area. This is a huge part of it. Red 2, something you're going to get every week pretty much when you get down the red area. Corner does a great job sinking. You want to get with when you're down here. Obviously, you don't have to cover the deep part of the field, so you want to get to that goal line, get wide, so you're able to break on the check down if they throw it to the running back. And if they try to throw it behind you, make them put air on it and give your safety that time. He does a great job getting up, batting his ball right to his safety, molding, running to the ball. Good things happen for DBs and defenses as a whole. Tips and overthrows, talk about all the time. Great job by the Chargers down here.
Great job by the Chargers. Good communication, too, it feels like on the motion.
Yep. Motion, red 2. Get the width. You can see everything, feel everything, read the quarterback. Use that vert. Bam. Big-time interception, keeping points off the board.
How cool would that be to be able to do that?
Yeah.
you can, D, but so, but like NFL game just being like, oh, we're playing tips here. And obviously everybody talks about the tip drill and everything like that for DBs. But for it to actually work out where you just bat it right to Buddy, it's like that's...
Yeah, does that guy owe that other corner like a steak dinner or something?
Half pick.
You get him something. Hell yeah. You doing your job, I do my job. Tip that thing, run to the ball.
We move on.
Great job by Molden.
All right, let's go to a stud that was drafted to the Colts, I think.
Monty Hooker. Now, this is, we got
it's every fucking week with this guy.
Young quarterback. Hey, these things are going to happen. You're showing too high pre-snap. You're going to rotate down post-snap. Going to have pressure in your face. And this is why a lot of times you say, hey, young quarterbacks, you got to play. You got to see things. Great job by Hooker, showing like he's going with the crossing route, bouncing back, reading the quarterback's eyes, and catching that ball. A lot of people say, hey, what the fuck? Drake, you throw it right to him. When you see it from the tight copy, you'll see why it's tough in this league. Yeah, you'll see big Jeffrey Simmons kind of come around and get in his face and hit him. So you're trying to read all these things. You got these big boys up front hunting you. So you saw what Monty Hooker was doing in the wide copy, pre-snap disguise. Post-snap does something different. And big 9-8 bearing down and you can't step into it. Maybe you can't even look for your check down. Kirk Cousins talk about being able to get to your fifth progression. You can't do that in that situation. Great job by Hooker. I think he had 2 picks, had a game-sealing pick as well against the Patriots.
Wow, what a player. Tennessee Titans defense, not terrible.
No.
Not terrible at all. Just, gotta have a quarterback. You gotta have a guy. What does 6 say?
Gotta have a guy. Gotta have a guy.
Lose that guru card quick.
Speaking of guys, here is a guy.
Yeah, it's bad D. Bad D right here. So if you look up top, you see the bunch right now. You got 2 DBs on the same level. We always talk about when you're in bunches, getting on different levels, because when you get into bunches or stacks, it's always going to be traffic issues. And for offensive receivers, they're trying to get in the way of 1, maybe 2 of these DBs. You saw Darius Slayton get called for offensive pass interference near the goal line trying to run this route. This just becomes a natural pick. So right now, Diggs there's no way he can get through that. So as a corner, if you run it back, or if it's the TV copy of this, you'll see the choice he has to make quickly. Like you either have to come underneath, and this is 4th and 3. So you either have to come underneath your guys, when you try to beat Mooney to that spot, to the sticks, or you go over the top where you're pretty much giving up that first down. He makes the decision to go underneath, runs into traffic, and it's a walk-in touchdown for Darnell Mooney. That's exactly what the offense and the quarterback wants. They want the DB to try to go the back door, and that's going to be a wheel route. It's an option. If he goes over the top, quarterback throws the back shoulder. If he goes underneath, he throws it over the top. Peyton Manning, he used to run this a lot. 2x2 receivers would be 2 receivers, and he would just read what that slot defender did.
He wants to do that because it's 4th and 3, you said, right?
4th and 3, yeah.
He knows the wheel's happening or no?
He know at this point, you know the wheel's happening because that's the worst thing that can happen for you if you are this DB, is you've been in this spot right here. Because, I mean, what do you do right here if you're 7, if you're Diggs? Once again, you go over the top. I think you always go over the top because you prevent the touchdown. We can line up again on the 25-yard line. I'm cool with that. If you make the decision to go underneath, it's a walk-in touchdown for Mooney. The only other option that you can probably defeat is with his combo in this. So you lock the guy in the middle on the point, and then the guy on the outside, and me at number 3, we say, hey, whoever comes out, you take him. Whoever comes in, I'll take him.
What did Zimmer say? It's not my scheme or something. It's fucking man.
So it's man-to-man coverage, but it's a lot of decisions that have to be made. Snap of a finger really quick.
Yeah, we got to work on that.
Yeah.
We got to be on the same page. We got to be reading music the exact same.
Different levels. Same. It happened in the Bucks Chiefs game. Cade Otton had a touchdown against Reed. He was in the same situation. Got a pick, went underneath. Otton went over the top, and he caught the ball. And one more. So this is both quarterbacks we've had on the program this week.
Oh, really?
That's cool.
I like what you're doing for us, D-Bud.
So
Thank you for doing that.
3rd and 3, fourth quarter. This is a huge situation for the defense. You got to get a stop here, so you're pretty much gapped out up front, like we saw with that Packers defense. And so that means one-on-ones on the outside. So this is why you bring a Davante Adams over, especially when you already have a weapon like Garrett Wilson, who's at the bottom. So if you highlight Garrett Wilson at the bottom at the pre-snap formation, it's man-to-man across the board, and you as this post safety, you have to make a decision now. Do I leave this backside corner butt naked by itself with the X receiver Wilson, or do I lean to the 3-man side with Davante Adams, who's in the slot, who's one-on-one as well? So who's going to have the tough down, this outside corner or the slot corner? Typically, the safety will lean to that X, but if you pause right here, Garrett Wilson kind of has the same separation that Davante Adams has, and you're in that middle. You can't really help any of them. If a quarterback makes a perfect throw, which Aaron does in this situation, it's a touchdown.
Buddy.
So that's why
they've been doing it a long time.
Yeah, that's why you bring that weapon over. And he talked about it yesterday. Troy talked about it on the Monday night call. Being able to read the receiver's body language is essential for quarterbacks because once he makes that release, Davante's basically telling him, throw this ball to my outside shoulder. It's going to be a walk-in.
How about just adding Davante, and then the immediate reaction is like, okay, they're going to do their bullshit again. Mm-hmm. And then first game, not.
Yeah, not at all.
It was not good. And I think people kind of like gave up hope. Kind of gave up hope. And then even in the first half of this game, there was a drop. I think there was a miss and a drop by Davante. And it was like, Davante never fucking drops. But this is like, are the Jets a curse? I started thinking that. Like, damn, you put that jersey on.
It felt like that. Definitely felt like that early. Like, something's up.
Davante's dropping balls. Aaron's missing ball. It's like, what the fuck is going on over there? And I think Jets fans are probably like, welcome to our world, brother. Mm-hmm. That's what we're saying this entire time.
Still a chance.
And then that second half happens, and it's like, oh, they still.
Man, if they get cooking, I tweeted after, like, I'm back on board. If they get cooking on all, obviously it's an uphill battle, but the talent, the weapons that they have, Breece Hall, you get a healthy O-line, he's explosive. Even Allen can do his thing. Good tight end. Great wide receivers. You got a couple great wide receivers. And then adding a pass rusher like Hassan Reddick on defense midway through the season, like, he's a difference maker. You tilt the field with a great pass rusher. That's how you win games in the fourth quarter. 2-minute drills. You always have to, obviously, AQ, you got to account for good pass rushers. There's other good players on there in the back end. Like, the Jets can make a run here.
Everything we said before the season this year and last year, right back on the table.
Yep.
Way to go, Jets.
Yep. Yeah.
I can't fucking. Huh? Oh, we don't want to play today. Huh?
J-E-T-S. J-E-T-S.
We got to delay a game. I can't hear you. We did 3 of them already, Fireman. I can't fucking. Guy's back on top.
That's it.
Good for Fireman Ed. I'm happy for him.
Scott.
Fire Scott.
Yeah. Fire Jetman.
Yeah. Rocket Man. All right. Hey, Cush. Great work, D-Butch.
D-Butch.
We got smarter there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm back in on the Jets, too.
Why not?
You got the Colts in 2 weeks. That's the reason why not, I guess.
Colts go Bills, Jets.
And then the Lions.
Jesus Christ.
What? What are you saying?
I just hope they get this one.
You got to get tested, bro.
Yeah, we're callous, bro. You want to the Super Bowl, you got to be callous.
Absolutely.
The fucking Big 12.
That's right. Or the ACC. It's the fucking AFC
ACC
South.
is tough, brother.
ACC?
Tough.
A lot of respect for the ACC in the college football playoff.
Undefeated.
I like it.
All day long. All day long.
What an easy, but awesome. You smell it, dude.
Stinky.
Great.
Yeah.
Great selling.
Great, silly. Can you do it both hands, or is there one hand?
Either or.
Are you shoeing with your right hand? Ew.
You're shooting with your right, holding with your left.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think my shoe with my left.
That works. It works both.
Oh, that's good.
Definitely
I
works
think,
both.
yeah, that's better.
How come they're not turning like, you know?
Oh.
Everything's kind of pretty square.
They want you to know.
Need to turn that some bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they go.
Boom to stink.
Stinky.
Stinky
A stinky boom, yeah.
The Rizzler's really coming into his own, isn't he?
Still the GOAT. I mean, the Rangers put out the stars were out for the Rangers game, and guess who's first ahead of Liam Neeson and all these other fucking people?
Who?
The Rizzler.
Liam Neeson?
There was legitimately 5 people after the Rizzler. I was like, holy fuck, they're leading with the Riz? Of course.
Big pop or no?
Massive pop.
For the Riz?
See him on the
Heroes welcome.
Zamboni, dude. They gave him the Ty Schmidt treatment.
What?
Oh, yeah, he's cruising.
Let him drive.
How old's he?
9.
That makes sense, I think. Ty, how was it out there?
I mean, it's something I didn't want to do. I think I was very clear about that.
Yeah, but it came with the whole experience.
Sure, if they would have gave me like a VIP bathroom to shit in too, that would have been sweet too. But
You got to do the sword in the shield?
No, I'm not. That was sure.
And crank the thing?
Yeah, all that stuff.
Go
was
to the
cool.
washroom with the boys?
All that stuff was cool. But what I said was, hey, I'd rather stay in the suite and get fucked up than go sit on this goddamn Zamboni when I'm already boozed up for 40 minutes.
It was a slow Zamboni ride.
It took forever.
It took the tractor
Another ride.
Another ride. It was like 20 minutes.
At least.
25, 30.
Yeah, it was a long fucking
And you had to go
time.
down early because you couldn't miss the Zamboni.
Exactly.
Because Zamboni's not waiting for you.
No.
Good. I got to leave midway through the period to fucking.
Yeah, no thanks. See how boozed up I am already? I'd like to keep drinking, okay? I'm going to fall asleep on this thing. I almost did.
Yeah, but instead you got good.
A few of those.
Yeah, I mean, I was so drunk, I don't really remember being up there or how long I was up there, luckily, but.
You did great. Remember, it's a Sweet 16.
Yeah.
Girl.
Nobody ever gets to do this, okay? Ever.
Adults is what they meant to say. Adults don't ever get
No adults.
I guess.
Zamboni Rider, presented by Toyota. Ty Schmidt. Yeah.
There's really nothing else to do. You know, it was either
couldn't even talk.
No, I couldn't talk to the driver. And I tried to unbuckle the seatbelt. He was like, "Fucking put that back on." All right, sounds good.
This is fun.
Yeah, it's great.
Ty did that as soon as he got out there. Obviously, gets introduced, has a lot of pizzazz. That wore off.
I thought it was one.
In 19
and then
minutes
he did it
left.
again. I was like, oh, okay, I don't know.
fuck.
I don't know if I could do this every time.
Should have
we go
tried to
around.
puke on the ring.
That would have
Just jumped off.
I thought about it. I thought about
This
it.
was only 45 seconds after they said, celebrating her Sweet 16. Las Vegas Golden Knights super fan.
She was loving it.
Lindsay. It was
I
all
get
great
it.
to see Lindsay.
A T-shirt cannon or something up there would have been nice.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, right. They said, make sure you don't move.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
They didn't have any rules for you when he got that sword, for sure.
They didn't really have any rules for me all night,
Well, except for on the Zamboni.
except for on the Zambone.
How are the Golden Knights doing?
They're fucking blazing hot. So
Are they?
I don't know.
Really?
Yeah. I believe they're like 9-3-1. They're
What?
Pretty good start. Jockey Aces is, fucking lighting the league on fire. Stoner is per usual. Noah Hannafin, obviously, full season with the boys. Fucking Tomas Hertl, full season with the boys. Yeah, the Golden Knights are doing just fine.
How's hockey doing, Nick? How is hockey right now? How deep into the season are we? We're very early, right?
Yeah, Ty said it. What, 8-3-1, so, a couple games in, about a tenth of the way.
How's hockey as a whole?
Awesome.
Good storylines developing.
Hockey is awesome.
Ovi is chasing.
Ovi and Sid are going to play Friday night. Sid is 2 goals away from 600 for his career. Ovi is, I believe, 35 or 34 goals away from tying Wayne Gretzky's record potentially this season. So a lot on the line here.
A lot on the line. Old guard still going.
Love that.
How about the young lads? Any good young lads? How's
The young
Connor?
lads are still going. Connor Bedard's going tonight against the Detroit Red Wings against Patty Kane.
Red Wings are still in the NHL?
Unfortunately.
We are Hockey Town, Pat.
What's your record?
Good.
Not good.
Yeah, it's good.
Started
Had a slow
very
start,
slow.
and then they won a bunch of games in a
Very
row, and now
slow.
we're very good.
McGee's is back tonight against Vegas, actually. Big game in Edmonton.
Love that. How are the Panthers doing? How are the Florida Panthers
Great.
Yeah, they're rolling again. They
We're on a
beat
5-game win streak right now. I believe.
Yeah, they beat
Bob's.
Stars twice in Finland.
doing? I am very impressed with how much everybody is following NHL hockey right now.
I quit. Bob's on his head.
Hey, Q, how
I gotta quit too.
I quit the Penguins.
Yeah.
this guy,
I mean, they got Jari playing.
He's so peppy. And
Hey, remember Jari? Jari's in the AHL now. He's playing for Wilkes-Barre, I think.
Baby Pens?
Yeah, he's playing. Nick, am I right? He's down?
Yeah, they called it a conditioning stint, but, make of it
Goalie
what you will.
conditioning
The
stint?
GM's grandma tweeted to cut him from the team, actually.
The GM's Grammy?
Yeah, she tweeted out, get him off.
See, that's what bad teams do. That's what happens.
How's Utah? Do we know how Utah's doing?
How's the hockey club doing?
They faded after a hot start
yeah.
a bit. But
How's the Jazz doing?
Well, I was going to say, it
Jazz
looks like,
just got their first win.
Ryan Smith has put all of his time and effort into the hockey club because the Jazz absolutely fucking stink. They just won their first game last night, I believe.
Really?
Yeah.
They're bad. They've been bad, though. That's kind of status
They did
quo.
just give
fuck's going
fucking
Laurie Markkinen,
yeah, Laurie Markkinen,
$230 million.
$400 billion. So that was nice.
Support the troops.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Markkinen's a good lad.
He is a good
The
lad.
club's not doing that bad. They're 5-5-3. They're only
That's
one
not
point.
bad.
They're only 1 point behind Texas hockey.
Oh, wow.
Better than the Bruins.
No chance he answers, right? He's got,
Right.
Oh, we're live.
What's up, bro?
Heard you. Hey, what's up,
Who was
brother?
gonna say
I don't know who that is. How's it? We are joined now by Ryan Smith, owner of the Utah Jazz and the Utah Hockey Club. How's it going? How's the first season as Utah Hockey Club owner going?
We're cooking, man. I mean, it's a learning experience for everyone, my man. I think that if you would have told me 6 months ago that we got a team, we're off the ground and we're rolling, I would have said you're crazy. But the guys are coming out, they're fighting, and the city and the state are reacting.
Okay, so we're still filling up over there. How are the Jazz doing? I heard we got a big win last night.
1 in a row, baby.
The boys, I don't want to say who, that view is amazing. He's got a mountain right outside of his.
Immaculate.
I'm looking at it right now. I mean, that is beautiful.
I don't know why I'm turned around that way. Hold on a sec.
Yeah, it's been that way the whole time. You were showing me your computer there. I didn't want to get,
Okay. All right. Well, I'll go that way.
Yeah,
Is that better?
it is great. Good to see you. Hey, Connor said you've been spending all your good energy and vibes on the hockey club. That's what's going on with the Jazz.
No, I mean, the Jazz are young, man. We got 7 guys that are, 21, 23 and under. And, we're definitely prioritizing playing them and augmenting them with some of our other guys like Lowry and Clarkson. They've been out a little bit to start the season. So we'll get it all back.
All right, vibes good over there in Utah.
Yeah, everything's good, man. How are you guys? What's going on? Post-election day? How's everyone feeling over there?
Good. Trade deadline day yesterday. Big day. Big trade deadline day yesterday. And all we need is this right here. Be united.
All right, I like it.
All right. Hey, we appreciate you, Ryan.
Okay.
See ya. Start playing young guys. You didn't tell me that story when you talk about the Utah Jazz.
Well, guess what?
You guys,
Same young guys they had last year, brother.
I don't want to hear the fucking excuses.
He's off the phone. At least let him defend himself.
Don't fucking matter.
I mean, that's fine, but guess what? The NBA is kind of run by young guys. That's
Yeah.
what they do. They draft these fucking young guys now. So, fucking find some older guys then. I don't want to hear it.
He's got guys coming.
Celtics are like 28 All of them.
Let's talk about
Tatum's like 26, isn't he?
Yeah, he's 26. Like, oh, you got young guys? Well, they better figure it the fuck out now.
Okay, well, they will. Obviously, we assume that. I don't know if you saw the mountain outside of his office. It's beautiful. They'll figure it out over there.
It's a hockey city.
Let's talk about Boston Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight is the one, right?
Yeah, I got the Warriors tonight. Warriors are very good this year. They're kind of back. Buddy Hield's over there in Golden State, but the Warriors are coming off a tough loss last night, and I do believe that the Jason Tatum-led Celtics against the Steve Kerr-led Warriors, there might be couple gripes, couple axes to grind. I think if you were to look at the game, I think the Celtics are 8-point favorites. I don't know about 8 points because
it's a lot.
Especially with the Celtics, they'll go up by 50, and then the other team will cut it, or the opposite way around. I'd probably take Tatum to have 65 points tonight if I had to guess. Jaylen Brown's not playing, so he's going to take 40 to 50 shots, and he's going to make 10 to 15 threes. So I would feel very good about any Jason Tatum prop tonight.
Because, Steve Kerr didn't think he was good enough to be on court.
Not Team USA material.
That's what Missoula is saying for sure.
Yeah, and that is not exactly what happened, but you could absolutely make the argument that is exactly what happened because, Jason Tatum was damn near, if not the best American-born basketball player in the NBA last year, but he wasn't good enough to play for Team USA. But again, look, Scheme's tough. Steve Kerr knew what he was doing. They won gold. At the end of it, should have lost to Serbia. But they won gold.
Having Derek White play a bunch of minutes, though.
Yeah. Hat on your forehead right there. Let's make sure we understand that the United States of America basketball team was never going to lose.
I said they won gold. Now, Serbia.
Very good.
They damn near got the job done.
Those itches go ball.
Tatum didn't play really against Serbia because
so many itches.
Yeah, a lot of itches.
And they could all ball.
They're tough. Bogdanovic's, he had like 23 that game. He did the Melo 3 thing, and then Melo was there like, what the fuck?
In America, disrespect.
That game was awesome.
Was
awesome.
USA Olympic basketball was sweet.
Yeah, it was.
What could have been cooler? You got a 6 foot.
9.
Oh yeah, 6'9".
So he just couldn't play. I don't understand why he wouldn't smack the court.
He can't. Or excuse me, Steve Kerr didn't think he could cover the guards for Serbia because he's 6'9", but Tatum covers guards all the time. But again, look, we won gold.
Wendy broke it down for us.
What'd he say?
I forget. But
all right,
it was great.
Let's get out of here. That's a big one tonight. We'll be excited to watch it all. Tomorrow, obviously, kicks off Week 10 of the NFL season. Thursday Night Football on Prime should be a good one when we have
Ravens-Bengals.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
AFC North.
Oh, yeah.
On the kitchen.
Lamar Jackson on primetime. Hello. Yeah. Joey B. locked in on primetime. Hello. I like what Week 10's already cooking up.
Yeah.
How about last night? Some action. There was some insanity taking place. There's more ball on the night. Football's showing up in a big way. We're lucky to talk about it. We can't thank you enough for allowing us to do this for a living. Remember,
United.
It's coming together.
We are.
United.
United.
We are.
United.
We are.
United.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well.
Dahn!
Who's United now?
Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change your life. We're in this thing together. Never, ever forget it. Please. We're in this together. And we have a lot more in common than we think. And we're told. People trying to drive us apart. Don't let it happen. Team on me. Team on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Team.
Goodbye!